to day one of this championship fixture against Derbyshire. One, former Gloucestershire players who are able to join us for the traditional former players' day today. Amongst those scheduled to be on the ground, Phil Bainbridge, Chris Broad, Jack Davey, Jim Foat, David Gravely, Gary Sainsbury, Andy Stobble, Julian Shackleton, Tony Wright and Alan Wilkins. There will be the traditional photograph on the outfield during the tea interval. So if you see any of those former Gloucestershire players on the ground today, please don't be surprised. They are having their annual Players' Day here at the Sid Lawrence Stadium. And we're also pleased to welcome the Rumney Male Voice Choir, who will be performing on the outfield at lunch.
Well, a very good morning to you and welcome to Bristol for the return of the County Championship as Gloucestershire take on Derbyshire in this vital fixture for the promotion race in Division 2. And welcome to our Sports Extra 2 listeners as well. But I'm ever so sorry to say that I felt, as I'm sure many of us who walked to the commentary box today did, that the game itself was a little distance from the forefront of the mind as the tragic news was delivered just about an hour ago that the club's president and talismanic fast bowler, the man known affectionately to so many simply as Sid, David Lawrence, had passed away after a battle with motor neurone disease. The players are just lining up down below us for a minute's silence, which will follow very shortly. The Gloucestershire players on the right and the club officials, the chairman, the chief exec down there in the middle, and members of the club staff, and then the Derbyshire players just joining along to the left hand side. Ed Seaborn and Dave Fletcher are with you on the BBC Sport website and app, and just the last few Derbyshire players just making their way into that line. A picture of David Lawrence up on the scoreboard. David Lawrence MBE, of course, which he was awarded in the King's Birthday Honours list just around about a month or so ago, and 1964 to 2025 with the picture of Sid Lawrence on the board. And the umpires are just getting their positions as well, and the minute's silence will start shortly. Well, both sets of players, of course, will be wearing black armbands through this match, and it's one of those tricky things, I suppose, when you have a game of cricket at hand, but just moments before it, such news has been delivered, and especially a man who was quite literally a giant of this club president, and as I say, a man who just embodied a lot of what Gloucestershire supporters wanted to see in their players. In his own words, he talked about his never give up attitude, and that was on display throughout his playing career, and then of course through the subsequent hardships, not only of that tragic injury whilst playing for England that basically ended his playing career, but of course through his more recent battle with motor neurone disease. And I think at least hopefully of some comfort to those who will mourn his death, the fact that since the diagnosis he was able to deliver a speech at his son's wedding last year, which was able to be brought forward. He was able to complete and have recently published his autobiography in Sid's voice, which was shadow written by Dean Wilson, and that MBE, as I mentioned, in the recent birthday honours list. And of course, as far as on the cricket field is concerned, the scenes as James Bracey and team, overcome with emotion, celebrated the T20 Blast victory with Sid in his box at Edgbaston last September, and the moment only a couple of nights ago when David Payne sealed the Pink for Sid game in his honour and to raise money for the Motor Neurone Disease Trust with a 6 off the last ball in front of a packed stadium of people who turned out to show how much he meant to them. And I can't really think of anything more emotional and fitting and direct a tribute to him than those things. But Fletch, it's always one of those things. At some point we move on to the cricket, and the umpires are making their way out to the middle. Yes,
it's tricky. It's down and raw as well, because it was only an hour or so ago that his passing was announced. But yeah, some player, I do remember watching him play in some of his 5 tests. Certainly it was in New Zealand, I think, wasn't it, where he suffered the bad knee injury, and then obviously on his way back suffered a recurrence, and unfortunately that was pretty much it. I didn't realise until I read earlier on that he was only 29 when he had to retire, which is really young, isn't it?
Yeah,
he seemed to have been around for such a long time. Talking to David Griffin about him, Griffin was fairly sure that he made his England debut at the same time as Jack Russell.
Yes, and actually Kim Barnett as well.
And Kim
all made their debuts in that game.
So
Yep, and I did also look back. It's not quite 40 years ago to the day, but it's 40 years ago within a couple of weeks that Sid and Courtney Walsh, who are both on the mural at the far end of the ground, and you know, when you listen to spectators' memories, one of the things that they will tend to bring up as things that they look back on most fondly from the past, we sadly had Mike Proctor as well, but that tandem bowling partnership of Sid Lawrence and Courtney Walsh tearing in from either end, and it was basically 40 years ago to the day that they both took twin fivers in a game actually against Derbyshire at Derby, in the same game that Michael Holding was playing. That would have been quite a spectacle. I'm sure there are several people listening who will be able to remember that. On this game, I can tell you that Gloucestershire have won the toss and they've elected to bat first. They do have their overseas spinner Todd Murphy, the Australian, available to them, so I'd imagine that the fact that he is playing potentially means that the pitch is expected to turn a little bit. But there's 3 slips and a gully as the game gets started, with Cameron Bancroft and Joe Phillips out in the middle, and Bancroft is playing square on the offside to the first ball sent down by Zach Chappell from the pavilion end, and there is no run.
I'm sure listeners won't care, but it's hotter than the sun inside the commentary box today. It's like being back at Edgbaston a week last Sunday, whenever it was. The air conditioning's working, but it only seems to blow about 3 inches away from it.
In comes Chappell. He bowls to Bancroft, lifting delivery outside the off stump, and Bancroft shoulders arms. So Gloucestershire with Joe Phillips playing just his 5th first-class match, and Ben Charlesworth is also still in the side, but he is batting down the order. So it's Bancroft, Phillips, Ollie Price, Miles Hammond, Graham van Buren listed at 5, then Bracey 6, Charlesworth 7. Whether that's what will happen, we'll find out, as Chappell bowls to Bancroft, who squeezes it into the onside, and it's fielded out at mid-wicket. Then, as far as the bowling goes, Zaman Akhtar, Ajit Singh Dale and Archie Bailey, the 3 frontline seamers, I suppose, although of course Ben Charlesworth will be available should Gloucestershire require a 4th seamer. And then Todd Murphy with Ollie Price and Graham van Buren providing the spin options. In comes Chappell under cloudy skies, bowling to Bancroft, and that's left well wide of the off stump again. It's always a slightly unusual feeling, these championship matches in the middle of the T20, because we've still got the hospitality marquee away to our left. There's one of the temporary stands which is in the process of being demolished. Well, not demolished, but taken down. As in goes Chappell, bowls to Bancroft, who edges, but in fairly controlled fashion. It was well short of those 3 slips and also wide of them and down to the boundary for 4. So Bancroft is off the mark with a boundary. And Gloucestershire underway at 4 without loss. A fairly sparse crowd, it has to be said at this stage, but it is a Sunday morning.
Yeah, Sundays don't seem to, certainly early on a Sunday, they don't seem to attract the crowds, do they? And of course this round and the next round both start on a Sunday. Thank you to the schedulers for that.
Last ball of the opening over of the match as Chappell runs in and bowls to Bancroft, who gets a thick outer part of the bat on that, and it will make its way out to backward point. So 4 runs off the first over, and Bancroft, having faced all the 6 deliveries, will turn the strike over to Joe Phillips, as they're playing in his 5th first-class match, still only 21 years of age. And I'm not sure if Gloucestershire supporters know this yet, but he's from Cornwall.
Oh yes. Oh, is this something that they know?
It might have been mentioned the odd time.
I didn't know.
No, that's all right. For Derbyshire listeners, he's from Cornwall.
He's from Cornwall, is he?
He's born in Truro. I think very much born and raised, but through the Gloucestershire Academy.
That's very Cornish as well, isn't it, Truro? Beautiful city. Ben Aitchison, who was born in Formby, is going to bowl the first over from the Ashley Down Road end here at Bristol. 4 on the board, and he comes in and bowls to Phillips, who lets that one go outside the off stump. 3 slips in place. Caleb Jewell at first, Wayne Madsen at second, and David Lloyd at third. David Lloyd will be especially happy that he's playing some cricket, having been left out of the T20 side in recent matches. Others who haven't played much cricket recently, Anuj Dal and Jack Morley. Harry Kane hasn't played either in the T20 yet. So there is a little bit of churn as Aitchison bowls, and that one squares Phillips up. It goes down to third man, and they've got a third man. It's Martin Anderson, and they go through for a single. So Phillips is off the mark as well. 5 without loss.
It was like a sort of slightly slowed down version of the Bumrah to Crawley dismissal in the Test match yesterday. Just in that, it obviously moved away from Phillips, and he was trying to play it on the leg side, and then got it almost, well, an outside edge, but an outside edge trying to play it leg side. Yes.
As Aitchison comes in, Bancroft plays with a straight bat and sort of guides it to Anuj Dal at backward point. Yeah, I think I was in the car then. Basically stewing quite slowly on the M5.
Right.
On the way down.
It was quite a day yesterday, because India 431 for 3, I think.
Yes, and then
Gill still in.
They had the big collapse, which was excellent. Aitchison is in. I listened to the collapse as that one is tucked. I'm too high up here. Turned down towards the man who is at leg slip, Martin Anderson, who does feel there quite regularly. Yes, I was in the car for the amount of Test cricket that I actually managed to catch yesterday before we began our adventures in North Bristol, which people don't really need to know about, in all honesty. As Aitchison is in again, and that one is off the edge and down towards third man, and there isn't a third man this time because he's gone to leg slip, and it's 4 more runs to Cameron Bancroft, who moves on to 8, and Gloucestershire up to 9 without loss in the second over.
Yeah, he's not been in the primest of touch as Bancroft, albeit he did have a couple of 60s in the last championship match that he played, but was opening the batting at the start of the T20 and then dropped down to number 3 to allow Darcy Short to open, and since then Gloucestershire have won 2 out of 2.
The sun has come out as Aitchison bowls to Bancroft, who pushes this one out into the offside. There's no run. It's a shame that he isn't in the best form, because Australia are looking for an opening bat.
Well, they are, but they just never seem to be looking at
They're never looking
Bancroft.
when they never look when Bancroft's in good form, and then all of a sudden when he's out of nick, they go, we could do with an opening bat.
It's interesting though, because I heard, and I think it was on the BBC Stumped podcast that Bancroft appeared on, and I seem to remember that even during the start of that time, he said he had had no contact at all from the Australian selectors. So it has got to be part of the decision, actually, to take up the captaincy here, I think, because he must be starting to think, well,
he was rather,
well,
from afar, and it is only from afar, and I have no inside information on this record, but it did look like he was hung out to dry, rather.
In comes Chappell, third over of the morning. He bowls to Phillips for the first time, who's forward steadily and defending the ball towards mid-off. But yeah, I mean, Marcus Harris, who was Gloucestershire's overseas opener before, Cameron Bancroft, was in a fairly similar position, really, albeit Harris was called up for the last Ashes series here, but of course didn't play. But since then also it seems as though it's just been decided that they're going to go elsewhere. Chappell into Phillips, who tries to flick that one off his pads and has it smack into that front leg. They're going well down the leg side, so not really much of an appeal.
Marcus Harris is back in Australia at the moment.
Yes, so apparently.
He's on paternity leave.
Oh, right. He's having a second.
From Lancashire.
Because he had his.
Because Jimmy Anderson is captaining Lancashire for the first time, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, for the second time, I think it is.
Oh, is it?
I think that's what they said.
I bow to your.
No, I might be remembering wrong. It has been known to happen as forward goes Phillips and defends back up the pitch for no run.
We're all looking to our left now. Yes, yeah, while Marcus Harris is away. Yeah. Because Marcus Harris took over from Keaton Jennings when Lancashire were in absolute shambles. Now they're just a sort of minor shambles.
I did wonder whether Jennings might return to the captaincy.
No, I think that ship has sailed. He's still the captain of the
T20
side.
Yeah. 4 slips now as Chappell bowls to Phillips, who prods into the offside, and there's no run. The only reason I mention that is because here, in Dale Benkenstein's last year as head coach, Jack Taylor gave up the T20 captaincy with about 4 games to go in the season, and Miles Hammond was T20 captain. And then, of course, Benkenstein leaves and goes to Lancashire, and Mark Elaine comes in, and lo and behold, Jack Taylor is, and rightly so, T20 captain again. Chappell bowls to Phillips, who plays a firm forward defence, but Chappell can cut it off in his follow-through, so there's, again, no run.
Have you been to Old Trafford yet this season?
Yes.
So he would have been the coach when you were up there?
He was, yeah, and I'm afraid I did say see you at Cheltenham.
Did you? Oh yeah, I didn't say see you at Chesterfield. The groundswell of opinion was such that he felt like he was hanging by a thread when Derbyshire were there. I think that was Jimmy's first game.
It was a couple of, well, it was more like, it wasn't quite rope, but comes Chappell and bowls to Phillips, who defends that one as well, sturdily towards the bowler. It's a maiden over 9 without loss after 3. But, you know, I will say, and I will continue to say this, he was absolutely terrific as far as to interview, and I always found him extremely honest as far as a talker, and, you know, as far as doing this job, it does make your life a heck of a lot easier when you're working with somebody like Dale Benkenstein. So I certainly would not have.
James Anderson made his first appearance of the season when Derbyshire went to Old Trafford earlier this season. It's Ben Aitchison, another Lancastrian, on his way into bowl to Bancroft, who pushes it straight back towards the bowler. And of course, at the time, I think a piece had just been written to Lancashire the worst first-class team in the country, which I think statistically they probably were. But then you look through their team sheet, and they were just a group of very good individuals and a decent team who just weren't playing very well. As Aitchison is in, and that one is again pushed by Bancroft. This time up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Harry Kane. And I mean, Derbyshire escaped with a draw, I think it's fair to say, from that match. But they're always going to come good at some point, you would think, and they've had a pretty good T20 campaign. I think they're second in the North Group. And you just wonder whether that might just help them out a touch when it comes to the Championship. An inside edge there from Bancroft. It was banged in short by Aitchison. He got up on his toes and tried to force it into the offside. Got a little inside edge into the ground and out towards Alex Thompson, who was playing. One of two spinners Derbyshire employing in this match. Jack Morley is the other. He's at mid-on. Good to see Jack playing cricket, having played a few games for the twos, but not in the T20, of course. So far this season, I mean, they might start mixing and matching as Bancroft clips this out towards backward square leg. Chappell's never going to get there, and he doesn't. And that's 4 more runs to Bancroft, who's got 12 from 3 scoring shots.
I must admit, I saw as the ball crossed the boundary rope why you were so certain. But to start with, I thought, well, maybe he will get there, and no. The outfield is incredibly quick as well.
Yes, they all are, aren't they? Yeah. This outfield looks really good compared to a lot. It's a lot greener than some.
We did actually have some rain yesterday morning.
It just bowls to Bancroft. It pushes it out into the offside. Phillips sets off for a potential quick single, but Harry Kane's there quickly.
Rained for a couple of hours actually yesterday morning.
Yes, I came through some rain yesterday.
Not forecast at all the previous evening, and then there it was.
It's funny, isn't it? Because there was some rain on the way down, and I'm on the M6 and the M5 with the window open and the rain pouring in. It was beautiful all over my right arm. It was great.
Is that what you're sure?
Of course, then when you wind,
sure it was rain?
I hope it was rain. When you wind the window up, you sort of steam up. As Aitchison bowls again on the hips this time of Bancroft, who turns it into the leg side just for a single. Chappell gets around this time, picks up ahead of Thompson, and Gloucestershire move on to 14 without loss after 4 overs. Bancroft has 13 of those. Phillips has the other one. Yes, but it didn't seem to cool it down at all. I got all the way to Birmingham, it was 19, 20 degrees, something like that, and I'm thinking, oh, this is okay. And as soon as I got on the M5, it immediately rose to 26 degrees. So you could tell when you were moving into the hottest part of the country, I think. And my word, on our 4-mile walk back to the hotel last night, and I'm not exaggerating, it was unpleasant for so many reasons.
Here comes Chappell. 3 slips and now a leg slip in place as well for Bancroft, who's forward and defending carefully into the offside. Yeah, it's again like yesterday morning. Despite the fact that I thought the forecast was actually pretty good for today, I can barely see any blue in the sky.
No.
And I suspect, given the fact, as Chappell moves in, bowls to Bancroft, tries the Yorker, and Bancroft gets down on it, jams it back towards the bowler. I suspect that in any other situation, if you didn't have Murphy playing, if it were a normal Bristol surface, which who knows, it may yet turn out to be, it may not turn at all, we just
let's
don't know.
hope so.
But I suspect in any other situation you probably would have decided to bowl first. So if Derbyshire can make early inroads here with the new ball, might be quite happy to have lost the toss. Chappell bowls to Bancroft, who's forward, thinking about a single. Actually probably was there, but they have to respect Anuj Dal at backward point, who is a fine fielder.
Always respect the Dal.
So they don't go through for a quick run.
I don't think I told everybody the Derbyshire team.
No.
I'll just do it now quickly. I mean, we've been playing forever, but the big news is there's no Blair Tickner, who is with the squad but hasn't passed the fitness test that Mickey Arthur told us about on Friday, by the sounds of it.
Chappell goes in now. He bowls to Bancroft, who allows a back of a length delivery to go by. The
other man from the 13 who didn't make it was Pat Brown. Alex Thompson therefore plays. No Lewis Rees, of course, wasn't in the squad, and I think they're hoping he'll be fit for Chesterfield, but that is a blow, because when you look at the Derbyshire stats, he's top of the bowling stats and top of the batting stats as well. So he's going to be missed, is Lewis Rees. And they do have 2 spinners because Jack Morley plays.
Chappell past the umpire, ball's edged by Bancroft, but down well short of second slip, and to be honest, that looked like more of a genuine edge than the edges that have been found so far. Bancroft has found a couple of boundaries wide of the slip cordon, but
just sort of rolled, didn't it, to the slip?
I mean, already
went down quite quickly.
Yeah, I mean, actually he did do a better job than I thought of playing it softly. It was probably a nick that even on a quick pitch would have had a chance not to carry.
I think he'll accept your apology.
Well, I don't think he'll care, really.
I'm sure he won't.
Chappell and Bolster. Phillips, who defends, actually Bancroft, defends back to the bowler, and it's another maiden over from Chappell, who's only had the one scoring shot of his bowling, and that was the thick edge from Bancroft down to the boundary past the slip cordon. 14 without loss after 5 overs. I don't think Bancroft is the type of person that would take issue with anything that I would say.
No, I don't think anybody would take an issue with anything you said.
Don't know. Might have been known.
I'm just looking out for some indication of the breeze, because I've just found some. It's over by the outdoor nets. There are a couple of flags there that are flapping quite vigorously. There is a breeze which is just bringing that horrible temperature down a bit as Aitchison is in and bowls, and that's nicely played by Phillips out towards backward point. David Lloyd runs around to do the fielding. They go through for a single. Phillips doubles his score to 2, and Gloucestershire up to 15 without loss. So yeah, I think I was trying to work out which way it was blowing, and I was out there for the toss. There was no coin initially for the toss, which is always amusing. And then they brought a £1 coin out, and I don't think either of the captains, I'll come back to that as Aitchison is in again and bowls to Bancroft, who defends it straight back to the bowler. I don't think either of the captains were completely convinced whether it was a head or a tail. Whether they'd look down on the floor and they had to pick it up and look at the other side. Oh, it's a tail, yeah, no, that's definitely a tail, that. Wayne Madsen's been here long enough to understand English money.
And you've been filing it down to, I don't know, to use in a foreign country
there seems to be a head on the other side as well. As Aitchison is into Bancroft, who pushes it out to Harry Kane this time at mid-off. But it all went off. It all passed without incident. The two captains were reminded that nothing had changed since we last played County Championship cricket.
I mean, it's not as though Wayne Madsen and Cameron Bancroft are exactly new to this. Although Bancroft, I suppose, is relatively new to captaincy, but I think he might just about remember the laws of the game.
Understand the regulations,
to enough,
don't they?
Enough level that most players do anyway.
As Aitchison bowls to Bancroft, who falls into the offside a little bit, playing that one up towards Morley at mid-on. But it's always amusing to see the captains, because the umpires know that the captains know, but they've got to go through it. All our umpires today, Mark Newell and Simon Widdop, incidentally. That covered up with hats and coats. I couldn't possibly tell you which one was which, if I'm entirely honest with you.
That's Newell at square leg, I'm pretty sure.
I'll take your word for that. As Aitchison bowls a full toss, I think, to Bancroft. He's got his back towards the batter. And again, he pushes it up to Harry Kane, just darkening to our left, which is, I'm going to say that might be the north.
That's the west.
Is it?
I do not get into this. It's been scratched off the table.
How can that be the west?
But Richard Ray has put a compass on the desk, which turned out to be completely the opposite.
I'm not surprised.
What it was.
It's been Richard. I'm not surprised.
Well, the problem was, I think there's equipment in this box that we're in which throws off all the phone's compasses. So it says that we're looking south, we're actually north.
Aitchison bowls to Bancroft, who picks up a single, a tumbling stop this time from Morley. I'm going to find out. I think I've got a way of finding out.
Yeah, but the problem is that that's exactly what will tell you that we're looking in the opposite direction.
Why?
I think, as I said, because of there's some stuff in here that's throwing off the magnetic thing.
North is.
Is it? Oh no, that looks as if it might be saying the right
it's gone,
way, does it? Oh, it's going. Yeah, it's going haywire, isn't it? You see. Because if you actually look at what relates to what's in front of the arrow, it is completely the opposite of what you're actually seeing in front of you. Oh, I can't believe
that was the end of the over.
I
It's
can't
16
believe
without loss.
You've gone
We both,
to this
we,
already.
We've both got. There's a lot of mobile phones out at the moment, trying to work out which way we're looking.
It's disaster. Here comes Zach Chappell bowling to Bancroft, who works at leg side, stacked leg side field. They've got a short, square leg, not a short leg, but a short, square leg, a mid wicket and a mid on. That ball was played to the mid wicket fielder. So they're clearly looking to spear the odd one, or more than the odd one, probably into Bancroft's pads. And there's always the thing as a fast bowler when you're bowling to Bancroft, because you know he's going to walk across his stumps, do you try and still hang it outside the off stump and nick him off, or do you think, well, he might fall over and miss a straight one? Looks like it's that at the moment, as he does walk a long way across, exposes a little bit of that leg stump, but the ball's a long way down the leg side and forces a take to his left-hand side from Guest.
I'm sorry, I'm not listening to a word you're saying.
No, I know.
Trying to find
tell
out.
that.
Trying to find out which way we're facing. I think that's the east, which means that will be the north.
He's sort of
No, I'm not having that. Yeah, I suppose.
of
Yeah.
over towards the scoreboard, I would have said. But anyway, I mean, from our angle, that is. Chappell bowls and forward goes Bancroft, and another rather squirty shot that will find backward point. And this, whichever direction it's coming from, this looming cloud,
Yes,
which clearly is
in,
bearing rain,
is
coming in our direction. And I think normally the weather comes from the left of us,
over
but
there,
the part that we can't see. Yeah, I was careful not to. We still know left and right. That definitely hasn't changed inside this box.
No matter how many electrics are in here, left is over there. Yeah.
So it's roughly left and behind, so we can't usually see. But actually today it looks like it's coming more due left to right. Chappell will concede a run here for only the second delivery that he's sent down so far. It'll just be a single as Bancroft's forward running it out into the vacant cover region, which has been created by the fact that Derbyshire have gone with this 5-fielder leg side stack, as they had the leg slip and the fine leg, as well as those 3 fielders on the side that I mentioned. Bancroft off strike on 15, Gloucestershire 17 without loss. And I think from a Gloucestershire perspective, they'll just be hoping that to just time in the middle is what Bancroft needs. It's so hard to play yourself back into that sort of form during the T20, as Phillips is on 2 faces and squeezes this one towards that shortish square leg fielder David Lloyd, who does well to keep the ball close enough to him that they don't scramble a single. And Bancroft has had by far the majority of the strikes so far as well. Bancroft's faced 31 deliveries in the around about first half hour, and Phillips has only faced 10, including that last one. 3 boundaries, but no crisp drive or something like that yet, as Chappell bowls, and there's a back foot square drive that will go to the backward point boundary, and that probably is the most authoritative shot of the morning. And for Joe Phillips, that's pretty much a trademark, really. He seems to be very strong square of the wicket on the offside, whether that's cutting or square driving, and it doesn't have to be that short or that wide for him to go for that shot. And he picks up 4, so Gloucestershire 2, 21 without loss after 7 overs, having won the toss and elected to bat.
It's the kind of delivery that you may see the 6th ball of an over, when the bowler's bowled pretty tightly and all of a sudden he thinks, oh, I've still got 1 to go here. It wasn't a particularly good delivery from Zach, but he'll know it. Ajmal Shahzad and Alex Hughes having a wander around the boundary's edge, the bowling coach and analyst, as Ben Aitchison resumes the attack from the Ashley Down Road end, and is forced very nicely off the back foot up towards the long off boundary, and the ball beats Harry Kane to the boundary. It didn't look like he hardly touched it, and away it went. Is there a hill?
Not really.
No.
I think there is a slight slope to some parts of the far end. I've never called it a slope really, but it may be that It may be that if I were out there trying to charge in for a 6-over spell, which of course would last about 2 balls,
which we'd all pay to watch,
then it may be that you'd feel it a bit more.
The next delivery from Aitchison's left alone outside the off stump by Bancroft. He moved on to 19, incidentally, with that his 4th 4 of the innings. Zach Chappell being given some information, I fancy, here, away to our left-hand side, about what he may wish to bowl in the next over, depending on who's facing. 25 without loss. Gloucestershire having decided to have a bat first when they won the toss this morning, and Aitchison is into the man who won the toss, Cameron Bancroft, who tried to flick that one away down the leg side but missed, and it was taken by a tumbling Brook Guest. You see, actually, when I said that it was filling in, beyond that, it's less filled in, so I don't obsess about the weather.
It is always the tricky thing of this commentary position, because
you can see it
start
so
to
well.
see it fill in, and then so often actually what's coming in our direction isn't as bad as that.
He just balls to Bancroft, who drives straight just to the onside of the stumps at the non-striker's end for 4. Really nice shot from the Australian. He moves up to 23 now, 29 without loss. That was a beautiful shot. And poor old Jack Morley's had to go behind the title sponsors' boards at the far end of the ground to fetch the ball. Ice cream van's in place already. I don't think the coffee and donut shop's open now, which is slightly disappointing next to it.
There's usually some retail outlet there. The coffee mop isn't there this year.
Coffee mop?
Well, the writing to me, my eyesight made it look like it said mop.
It just bowls again. It's down the leg side, and again, it doesn't really trouble Bancroft too much. So a couple of outlets there, but the ice cream van will clearly be doing the majority of business. 1 or 2 people on the grass there as well, making the most of their own chairs.
Well, they're having their own little mini Cheltenham festival there with
that
fold seats
and the tent. That was at Cheltenham, I'm sure.
It's very Cheltenham festival. Yeah.
Aitchison bowls. Bancroft turns into the leg side. It's picked up by the man at square leg, and there is no run. It was Martin Anderson ended the over, so 8 gone. Blimey, 8 gone. 29 without loss. Bancroft has 23. Phillips has 6. Derbyshire with 2 spinners, but also Martin Anderson and Anuj Dal as their 3rd and 4th seamers, not necessarily in that order. I think Anuj Dal would probably be classed as the 3rd seamer. He is just, in fact, windmilling his arms now as he walks out to point.
Yeah, it was Dahl and Rees who did the damage in the reverse fixture earlier this season, and also Anuj Dal with his career best on this ground, I think the year before that, taking a 6 for. So one of those rare bowlers who might have happy memories of Bristol. As we said, there's not many.
All I can remember about last year is watching Matt Lamb bat.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Well, Derbyshire won the toss and elected to bat, which was, I'm not going to say a total rarity, but it's not usually what teams decide to do when they come here. So I think there were Gloucestershire supporters thinking, okay, I'm quite happy about that, because you've done what you might have wanted to do, and yet you don't have the pressure of having to take those early wickets. You know, the pressure's on the batting side not to lose wickets. But in the end, Lamb made a good decision.
Presumably Gloucestershire wanted to bowl last on it.
Chappell in full ball, giving it the maximum opportunity to wobble through the air, but Phillips negotiates it fairly comfortably, pushes it up to mid-on.
Yeah, sadly Matt Lamb now retired from the game. He was struggling in that double century with his back, which he pretty much struggled with throughout his entire time at Derbyshire after arriving from Warwickshire, but some player on his day.
Chappell running in, he's there and bowls, and that's worked into the onside down to long leg by Phillips. He was looking more for the gap between long leg and deep square, but again, Derbyshire going with a strong leg side field, even for Joe Phillips, as Gloucestershire moved to 30 without loss, Phillips on to 7. And as I say, it is always a bit of a question as to how you're going to attack Bancroft, because, you know, he, as much as his technique at times might be what people have second guessed about him as far as his test career goes, as this is a nice looking straight punch from Bancroft to the onside of straight, but it won't beat mid-on. As much as that is the case, it's also the reason why he scores a lot of the runs that he does, and is able to force bowlers at times to do different things. And I'm not saying that Chappell might not have tried this anyway, because he's clearly got the plan to Phillips as well. As Chappell's in and bowls, and Bancroft will guide this one out into the covers safely, and there's no run. But actually, anecdotally, I feel the majority of Bancroft's dismissals are actually nicked off, and at the moment he knows that he's having to play at every single delivery. So I don't know whether, I mean, it may be that when Dahl comes on, for example, the plan is to have Dahl bowl away swingers, and then with Chappell having bowled all straight, there's the change. As Chappell bowls that one, he does have to leave, so it's just been the occasional one. It's only been 1 and over maximum that Bancroft lets go. And I know, again, we tend to sit up here and say, well, they haven't made the batters play enough at times, but sometimes maybe you can go a bit far the other way.
Yes. I think we're going to see Dahl very soon, by the way. They've just called for a helmet as well.
For a short leg for Anuj Dahl,
no, I think yes. I think the wicketkeeper will stand up to Anuj Dahl's medium pace.
Here comes Chappell bowls, and Bancroft does let that one go as well. I think that feels like basically the first time that we've seen back-to-back leaves so far. That is apparently 9 overs gone, and Gloucestershire are 30 for no wicket.
Helmet brought out by Pat Brown for Brooke Guest, who isn't going to wear it immediately. He's going to place it. I saw a bit of clickbait on the internet, obviously. Where else would you see it? Saying a little-known regulation, and it was 5 for the ball hitting a helmet. I thought, that's not little known, is it really?
Okay.
I've seen a 7 this year.
Oh, right.
Oh, very exciting. So they'd run
Was it
2
two sets of overthrows or 1 overthrow?
I think it was a very poor throw and then an overthrow, and the next overthrow came through and hit the helmet. So they'd already completed 2 runs and got an extra 5. So yeah, we saw a 7, which is very exciting.
Well, I've
tell
seen,
you how excited I was.
Oh yeah. Well, in similar fashion, earlier this year, back-to-back games where somebody got off the mark with a 5.
Oh, marvellous.
Grant Stewart at Canterbury, and to be honest, I'm struggling to remember who the other one was.
Doesn't matter, you've seen
off the mark with a 5. That's a nice way to get going.
Yeah. These quick outfields, not doing anybody any favours. Goose appears to be here. That's good news. The old boy's made it underneath the scoreboard. And here's Anuj Dahl into the attack for the first time today, bowling to Phillips, who defends that off the back foot into the offside. And there is no run. The change of coach at Middlesex seems to have worked an absolute treat there. 32 for 2 against Northamptonshire at Wantage Road in the 2nd Division. That was after Middlesex decided to bat first. Glamorgan chose to bat against Leicestershire at Grace Road. They're 43 without loss, so the league leaders not having it all their own way at the moment against a resurgent Glamorgan. As in comes Dahl again and bowls to Phillips, who pushes it back off the back foot straight back to the bowler again. And in the other game, which is at Blackpool, which is a glorious place to watch cricket, Kent 36 without loss after 10 overs against Lancashire, obviously. So Lancashire playing their 2 games in this little oasis of county championship cricket, playing them both at outgrounds because they're at Chesterfield next week.
and they'll be at Cheltenham for
Yes.
their fixture after that.
So I think they've got 3 in a row. I think they were talking about that. This one is guided down to the vacant third man area by Phillips for 4 runs. Very deliberately played. Only 2 slips in place and no third man. Very safe shot, and Phillips moves on to 11. And Gloucestershire up to 34 without loss. So yes, so 3 games in which you would expect to see a result for one, a positive result for one side or the other. So they've got an opportunity, Lancashire, to either climb up the table or enhance their position as the worst team in the country. One or the other. Jimmy Anderson on 3 out grounds, though. That should be interesting, shouldn't it?
Yeah, well, he hasn't played at the Cheltenham Festival, being the operative part of it, since 2004. He has played at Cheltenham, but it was a game which had to be arranged due to international commitments here, so there weren't the marquees or anything.
Dal bowls to Phillips, who defends it straight back to.
Which I'm sure will make a huge amount of difference to Jimmy as he runs it.
Completely different feel.
Yeah,
Completely different feel.
The marquees, sand-coloured marquees. I don't know if they're covered in sand. Around the ground as he runs in, but yeah.
Well, of course, as you know, the 2 squares fooled me.
Yes.
That was terrifying.
It's a slightly odd visual.
There's Dahl in again, bowls to Phillips, who leaves that one alone to go through to Brooke Guest. Anderson's completed his first spell. In fact, they've already got Chris Green on at Blackpool. Anderson 5 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 13, exactly what you would expect, apart from the 0 bit. He's still quite a good player. But next week at Chesterfield, both skippers will be aged over 40, which is terrific. I mean, David
I was going to say, Griff's
oh,
already all over that.
He's in overdrive. That one is defended by Phillips. And Wayne Madsen, who put himself in at a short mid-on, does the fielding. So Anders Dahl's first over costs just the 4 runs. Gloucestershire 34 without loss. Bancroft has 23. And Phillips has 11 as another helmet is brought out. And Zach Chappell's going to continue, so it looks as though David Lloyd might be wearing a helmet now, and he will be at shortish leg.
Yeah, skies continue to darken.
Can we use the lights here?
I suspect not, would be my guess, because unfortunately...
Residential area, obviously, isn't it? But
yeah, there's a limit in terms of days.
Oh,
I think
okay. Yeah,
they can only have, is it 15 days? 14 or 15? I never remember. You know how you just get those mental blocks, and it's just one of those things that just never sticks, whether it's 15 or 14. But they had to use them, I think, for 3 days of the Glamorgan fixture here, the first fixture of the season, as Chappell floats one up. Well, I say floats one up there, I mean it's quicker than that, but by Chappell's standards he's pushing it up there and allowing it a chance to swing, and thought he might have got some, but Bancroft is able to meet it and play it to mid-on. But when you use up 3 of those days in the first fixture, I think it's probably going to be a case of seeing how many they've got left and hoping they might be able to use them for the last.
That's interesting, because I think if you can use... I stand to be corrected.
Leg slip still in place.
Right.
Chappell bowls, does dig one in short, as the field might have suggested with deep square leg back there, but there was some pace in that short ball, but Bancroft bobs underneath it.
You can either use them or you can't use them in county championship cricket.
Yes.
And you can't use them in some matches and not in others.
Yes, you can here at any rate.
Well, I don't think that means it's not a level playing field, isn't it? Because at Sussex they've said we're not using them for financial reasons.
No, I know, but it does.
Glamorgan, they don't use them.
It does happen here. Chappell is in. Bancroft plays that late and into the offside. It was slightly suspiciously played, but it was played into the ground.
I've got to do some digging.
Yeah, well, all I can say is that the floodlights were definitely not available for either the Leicestershire or the Kent game, and they were available and used for 3 days of the Glamorgan game because of that number of days.
I find that slightly strange, but I'm not going to argue with you, Ed. You're the local knowledge.
Well, this thing I'm fairly sure of because I saw it with my own eyes. Here comes Chappell and across his stumps. It's worked away towards mid-wicket by Bancroft. There's no run. But there's always been that question, and it's often it's often been the case that I've sprung the question on an unsuspecting stream operator of a morning.
You should know, really.
The floodlights available for this game? But I am very confident that they won't be available for this one because of the days
and
allocation.
Yet were available for the first game of the season.
And were, yeah. Chappell goes in now, he bowls another bouncer and Bancroft gets underneath that, and then it was one of those bouncers. I'm not saying that it was over his head, and the umpires have clearly deemed that it wasn't, but it was one of those where it felt as though he was standing up and then watching it go over his head, having realised that it wasn't of much harm. And it has to be said, the early signs of this pitch are that there is not much pace in it.
No.
And so the question then is there any turn in it, which we might find out fairly soon. Chappell bowls. Oh, he's done very well there in his follow-through. He's almost done the splits there as Zach Chappell, as it was played firmly straight back at him, and then he extended a shapely right leg and kicked it away. So there's no run, and he's bowled a third maiden from his 6 overs. Gloucestershire remain 34 without loss. Bancroft 23 and Phillips 11.
And that will be the end of Zach Chappell. He's just leaving the field now to be replaced by Pat Brown, who'll be the on-field 12th man. I'm not sure who the on-field 13th man will be, whether Blair Tickner is fit enough to field, which seems unlikely, you would have thought. I can't remember too many overseas players acting as 12th man when they're injured. And he's a very much a fixture at Derbyshire. He's already spoken. He's come on air with us a couple of times and spoken about the fact that talks have begun about him coming back next year as well, having a run of the same overseas, which I think is nice.
Yes, well, it's a luxury, and it's also something that I think can clearly help a side out enormously, as Bancroft showed for Gloucestershire last year in the T20, and for what he did to improve Gloucestershire's fortunes as far as batting was concerned in the Championship.
It's Phillips on strike now as Dahl begins a new over, and it's pushed up towards a straightish mid-on. And it was Phillips who's the Cornishman, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Excellent by the Cornishman.
Not Bancroft.
No, I knew it wasn't Bancroft. I'd got that far.
I'm sure there'll be a Cornwall in Australia.
Oh, well,
there's bound to be a
Truro. Yeah.
But there's a Launceston.
Yes, isn't there? Which is on the island on which Caleb Jewell was born. As Dahl bowls, and it's played by Phillips off the back foot up towards mid-off, and there's no run. I was just looking if that might have been Caleb Jewell, and it might be. They don't have a third man at the moment, but Ben Aitchison continued to go through his bowling action, even though his first spell has come to an end. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 10 incidentally, Zach Chappell, so a decent effort to start with.
Oh, there is a Truro, and it's quite near the Barossa Valley.
Where's that?
In South Australia.
Okay. Comes Dahl bowls to the Truro man, Phillips, who plays it straight back to the bowler.
Wine.
Oh,
the
okay.
Barossa.
Is it?
Yeah, excellent wine growing region. They produce all sorts of stuff there.
White?
Verjuice. It's mostly reds, I think.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. I'm sure they make white as well.
That's the difference in class between commentators in the north and commentators in the south is being shown here to its max. As Dahl is in, bowls again to Phillips, who pushes this one out into the offside.
We could go to the
I have heard of wine.
Yes, I could see you in the.
That's it.
The other wine establishments are available. I could see you in the Clifton Wine Bar this evening. Actually, it seems like just your.
Is that near to here?
It's fairly near, but it might be a horrible flashback to your 4-mile walk. It's not quite going to be 4 miles, but it's up and down a hill.
The hills were quite severe on the way here as Dahl bowls to Phillips, who defends this one up to mid-off, and there's no run. Yes, now we've already decided that walking is no longer an option.
Everywhere in this city is up a hill. Everywhere, wherever you're going.
You're going to have to look to our left to see the rolling hills of north/east/west/south Bristol. It's certainly not south.
No, south I'm fairly certain is behind us.
I think we can rule south out Dahl is in. That one's pushed by Phillips up to mid-off once again. It was the final ball of the over. It was a maiden over from Anuj Dahl. 2 overs for 4 runs. And we're going to see... no, we're not going to see Martin Anderson. We're going to see Martin Anderson. We're not. We're going to see somebody else. Who is it we're going to see? Oh, we're going to see Ben Aitchison. That's why he was going through his bowling action at slip, because he's going to swap ends and come on at the pavilion end at 34 without loss. See, now it's filled in again.
Yes, and I think a little more concerningly, it's filled in a little closer to our line of vision than the previous time, but
that's a bad thing, isn't it?
We might get away with it. Well, if it's one of those days, and I'm sure that the 7 is in that direction, whatever direction exactly it is from this commentary position. But there are days when it does just seem to follow the 7 and doesn't hit here, and then there are other days where the 7 seems to act as this barrier and it sits over Bristol, usually when there's an international fixture here, as everybody will know, but not this year. They got the international fixture in this year.
Well, here we go. This is the predicted rain radar as it's about to pass us.
Oh dear!
It goes over the top, and then there's nothing after that, so it will be a sort of short, sharp.
We might have an early lunch or something. We'll see. Ben Aitchison runs in now and bowls to Bancroft, who plays with the inner portion of the bat, but comfortably enough in defence into the onside. It's fielded at mid-wicket. But it's always, I mean, I don't know how first-class batters do this, really, when you... Oh, it's raining. Yeah, it's raining now.
Is it?
It's raining right now.
I told you it was going to rain soon. Yeah.
2 slips in place, in comes Aitchison. He bowls now to Bancroft. He turns it off his thigh into the onside, backward of square. He'll jog through for a single. It's raining fairly heavily. That's it. They're going off pretty quickly. I don't think anybody's going to complain at all about that. So Bancroft has moved on to 24. Gloucestershire are 35 without loss, having decided to have a bat, potentially hoping that the pitch turns a little bit more as the game wears on. And Bancroft actually looking as though he has welcomed the return of the red ball so far, and Joe Phillips, who has been really impressive in his first-class career so far. He's batted in quite a few different positions already in his 5 games. He has opened. I think he's batted at 3 and batted at about 7 or something, but the early signs here is that he's looking in pretty good order, and the ground staff are not wasting any time at all.
Keen to get those sheets on, aren't they?
The sheets are coming straight on, as well as just the
before
wheelie covers.
We've even seen the covers over the playing surface, so they're obviously concerned about the rest of the square, as ground staff tend to be. Because at Derbyshire now would be deafened by the hover cover, so it's quite pleasant not to be. Although it's great to see a hover cover as a non-international ground.
Yeah, well, here the tractor and the wheelie covers have to be coordinated fairly carefully. The 2 umpires seem to be staying out there to supervise proceedings, and I have to say the rain has already lightened. It's not stopped, but
look at it there.
I think clearly the ground staff feel as though there's more to come.
The east northwest south area is looking. That'll come across and it'll disappear within about half an hour. It's my apt prediction.
Am I going mad here?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, why?
I am definitely going mad, but in this particular instance. But
they covered
is
the wrong
that the
pitch.
right pitch that they're covering? Because the wheelie covers seem to be going across.
What we need is the
next pitch across.
Is the stream to be on the static camera, and that would tell us. Can we do that? Can we put the just on the immediately behind the bowler's arm camera? No, they're not. They've covered the wrong pitch.
Yeah, they have covered the wrong pitch. I didn't think I was going.
Yeah, the umpires are now going back out to tell them that they've covered the wrong pitch. That's a great spot from you, and the same from the other end. Thank you very much to our camera operative. That's excellent.
Yes, thank you, Harvey.
Excellent work. That's a good spot from you, though, by the way.
Well, there are 2
would
pitches which actually do look almost identical.
Yes. I wonder if they're just saying to the groundsman, would you like to cover the right pitch? I'm just going to make a note of that because I only have about 20 seconds, but it's well worth mentioning.
Well, the other thing is that if you go to Taunton these days, if you decide to make that particular trip,
Never.
They have stopped using those wheelie covers completely, and they just bring out, it's almost Aussie style, what the curators do over there. They bring out this bizarre sort of sack stuff, matting, whatever it is.
Oh yes, like the Hessian stuff.
Yeah, they whack that on the pitch, and then they put just the sheets over the top of it. So actually, I suppose the only difference here is that there's no weird matting stuff. But I think now the umpires and the ground staff have deliberated and have decided
that they probably should cover the right pitch. It's got to go all the way around now. So
that's going to need to be covered.
Yeah, and they'll have to pull that cut. This is maddening.
Well, the other thing is that I think it has almost completely stopped. It's a very fine drizzle, and actually the skies are already slightly brightening away to our left, albeit, again, the radar seldom lies, and it seems as though there is more rain about, but the ground staff, all 5 of them, are standing at the edge of the sheet and pondering what to do next.
That's
and
absolutely splendid.
The wheelie covers have been sent way off, and I'm starting to wonder whether they've actually decided they're just not going to bother now.
Well, no, because they were here to our left, and if they're going to be, you'll have to do another lap.
All the way around,
You'll have to do another lap.
Isn't enough of a turn.
And now they're going to, because it is still, you can still see rain in the air away to our left-hand side from where it's coming. So I think the umpires, well, they haven't actually got in yet. They might have got in had they covered the right pitch. Who knows? That is bad. I don't think I've seen that. That is terrific. Presumably one of the people, either the tractor driver or one of the people who pulled the sheets on, actually cut that and prepared that pitch.
You would have thought so. I think it is the pitch that was used for the T20 the other night, because the crease markings are still so clear. But one of the clues would have been the fact that there are
all the
wide
bowlers
markers. Well, that as well.
And all the bowlers. It's the run-up markers. Yeah. There we go. They're going to reveal the pitch, everybody, and it's got stumps on it, of course.
The stumps
are still there. So that would have been another clue. There are some stumps there. There are the bowlers' markers, and now the correct pitch is being covered, and we can all breathe easy. That is sensational.
Never seen the like.
No, I haven't.
Right. I think as much as it,
yeah,
I'm sure it's wildly.
I'm glad
amusing
we stayed on for that.
I'm glad we did.
But we should go.
I'm wildly amusing for people to hear our descriptions of the ground staff going about their business. I think we had
in a haphazard manner.
Better leave it at that for now, and we will return when there is any more cricket to describe.
players off the field here. Just an update for you from Headingley, where England have lost a 5th wicket overall in their first innings. 277 for 5. They are the batsmen out this morning. Roy Pope for 106 and Ben Stokes just out for 20. Harry Brook has been joined by Jamie Smith. So 277 for 5 in that means the deficit overall is 194. and gentlemen, the umpires have decided that an early lunch will be taken in the hope of resuming at 1:10. So, an early lunch is now being taken. Ladies and gentlemen, because of the rain that has fallen on the outfield, the Rumney Melbourne Square will now be performing in about 5 minutes under the shelter, so to speak, of the roof that hangs over the Jessup room, the ground floor of the Bristol Pavilion. So they'll be performing in the shelter of that, underneath that overhanging roof, just outside of the Bristol Pavilion. Ladies and gentlemen, the umpires have decided that play can restart at 25 past 1. So resumption at 25 past 1. Further news from the umpires, ladies and gentlemen, pending the 125 resumption. Tea will be at 5 minutes to 4, and the scheduled close moves to 6:30. And 6 overs have been lost from the allocation at 11 o'clock, so 90 overs would now be the allocation for the day. Male Voice Choir providing our lunchtime entertainment. As they head in for their lunch, here are the scores from around the country. And the other cricket being played today. Day 3, of course, at the Test match at Headingley. England 327 for 5. At lunch, they trail India by 144. Harry Brook and Jamie Smith are the not-out batsmen. Day 1 of the current round of championship matches in the First Division. At Chesley Street, Sussex 91 for 2 against Durham. At Chelmsford, Essex 95 for 3 against Hampshire. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 90 for no wicket against Yorkshire. At Edgbaston, Somerset 71 for no wicket in truncated morning against Warwickshire. And at New Road, Worcestershire 70 for 3 against Surrey. Also in the second division, there are 3 other games. At Old Trafford, Kent 105 for 2 against Lancashire. At Grace Road, Glamorgan 105 for 1 against Leicestershire. And at Northampton, Middlesex 130 for 4 against Northants. Correction, that Lancashire Kent match, of course, being played at Stanley Park in Returning to the field at the start of this afternoon session, the Derbyshire side, captained by number 77 Wayne Madsen, and the Gloucestershire opening pair, number 24 Joe Phillips and number 1 Cameron Bancroft.
And welcome back to Seat Unique Stadium in Bristol. As you will see if you're watching the live picture feed, and if you haven't heard already, the extremely sad news that the club president and former fast bowler David Lawrence, the news was announced at 10 o'clock this morning that he had passed away after his battle with motor neurone disease, and that is exceptionally sad news. And as far as the players are concerned in this game, as in a way I suppose everybody on the ground must do, there comes the point you have to get your head back into cricket mode, and that is what the Gloucestershire openers Cameron Bancroft and Joe Phillips will be doing now, as Gloucestershire are 35 without loss after having won the toss this morning and elected to bat. Lengthy delay in the end due to the early lunch, but we were 2 balls into this Ben Aitchison over. He's running in from the pavilion end and bowling to Joe Phillips, who is forward defending the ball into the offside. There is no run. Ed Seaborn and Dave Fletcher with you on the BBC Sport website and app. And
that's the one.
On the Gloucestershire live stream via your smart speaker as well.
Oh yeah, what have we got to say?
We must mention the smart speaker.
Well, go on, you mentioned that. I've got something I need to mention as well, actually.
Okay. Well,
you mentioned that first.
I believe you ask your smart speaker as Aitchison bowls, not this bit, as this is played down to a wideish deep third for a single. 5 Phillips will move on to 12, and it's 36 without loss. You ask your smart speaker, tell BBC Sounds to play Gloucestershire versus Derbyshire, and you don't need to say day one anymore.
Which day it is. No, you don't need to say which day it is. My thing is that people do get in touch with me. BBC policy's changed, apparently. Derbyshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk is the way to get in touch with us. That's Derbyshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. That's the only way that I'm allowed to read your messages, apparently.
Aitchison goes in and bowls. It's a bumper, which Bancroft does have to duck underneath a little more briskly than a couple of the bouncers which were tried earlier on, but he still gets underneath it and isn't happy to take it on, given that there are still 5 fielders on the leg side. There's a fine leg, there is a deep just about forward of square, a short straight mid-wicket, a backward square is in pretty close, and a mid-on as Aitchison tries another short ball which loops over the head of Bancroft, and that completes the over as Gloucestershire are 36 for no wicket. Aitchison 5 overs for 22, Zach Chappell bowled 6 overs 3 maidens, none for 10, and Anuj Dal 2 overs for 4 runs, and that's all the bowling that was managed in the morning session.
Oh, we got the spin alert button. Would you like to hit the spin alert button? Jack Morley is coming on.
What colour is it?
I think it's that grey one over there. We're going to see spin for the first time on a pitch that we're desperately hoping turns. In all honesty, there are 4 frontline spinners playing in the match. Gloucestershire clearly decided that they would bat first so they could bowl last. So this is going to be the big test. Yeah. Whether he spins it or turns it on day one, I'm not entirely sure. But if he gets some purchase, then that would open up this game quite nicely.
It would, and especially after what we've seen from 13 overs of seam, there has looked to be absolutely nothing there.
Having said that, I think Singdale might get a bit more out of it. He's a bit sharper than the Derbyshire.
Yeah, we are of course playing with a Kookaburra ball as well, which I'd almost forgotten until that point, and because that is now in its 14th over, unlike the Dukes, which might just be in its prime shape, the Kookaburra has probably already been messed up.
Already square. Here's Jack Morley then, who's in and bowls way down. We're not going to find out from that. Way down the leg side, and it's taken pretty well actually by Brooke Guest.
He must have been hoping for it to turn. He was going for just, I mean, twice as much turn as the 1993.
He's fired that one in as well, hasn't he? He's in again now and bowls to Phillips, goes back and pushes it into the offside. Kane comes around to field. I will watch the screen at some point to see if there is any turn, but I can't imagine there has been. At this early juncture, around the wicket, he comes again, the Lancastrian. So many of them are. That's pushed into the offside by Phillips.
Has he always done this?
Yes. What?
I mean, not just bowl, but I mean this sneak attack from behind the umpire.
Only when he's bowling round the wicket.
He starts off staring at backward point.
Yeah. He's in. That one's again down the leg side and thuds into the pads of Brooke Guest.
I don't remember him doing that at Derby, but he probably didn't bowl very much because it wasn't required.
Well, we can find out how much he bowled. It'll take me a few moments as he's in again, Morley, and this time, well, he's had enough as Phillips, and he's just smashed him out to cow corner for 4.
I don't think you're going to get a great deal of turn from there either.
No.
And if it does, it probably doesn't matter because there's an awful lot of time to line it up. And I must say I've been watching a few deliveries this over and I have not seen any turn at all.
No, I don't think there'll be much turn. They've got the ball back to him now. Mickey Arthur's going anti-clockwise, which is the wrong way. As he's in again is Morley and bowls to Phillips. He liked that one, did Morley, the last ball of the over. It was pushed back to him by Phillips, who's on 16. Bancroft has 24. Gloucestershire 40 without loss. And the great spinning experiment hasn't necessarily paid dividends at this stage. And it looks, are we going to see Ben Aitchison again? We are going to see Ben Aitchison again from the pavilion end.
David Lloyd got a wicket with his offs.
Yes.
I think from memory at Derby. Not in the first innings, because the first innings was Rees and Dahl 6 and 4. I don't think anybody else got. Or did Chappell get 1? I can't remember now.
A long time ago.
It would have helped if I'd have got this scorecard up before mentioning quite so much about what happened in the first fixture of the season. Here comes Aitchison and bowls, and Bancroft is doing what Bancroft does, really, just forward and nudging into a gap and sprinting off for a single. 41 without loss, just a drop and run out into the covers, which are left wide open for him because of the fact that Derbyshire have gone with this strong leg side field, and they've also put a fielder back on the deep third boundary, so the protection on the offside is down there. The fielder has gone to a short straight mid on now from short backward square, as this is played towards backward point by Phillips for no run.
In the first innings, Jack Morley bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 4. As Gloucestershire made 222, and in the second innings he bowled 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 23. Managed to no, that was Lloyd. 2 for 23, beg your pardon.
Aitchison bowls a length ball which Phillips blocks away.
15 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 30.
I did seem to remember that Morley had wheeled away for quite a while, and then they decided to throw the ball to David Lloyd, maybe late on day 2, and he took
2 wickets.
Took a couple of wickets.
Yeah. So there you go.
You must have thought, well, I suppose this is why almost nobody plays specialist spinners these days. Aitchison in and on leg stump, turned away into the onside towards short mid wicket, and there's no run. And all of a sudden the Kookaburra ball comes in, and everybody wants a spinner.
Yeah, or 2. Mickey Arthur's talking to Alex Thompson, the other specialist spinner, who's out at deep backward square leg. Underneath the floodlight pylon. Sun's out here. It's glorious. If not a little warm.
Aitchison bowls a short ball, it's pulled. Phillips takes it on and it goes out through straight mid-wicket. There'll be a diving effort out in the deep, and it's a good one from Thompson, and it saves a couple of runs. It certainly wasn't middled from Phillips, but he made sure that he manipulated it well in front of square, so that even though it wasn't out of the middle of the bat. The only fielder that he brought into play is standing pretty close at that short mid-wicket position with the shin pads on. So Phillips moves to 18, Gloucestershire 43 for no wicket. Aitchison to Phillips, who is right behind that one and playing it to extra cover. End of over number 15.
It's pouring off me. They're at lunch in all the other games in the second division, as you might expect. It being... he said 1:35, so they'll be back soon with Kent 105 for 2 against Lancashire at Blackpool. Glamorgan 105 for 1 against Leicestershire at Grace Road. And Middlesex 130 for 4 against Northamptonshire at Wantage Road. And Jack Morley is going to continue, so a short leg, a man at backward point, there's a man on the cover boundary, a man at extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, who were deepish, catching mid-wicket, and a man at deep backward square leg, as well as a leg slip, who is David Lloyd. Madsen at slip, Lloyd at leg slip, and Morley sneaks in and bowls to Bancroft, who turns it nicely into the leg side. Chase on here for Anderson as they come back for a second nice and comfortably. 2 more to the total, 45 without loss, Bancroft up to 27.
I said that about specialist spinners, and Surrey do have Mitch Santner. They're going to be bringing him into the attack at least 7th bowler. As
Morley's in, that was a full toss, and it's just turned into the leg side by Bancroft for another single, 46 without loss.
So you've got arguably, and actually he may be, given what he's done in India recently, among the best spinners in world cricket at the moment. The bowling attack so far has gone Nathan Smith, Matthew Fisher, Sam Curran, Tom Laws, Jordan Clark, 5 seamers, and then Will Jacks.
Here's Morley again. That one is clipped up just to the right of the man at mid-on, who has to move around to do the fielding, Ben Aitchison, and they sneak through for another single. Bancroft moves on. No, he doesn't. It was Phillips moves on to 19, 47 without loss. Can't have too many options there. Although they do appear to have too many options, as Morley is into Bancroft, who goes back initially and then defends the ball.
They've also got Dan Lawrence, who could bowl. Ryan Patel.
Yeah.
Probably not Dom Sibley's leg breaks.
That's Morley bowls. That's pushed out into the offside where it's fielded by Kame.
And if Rory Burns bowls, there'll be a social media storm.
Will there?
This is county cricket.
I'm sure. Yes, I have no idea what you're talking about. But
Kevin Peterson.
This next one is guided very nicely out towards the backward point area, the point area really, towards Alex Thompson. Another single to Bancroft, who moves on to 29. And at the end of the over, almost certainly Gloucestershire of 48 without loss, although there's nothing come up on the scoreboard. But I think it is 48 without loss, because there's definitely a single taken off that final ball. Sorry, you completely lost me there. I'm either being simple or...
No, it was a few years ago now, but Kevin Peterson delivered a shocking indictment on county cricket by showing Rory Burns doing some bowling at the end of a dead match.
And he said, look, this is what county cricket is all about.
This is the standard
This
of
is what
county
it's
cricket.
like. Yeah, thank you, Kevin.
Rory Burns is captain and wicketkeeper, and opening the batting for Surrey.
He needs to do some more.
Here comes Aitchison into Bancroft. He plays that one uppishly, but safely backward of square on the leg side, because they put the 2 fielders out deep there. In fact, they had a fielder at quite a deep mid-wicket as well, suggesting that the ball was going to be short, but it wasn't particularly short, and Bancroft was able to just tuck it away. He's on to 30, Gloucestershire 49 without loss, and Bancroft assumes the casual posture at the non-striker's end, leaning on his bat with hand on hip, and he'll have to get into action here as Phillips picks up a single, and that will be the 50 up for Gloucestershire. The only reason I'm hesitating is that the mid-wicket fielder is staring off towards whoever that is with the high-vis jacket thing on.
I think it's Blair Tinkner.
Right. He seemed to be saying something to him as he was fielding the ball.
It is Blair. They live in the same house.
But it's a 50 partnership as Aitchison bowls. That's a good ball. Rises up on him and Bancroft has to take a hand off the bat and the ball loops for a little while but drops down short of backward point. That's the first delivery that we've seen really hurry up one of these two batters. It's all looked pretty easy paced up until that point. Just the one slip already in the 17th over. Aitchison bowls another short ball which loops through behind to Brooke Guest, and Derbyshire are already looking as though they're thinking, well, it's a Kookaburra ball, it's a Bristol pitch that clearly has not been prepared for
bowlers.
For seam bowlers anyway, we'll put it that way. And having to resort to other methods to try and prize out a wicket. Aitchison into Bancroft, who nudges out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. I mean, the pitch itself, I mean, if you're looking on the stream, you'll be able to see it a little bit yourselves anyway, but it's actually a little bit more marked than the pictures possibly show. There is a noticeable difference between the greenness in the middle of the pitch and the slightly maybe shaved ends. That has been driven off the back foot. Wonderful stop. He's already pulled off, I think, at least 3 terrific stops at backward point as Anuj Dal. That one to his right hand side, and Phillips again getting away that back foot drive that he likes so much. But Anuj Dal saves what would have been a certain boundary, and Gloucestershire is still 50 without loss. But the ends certainly look as though they've been
they do shaved a little bit. Yeah.
Whether that will have any effect at all, I'm starting to be a little bit doubtful, because you do tend to see on day one, when that's happened, some turn already, and we've not seen any signs of that yet.
It'll turn when I've been out there with my pneumatic drill in the middle of the night.
Well, I'm sure Gloucestershire are going to say, well, we're hoping it's going to turn, but only when Todd Murphy gets a bowl.
Yeah. There is Jack Morley again, bowling his third over. He's into Phillips, who defends the first ball that he bowls. Did that turn?
Maybe straightened a bit.
Ooh.
Not talking drastic amounts.
We'll take a bit, though, at this early stage. Stands right behind the umpire and then comes around and bowls to him a little bit shorter, and it's guided out to Thompson on the cover boundary for a single by Phillips, who moves to 51 without loss. We're in the 18th over of the day. We had a little delay. We did lose 6 overs. Tea, if you're planning anything, and why would you be on a Sunday?
Well, like a full-on afternoon tea.
3:55. Don't miss it. Here comes Morley again. He's just dragged that one towards the leg stump a little bit, and then got very excited as Bancroft played it into the leg side.
So don't open your bottle of Barossa Valley Red until at least
whatever that might be. As this next delivery is pushed by Bancroft into the offside, and there is no run. He's batted very well this season as Jack Morley. Not necessarily what he's in the side for. He's bowled okay.
Yes, he had a career best against Gloucestershire.
Yeah, he's been batting superbly. And that one does beat Cameron Bancroft. Did that straighten?
It did very much.
Excellent. There we go. Here we are. We're up. The game's on. The game's on. Let's go, boys. Come on.
It was quite quick turn as well.
Ooh. Just needs a bit of bounce as well. Here we go. Morley. 51 without loss, Gloucestershire. Bowls, and that one is defended by Bancroft straight back to him, but he'd be pleased with that over, will Jack Morley. 1 run from it. 51 without loss, Bancroft 30, Phillips 21, and the ball has turned. Here we go.
I did wonder also whether Morley's maybe just realising he's got to pitch it up that little bit further as well, because the shaved parts of the pitch, you're going to have to bowl very full. So I don't know whether Gloucestershire have had a bit of a chat with Todd Murphy and said, actually, I'd quite like, I'm quite happy to bowl a really quite full length. I feel quite happy on that length, and actually, I don't know, maybe the natural length of Murphy versus the average spinner, I don't know whether that comes into it. So I can't say I've really noticed that from when I've been watching Murphy, but anyway, Edie's quite full where the shaved parts are, as in comes Aitchison and bowls and opening the face,
so often
working it to backward point,
so often
there is no run. Thank you. Anyway, we can all get excited, and
can we?
Yes, we can.
Excellent.
And as they say, you only need one to turn.
Yes.
I think maybe you'd like a few more, but quite often as a left arm
essentially 20 would be ideal.
Goes Aitchison, he bowls now, and Phillips gets a full straight delivery that he's thinking about a single, and then doing that sort of épée style shove of the blade towards the non-striker to say, get back in your ground. No chance of a run there. The sun is out, and actually the general outlook looks to be pretty decent for the next little while. We've only lost 6 overs from today as Aitchison bowls. Maybe stays down a fraction. Phillips does like to play a lot off the back foot anyway. No run into the covers.
As you correctly pointed out during the extended lunch break, we'll get those back tomorrow.
Yes,
which is very exciting.
Terrific. 102 overs, I suppose it will be, won't it? Rather than 104, but everyone loves 104 overs.
Oh,
right?
yeah, I can think of nothing better.
Even better when you've got a carryover over as well.
I wonder if it's 102.
Aitchison in as a full ball, which Phillips tries to lay back and drive through the covers, and has it thud off towards mid-off.
104 overs, we get lunch at 1:10 1. 102 overs? 1:05 1?
Do you know, I wouldn't even like to guess that it will be 102 overs tomorrow, because in a game earlier this season, all of a sudden we were going on time. Aitchison in and bowls. There's a lovely stroke from Phillips, just putting the bat to the ball. Not really a full-blooded extra cover drive, but just allowing the ball to meet the middle of the bat, and beautifully played through that wide open space between backward point and mid-off. Off the front foot, and Gloucestershire 55 without loss. Phillips catching up to Bancroft.
The overs that you don't get back are after the official close of play, plus half an hour. So it can get a bit complicated.
Yeah, maybe it was that. It was at the end of a day.
It can get complicated.
Yeah. All of a sudden we thought we were getting 6 overs back, and we got 4 or something like that. Aitchison bowls. Phillips defends back towards the bowler. Aitchison not cutting a particularly delighted figure at the end of that. It wasn't quite a snatch of the cap from umpire Newell, but he's not exuding the body language of a man who's particularly looking forward to running in for another 4 or 5 over spell on this 8 overs for 31, Gloucestershire 55 without loss. I mean, you'd have to think at some point, actually quite soon, we're likely to see spin in tandem. We certainly saw a lot of that when the Kookaburra game was played on this ground last year, early season. After the new ball, Yorkshire pretty much bowled Moriarty and Best non-stop.
Here's Morley bowling to Bancroft, who pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run. It's only Ben Aitchison's second game of the season in the County Championship. 3 for 87 in one of the innings against Lancashire. Didn't play against Kent. As Morley is in again and pushes this one Bancroft into the offside. And there is no run. Jack Morley now has a high score in first class cricket of 41.
I think that might have been.
He's bettered it. He got that at Lancashire at Old Trafford as he went in as a night watchman. It was very exciting. He's in again now, and that one is pushed into the offside. I was calling him the Rochdale Richards, because he's from Rochdale. and I tried to get it to catch on, but I've not managed to do it. I did tell him at the end of the day's play.
He's a left-hander as well, does it?
No, nothing really worked. But I was happy. That was a full delivery. Thanks for that. From Morley.
I hadn't even thought about that part of it.
No, I hadn't really. No. Who could he have been then? Left-hander beginning with R. It's got to be alliterative. There was no run in that. There hasn't been a run yet. 5th delivery of the over.
The Rochdale Ranatunga. I'm not sure about that, no.
He's in, bowls, and that one is turned into the leg side by Bancroft. He's going to get at least 2 here. He's only going to get 2 as Chappell has got round to do the fielding. Hurls the ball back in. That's a good throw to Brooke Guest. 2 more to Bancroft, who moves on to 32 now, 57 without loss. Gloucestershire winning the toss and deciding to bat first. Looks like a good decision at this point. As back goes Bancroft, and it's fielded nicely by MATCHDAY. Again gets both hands to it at backward point. The over comes to an end. 2 from it. 57 without loss. Morley's bowled 4 overs for 12. Bancroft has 32 and Phillips has 25. But he's already removed his cap as Ben Aitchison. Wayne Madsen's having a chat with him, his skipper. And stretching out his left thigh as well, the old boy.
I always think that the umpire, I don't think it was a proper snatch from Aitchison. I think he took the cap and then sort of swished it a bit. But I always think that whenever a bowler does that with an umpire, the umpire should just snatch it off the player.
If you're not going to take it nicely, you're not going to have it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Or just refuse actually to carry it. Or don't give it back.
No, you can put it somewhere else.
Auction it off at the end of the game. It's Aitchison bowling to Phillips, who's driving again, not off the middle this time, and it goes out to wide mid-off. There is no run. And one of the things, there are many things to like about Australian captain Pat Cummins, but one thing I've noticed with him is that he always says thank you to the umpire after he takes his cap, which I do like.
Yeah.
Because they don't have to hold on to it for you. They're not obliged to do it.
They probably are.
Aitchison goes in and bowls a bouncer, which Phillips has inclined the knees and got underneath with.
Of course, in COVID, they didn't, did they? They didn't touch them. Weren't allowed to touch caps.
Was it now 5 years ago? I can barely remember what they actually had to do with them in the end, because surely they weren't allowed to even give them to another fielder.
No, you couldn't give them to. I think you just chuck them off. Yeah, go and kick them off. No, I can't remember.
Aitchison in bowls, and Phillips is defending very straight back down the pitch, so that Aitchison has to. I was going to say tiptoe, but I don't think he really bothered because it was right in the middle of the pitch, and just makes a few steps onto the centre of the surface and picks it up. Phillips doing some brief prodding before getting back into his stance and facing up, and there's a drop and run, and even to MATCHDAY, that's a pretty comfortable one away to his right, and Gloucestershire have done that well here, both Bancroft and Phillips. Phillips on to 26, 58 without loss, and a new look opening partnership for Gloucestershire. Ben Charlesworth, as I say, if you weren't with us up front, Charlesworth is still in the Gloucestershire side. He's on the card I'm looking at to come in at 7, and Van Buren in at 5 either side of Bracey in his now accustomed position of 6, as Aitchison is in to Bancroft. He's taking a hand off the bat again there, as he does fairly often, and plays a defensive shot into the offside from a ball that I think was just outside the off stump, but these are just the sorts of positions that Bancroft gets in, and I think obviously he'd like to go on and get a big score, but this time out in the middle I think will be so valuable for him. Aitchison bowls short ball. He hasn't taken it on yet once as Bancroft. Phillips has had one pull shot, but Bancroft has had nothing to do with the short ball, and looks as if he has decided that he's bedding in for what he hopes is a long stay at the crease. Good over from Aitchison with just the 1 run from it, but there's been no swing. There's been almost no seam movement. I would say the false shot percentage that they seem to go on about these days, especially against seam, it's not very high. That Morley play and miss, I can't remember another play and miss.
No, the ball hasn't gone past the edge of the bat too many times, has it? Certainly. Ben Aitchison goes off to contemplate life with a Kookaburra ball on a flat pitch. I was told, and I hope it's true, that his sister Holly, who is an England Rugby Union international, plays fly half or centre, is moving back to Sale, which is excellent news. That'll be good for Sale Sharks. Apropos of nothing, it just popped into my head. These things tend to do.
I wasn't sure whether that was going anywhere beyond that, but you know, that's a piece of information I will hold in my head for 5 minutes.
Well, I think they've got a World Cup coming up, haven't they? Morley is into Bold Phillips, who pushes this off the back foot nicely beyond the reach of Harry Kame, and it's it was well stopped initially out there. I think that's Caleb Jewell looking by the way. He was shaping up to throw the ball in. They picked up a couple and moved on to...
I think just the one.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, they were thinking about a second run as he...
There should have been two, shouldn't there, really?
My apologies. Control, but yeah.
58. No, 59.
I think they had to wait a little bit as it got past short extra, and then by the time they'd done that and hesitated a little bit as Jewell was fielding it...
Slight fumble didn't come into play, which is quite correct. David Lloyd is coming out of short leg and going into it's that horrible position on the 45 backward of square on the leg side that doesn't have a name.
Short long leg. Yes.
As Morley is in and back goes Bancroft and cracks this away quite a long way in front of square and beats Thompson on the boundary at extra cover, and he picks up 4 runs. Nicely done. He moves on to 36-63 without loss, his 6th boundary. Cameron Bancroft.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time he's contented himself just with playing fairly cautious shots. That one he was very much determined was going to be 4.
And this one is pushed straight back to Morley as normal service resumes.
He played those 2 straight drives in the same from Aitchison when he was bowling from the pavilion end. Other than that, it's mostly been just pushing the ball about.
Morley is in. That one's pushed into the leg side by Bancroft. Picked up by Martin Anderson. We haven't seen bowl yet. We will.
We haven't had his name spelt either.
2 S's. Yeah. The novelty's worn off a bit. He feels the next delivery that's pushed into the leg side. You can't say it every time. I do say it occasionally. I like to say it once in a while. He's been a terrific signing. A couple of centuries. 1 at 7 and 1 at 8. Needs a century at 6 to become the first person in Derbyshire history to do that in one season, as that one is pushed out into the offside by Bancroft for a single, who moves on to 37. It was the last ball of the over as well. Phillips has 27 and Gloucestershire has 64 without loss, as this game just moves gently on without any alarm for anybody anywhere.
I don't think I'm even going to upset Middlesex supporters by saying this, but I don't think it's a huge shock that Martin Anderson has ended up being a good signing for Derbyshire, partly because he seemed to be having his best part of his Middlesex career right as he decided to move away, but also because it does seem to be quite a running theme around the country that anybody that leaves Middlesex goes on to do rather better at their new county. I'm thinking of the likes of Ryan Higgins that Gloucestershire had here, who came to Gloucestershire to sort of launch his career and certainly did that. John Simpson seems to be having the best time of his career in Sussex. Aitchison goes into Boswell, that beats Bancroft, and probably wasn't that far from off stump either. And
it's kept low.
Aitchison has got his hands clasped in front of his mouth, because that could have dismissed Bancroft in any number of ways. Not caught behind though, because it wouldn't have carried through behind the stumps.
It did keep low though, didn't it?
It did. Bancroft's gone back there, and I mean it was a ball which he'd been just about able to play off the back foot if it had bounced as others have, but yeah, that one squirted through. Aitchison bowls. This is driven in the air, but there's no fielder at cover, and the ball, I think, will just have enough legs to go to the boundary despite Dahl's frantic pursuit.
I think Dahl thought it was moving quicker than it was, and he didn't really get into fifth gear until quite late there, Nudge, but I think it was always going to get to the boundary, wasn't it?
It's just so quick in that.
Yeah.
You know, it runs across the square for about 90% of its journey and then hits a patch of outfield where the covers tend to be kept, and also there's been the temporary seating in that sort of area, and the extra boards beyond the boards that they have to have for international matches, you know, that LED stuff, and then the area that needs to be kept for security purposes.
Modern LED business.
So there's been a lot of stuff on there,
Yeah,
and it'll travel very quickly in its
there are
last part as well.
A lot of pitches that are still look very much like pitches there as well, so there's no grass on them at all.
Aitchison bowls, and it's another short ball which Bancroft ducks. He's moved on to 41 with that boundary out of Gloucestershire's 68 without loss. Phillips has 27, no extras so far of any variety.
That's exciting.
They are now putting a fielder in at cover, so they've had enough of allowing Bancroft fairly easy singles into the offside, as well as the possibility to drive the ball with some abandon, and so Aitchison bowls way down the leg side. And that is just the sort of thing that will give you
Thanks, Skip.
grey hairs or force you to rip them out as a captain.
There's 1 or 2 grey hairs already, Wayne.
I'm sure he's pulling it off, though. I mean, the look, not the hair or anything else. Aitchison goes in and bowls, and it's a straight delivery, which is played straight back to the bowler. So Aitchison's through 10 overs through 2 spells. No, he's not, because the scoreboard had already moved. So there's 1 ball left in the over. Apologies.
I'm going to tell you how warm it is out there in a minute.
Here comes
Keep listening.
Aitchison. This is the last ball of the over, and it's played respectfully by Bancroft to mid-off. And so now Aitchison is through 10 overs for 36.
The man who fielded it there was Caleb Jewell, who, for most of this English summer, which has been pretty pleasant, has been wearing hoodies and all sorts of things. He hasn't even got a sweater on today. He's just got his Derbyshire top on. He's just been given some information as well by a man who can't keep still, Blair Tickner. Everybody's favourite.
Oh, he's also come out onto the field without his high vis on.
Yeah, the umpire's having a look there.
5 penalty runs for that.
Who is everybody's favourite Kiwi. Been doing some T20 commentary with us. But he can't sit still. He just can't. He would have been desperate to have played in this game. Having seen the pitch, he might tell us that how desperate he was to have played in this game, and be secretly quite pleased that he isn't, and come back for Chesterfield, where he's likely to get more assistance.
Just turn up in the morning, hamstrings tight.
A little bit tight. Morley begins a new over, bowling to well, it is bowling to Joe Phillips. He did bowl for the twos though last week, early last week, about 8-9 overs I think it was. So clearly not 100% right. He's in, and that one is clipped in the air. Oh, what a catch that is by Ben Aitchison, left-handed, one-handed, diving to his left. That is absolutely stunning, and Phillips will be feeling a little sick about that, I fancy, because he'd hit it pretty well. It wasn't a great delivery. Morley picks up the wicket, and Gloucestershire are 68 for 1. That was that was stunning.
Well, that's a fantastic catch. I mean, the way he moved for it as well, he had it timed up perfectly. He just saw it so well and got the read on where it was going, and Phillips had dragged it a little bit, and he hadn't hit it quite out of the middle, but still taking a fantastic catch. And you felt as though, well, I felt a couple of things really. It was going to take probably an error from Gloucestershire to lose a wicket there, but also that because of how full you've got to get it to land it on the shaved parts of the pitch that it was going to take quite a full delivery, I think, that was going to produce the wicket. I hadn't quite anticipated it being absolutely as full as that. It was a ball which could have been lofted down the ground, but yeah, Phillips will be kicking himself for multiple reasons. He'll be thinking maybe if I could have gone a bit straighter, or just actually really given it a lash, or even gone squarer over mid-wicket. He could have hit it just about anywhere, and on another day maybe he gets lucky and the fielder doesn't take the catch, but that'll be more than irritating way for Phillips to lose his wicket, because he was looking really quite well set on 27 and forming a good partnership with Bancroft, but it's at an end, and Ollie Price has come out to join Bancroft in the middle.
Ben Aitchison's first catch in first-class cricket for Derbyshire since 2023. Only because he hasn't played. He's played one match since July 2023 due to injury. I think I'm going to put Blair Tickner's on the field now, and he's at mid-on, which is Ben Aitchison. Ben Aitchison's gone off now. Take the catch, go off, go and have a shower, bit of a towel down. So Blair Tickner is fit enough to go on as a sub-fielder. Now that is interesting. He might just have said, look, I'm all right. Perhaps not to bowl, but I can field. Either way, it's fairly unusual. I'm just wondering there, he's a magnificent slip catcher, is Ben Aitchison, and was in the slips earlier in this game. And that was a sort of slip catch, wasn't it, almost? I know he had a lot of time to think about it and had to move, but that the one handed down to his left-hand side as Morley is in to bowl to Ollie Price, who goes to cut it and misses, goes through to Brooke Guest. Might just have helped Aitchison, but that was a stunning catch. Well,
it was the way he picked it up so quickly, wasn't it? Because if he'd had a moment's hesitation, he wouldn't have got there.
Morley bowls to Price, who pushes this out into the offside, fielded by Kame.
So again, just that read of where the ball was going. I think I suppose that is exactly what you have to do in the slips. You've got to read it at the instant it comes off the bat.
And then you just stick out your left hand and hope to goodness that it sticks, which is what it did. Here's Morley in to bowl to Price, who pushes this one into the onside, where it's fielded by the man with two S's, Martin Anderson.
He's bowling a few really full now, Morley.
Somebody's got the word out to him. Get him fuller. As he comes in to complete the over, ball turn into the leg side. Price gets off the mark and spoils what would have been a maiden over. So Ollie Price has 1. Cameron Bancroft has 41, and Gloucestershire 69 for 1 at the end of the 24th over of the day. Derbyshire finally get a breakthrough in a way that possibly nobody ever imagined.
Yeah, I suppose it's always the question that spin is going to ask at some point. Are you going to go over the top? And then as a fielding side, if it can be done successfully a couple of times, what do? Do you still keep the mid off and the mid on up? And Phillips was trying, I suppose, to put those thoughts in the mind of Wayne Madsen, but the first time he went over the top, really, I think the first time he's hit the ball in the air in his innings, other than there was that pull shot that was hit over a very short mid-wicket. He was never going to take the catch. I think that was the only other time I can remember the ball going in the air off Phillips's bat, and he will be cross with that. He was, as I say, he was looking good, and he has looked good in all of the innings that he's had in first-class cricket.
That sounds like David Lloyd. He's looked good until the moment he's got out. Thank you, Ian. Yeah, Holly coming home and playing for Sale Sharks, hopefully after England have won the World Cup. I can't remember who told me now. I hadn't seen the news, but I was very excited by it. Got the Sale Sharks women. Sale lost in the other semi-final, so to Leicester. Yeah. I mean, I'm getting heckled.
Talking about rugby, yeah.
Well, no, Bristol play the most exciting brand of rugby in the Premiership.
Anuj Dal returns to the attack and bowls a full toss, which is not hit for 4. It's hit straight to mid-off by Ollie Price.
It's not necessarily the most winning brand of rugby, and after Christmas they had a bit of a dip, didn't they? But they are a very, very good side to watch. Except when they were great to watch when Sale milled them at the at Ashton Gate earlier in the season, of course.
I always tend to steer clear of rugby because you've got Gloucester within the bounds.
Yes.
Probably even some Bath supporters. There's an on-drive from Ollie Price. That's a really nicely played shot. It wasn't absolutely crashed away, but hit hard and straight into the ground with a pretty much perfectly straight bat. And, well, I mean, just not quite straight enough to send it to the onside, but only just missing the stumps at the non-striker's end and away for 4. So his second scoring shot of some authority at 73 for 1. Looks as if he's already sweating under that helmet. Ollie Price, after being out there for 6 deliveries. There's 2 slips in place. The second one is under a helmet. He's in that close as Price defends into the offside.
It's Martin Anderson, I think. Caleb Jules at point, so it's not him. And David Lloyd has got the fielding pads on, and Ben Aitchison's off the field, so it's almost certainly got to be Martin Anderson. I'm happy to talk about rugby union with anybody. I'm happy to talk about anything with anybody, really. As long as they all take it in the spirit. I do enjoy watching Bristol play, I must admit.
He's got plenty of close company as Ollie Price keepers up to the stumps. There's an away swinger which is creamed for 4 through extra cover by Ollie Price. Just seemed to be an economy of movement about that, but everything timed up perfectly and between mid-off and extra cover, and it's 2 boundaries in 3 deliveries. Maybe a hint of swing there from Dahl, but didn't trouble Ollie Price. 77 for 1.
Yes, it had slipped my mind that Holly Aitchison had actually just been playing for Bristol Bears Women since she's left and joined Sale Sharks. Thank you, Ian. Yes, quite. Anyway.
The second slip, who was under the helmet, is now donning a cap and going in and fielding it short, straight, mid-off. There's an awful lot of tinkering with the field as Tickner moves to a straight mid-off. In fact, he's not gone to short straight mid-off because he's moved to short extra cover. Now it doesn't matter because Dahl has bowled it on leg stump again and it's turned down to fine leg for a single. And Ollie Price, 10 off 9 deliveries. That's why we're playing a T20. 78 for 1.
Tickner is chatting away as he always does.
Dahl to Bancroft, who defends scarcely to cover, and 9 runs have come from Dahl's return over as Gloucestershire are 78 for 1. And I mean, you'd have to think if you're any of the Gloucestershire batters coming in on this, having seen what they've seen so far and knowing especially what ball is being bowled, you have got to be licking your lips and you've got to get greedy.
Yeah.
But you never know.
You never do. You're absolutely right. Blair Tickner's taken the ball to the umpire. This is interesting. Is that why he's gone on? The umpire is putting the ball through the caliper, I think. Can't quite see in between all the different players, or is he just removing a little bit of excess something from the ball? But certainly Blair Tickner's front and centre in that, as he often is when bowlers are involved. Not playing in this match, but on the field at the moment as Ben Aitchison just takes a few minutes after taking that stunning catch and bowling his spell.
This is a stunning substitute
appearance.
Yes, appearance.
Yeah.
I was looking for another word which I didn't find. It happens quite often.
Yes.
But anyway, yes. Turn, that was what I was trying to get to. He's doing a stunning turn here as the substitute.
He gets involved.
Yeah,
he gets involved. His family listening to his commentary on the T20 because it was a good time for them as Morley bowls. That's a full toss and Price rather misses out there as he pushes it straight to Tickner. Capless, but with the sun specs on. He's going to Guyana in a few weeks' time to play in the global T20 for the Central Stags, with whom he won the Super Smash. As this one is defended out into the offside by Ollie Price.
Have Hampshire been invited, despite the fact that they haven't won the Blast for a few years?
I'd imagine almost certainly. I don't know if anybody's going from England.
Because I think they went the first edition, didn't they?
They went last year, yeah, absolutely. That's it, run by the Rangpur Riders. Pushed out into the offside. I only know that because Wayne Madsen and Zach Chappell played for Rangpur and Mickey Arthur coached them.
Right, because I certainly couldn't have told you.
And they won it. Yeah,
and I do tend to try and keep an eye on such things, but that was maybe just one thing a bit too many for me.
All games played in Guyana as Price defends this one out into the offside. And there's no run. We had Greg Cork, a former Derbyshire all-rounder as well, with us on commentary on Friday, along with Blair Tickner. And he said, is it just for the trophy, or is the financial remuneration? And Blair just had a big grin on his face and said, oh no, there's money involved. Here comes Morley and Bowles, and there's some Petro money pushed into the offside again by Ollie Price. I don't think anybody goes to Guyana for no money, do they? Well, I suppose some people do, but not cricketers. 78 for 1. Price already on 10. He's slowed down, though. He's taken 15 deliveries as he pushes that one back towards Morley. A maiden over from Jack Morley. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 19. His figures with Gloucestershire on 78 for 1. Bancroft has 41. And Price has 10. And Ben Aitchison is back. And Martin Anderson rests his S's by leaving the field.
I did see a fantastic feature actually in the winter on the box with Shamar Joseph. I went to where Shamar Joseph grew up, right on the banks of a river. I mean, I'm sure it would have been, 35 degrees and humidity 70% or something like that. It looked, I mean, on the TV screen, I just thought I need a couple of months there. It probably won't have any mobile signal or just away from everybody. Get a boat, zip about the water, be lovely. In comes Anuj Dal bowling to Bancroft on leg stump and turned out through the onside into space, well in front of square, deep square in the form of Thompson has to go well out towards mid-wicket to field that, so they're back for 2, 80 for 1.
And have you down as nautical?
Seaborn.
Very good. Yeah. So just because of your name, you're going to buy a boat. I'm not sure that's a good correlation, really.
No,
yeah.
You probably need a few more qualifications than that. You probably need to be quite a practical person, which anybody who knows me will know I'm absolutely not. Dahl shuffles in bowls, driving Bancroft. He was invited to do so by the delivery from Anuj Dahl, but he's hit it straight to short extra cover, and they've gone from... Well, actually, no, they are hedging their bets a little bit. I was going to say they've gone from deciding they're going to bowl every ball into Bancroft's pads to deciding that he's now going to drive every ball, but it's not quite that, because it's quite a split field overall, I suppose. Slip, short extra cover. Almost actually extra cover as well, and a backward point on the offside. So there's a gap if Bancroft wants to drive fairly square, and then there's room because there's no fielder on the deep third boundary as well if he wants to play with the outside edge, but if he wants to hit it firmly, there's quite a bit of protection for that drive. Dahl in bowls, angling into leg stump, and there'll be a dive, which he was a little down in stages there, David Lloyd, but in fairness, he's got the shin pads on anyway, and also knew he was always going to stop the ball, so Bancroft misses out on a opportunity to pick up a single somewhere. 43 for him. Dahl approaching again, bowls, and Bancroft is holding the pose of that defensive shot as it is played out to cover, and there is no run. Surrey have reduced Worcestershire to 87 for 5, still haven't required the services of Mitch Santner. Sometimes you just, well, what can you do, really? Different game. Dahl bowls, Bancroft blocks. Ball will go up to Tickner, who, despite doing just about everything else since he's come out onto the field. I can barely remember him actually having to do a piece of fielding, but he's had to do one there.
He's just doing a lot of talking.
Yeah, he's done a lot of talking.
Yeah.
He's stared at the ball. He's offered his advice to various bowlers. Dahl in now, and that's flicked away on the bounce to short mid-wicket, and Bancroft won't pick up a run. It is 80 for 1, and a reminder that tea is at 5-4. The official close, which it won't be, is at 6:30.
No, not a chance. Martin Anderson's S's have had their rest. He's back on, and now Zach Chappell has gone off. It's like a relay race to the changing rooms at the moment for Derbyshire. Sorry to Anthony from Hena. If you want to get in touch with me, or us, or anybody, it's derbyshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. That's the only email address I will ever give out ever again, due to BBC's policy. I've got a message though from a good friend of mine, Anthony from Hena, who I've never met. He's on the south coast at the moment rather than being in Hena as he was on Friday, confirming that that Portsmouth still has a tremendous concentration of pubs per mile, and then says, talking of hangovers, as Jack Morris might not be able to get through this in this over, begins from the Astley Down Road, end bowling to Price, who pushes this one into the onside. He says he's intrigued to see how Derbyshire switched from quickie cricket to the naked glare of the 4 first-class days. I knew that was going to happen, especially as the blast resumption now smacks of contractual obligation, given the spanking administered in the last fixture. As Morley is in, that was a quicker one. Price pushes it back towards him. He said, but let's not complain too much. It's grand to be anticipating now 400 overs of battle, even if we occasionally get the wrong pitch every now and then. Thank you, Anthony. It's only happened once. As Morley is in, Price defends. Yes, just momentarily the wrong pitch was covered before lunch. Mickey Arthur's on his way out again. Ajmal Shazad and Alex Hughes still out there. Mickey in his shorts again. Good to see. As Morley is in, and that one is an attempt to cut by Price, and he misses it, and it goes through the broadcast.
Quite full, and skidding really
Skidding?
through as
Okay.
well. Yeah, I mean it's quite a hard shot to play, that cut shot. It's amazing. I mean, he'll come out in the T20 Ollie Price and sweep basically every delivery.
Reverse this and smash that. As he goes back and turns this one into the leg side to Anderson, and there's no run.
He will, I am sure, bring out a sweep shot at some point in this innings, because it is a shot that he'll play even in 4-day cricket, but it's quite funny that he's got this far without playing one, when you can put your house on him playing one first ball if he comes out against the spinner in the blast.
Defends this one back to Morley, and the over comes to another maiden, so back-to-back maidens for Jack Morley. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 19 now, and Gloucestershire remain 80 for 1. So yeah, just I'll say it every now and then until everybody gets used to it though, but Derbyshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. We haven't had anything today yet. I think Sunday, bijou crowd, and it is at most grounds you go to when you watch Championship cricket on a Sunday, and I think it's the same with the listeners, because people have things to do, except when they're at work, when they listen to us. But when they're not at work, there are other pulls on their time. And
Yeah,
I
especially with a
understand
test match on as well. Even
Is there?
some cricket lovers will probably stay back and keep an eye on that.
Unbelievable.
Dahl to Bancroft across his stumps and defending softly towards mid-on. Gloucestershire's women are in action this afternoon against Middlesex at Radlett.
I've never been. I've only ever been to Lords.
Lucky you.
Yes, I believe so.
I can tell you that Middlesex have won the toss and have elected to bat, so it's going to be a tall order, I think, for Gloucestershire with
T20?
yes,
Last?
T20, yeah. Dull bowls, full toss, and again missed out on. Bancroft on drives it straight to mid-on. We've seen 3 full tosses in the last half hour or so, and I don't think a single run has been scored off any of them.
Looked at his hand very quickly as well there. Did there's Dull. Chappell's back on, which means there is no Blair Tickner out there, which is always a bad thing.
Dull to the crease, bowls. Bancroft defends into the offside. Yeah, Gloucestershire looking for their first win in the T20 competition, and Middlesex, who are undoubtedly one of the strongest sides in League Two. Playing at home, that will be a tall order. I believe David Payne is over there doing some coaching.
Oh, excellent.
So, in capable hands as Dahl bowls to Bancroft, who jabs it into the covers again, and it's fielded at short extra cover. David Payne, the man who blasted the 6 off the last ball of the pink for Sid game, something quite appropriate about that, really, for many reasons, including the fact that David Payne is also often nicknamed Sid. So,
oh, is he?
Yeah, last ball of that game sent into orbit, and he's off on coaching duty today. Dull bowls into the pads. It's clipped past short mid wicket. It might have got a bit of a hand on that. I don't think it was quite going to go to the boundary anyway, but it's just a single wide of Chappell at mid on. Bancroft on to 44. Gloucestershire 81 for 1. Not exactly racing here at 2.8 and over. Derbyshire have kept things pretty tight. Been, I think, probably in total about 3-4 plays and misses, and then the wicket of Joe Phillips caught one-handed. Fantastic catch from Aitchison off Morley for 27. Dull bowling to Price, who is blocking studiously into the offside, and it is 81 for 1. 29 overs gone, and around about an hour and a half until the tea break.
Blimey. Yes, 5-4. Tea. I'm surprised to inform you that it's raining in Blackpool. Kent are 105 for 2. It doesn't look like they've resumed after lunch there to me. Middlesex 161 for 6 now, that change of coach. 161 for 6. They're playing Northamptonshire at Wantage Road, and Glamorgan 144 for 1 against Leicestershire at Grace Road. Glamorgan win that, and they are absolutely in the thick of it. Here's Jack Morley into bowl to Cameron Bancroft. It goes back and picks up a single as the ball is pushed out towards the cover boundary. Derbyshire's women played yesterday. They played Yorkshire. They seem to play Yorkshire every other game. It's just the way it's worked, because they also drew them in the knockout cup as well.
Right, yeah,
and of course,
you have North and South groups of League Two as well. Yeah.
And Yorkshire, despite being in League Two, are already a full-time cricket team, because they're going to be in the top tier next season. It's a full toss from Morley that, once again, Price fails to take full advantage of. But yeah, they're getting closer though, which is encouraging, I think. So pushed Yorkshire closer yesterday than they probably have in any other game this season. That was at the Central Co-op County Ground. That's another point. As in comes Morley. Bowls to Price, he's bowled him, he's got through. I think he's inside edge, that one. He went back, looking to force the ball into the offside, and the ball has crashed onto the stumps somehow, possibly off an inside edge, but it matters not, because Price has gone for 10, and Derbyshire have picked up a second wicket, and that is a bit of a bonus. They're 82 for 2 now, Gloucestershire.
Yeah, it's fine bowling from Morley, who's not getting a great deal of turnout there, but I've never not been impressed with Jack Morley. He's bowled well on this ground before on multiple occasions, and he's just fired it through Ollie Price, really. It was just a quicker delivery that was...
Was there an inside edge? I don't think there was there?
Not sure. I thought live that there was, but I'm not sure. It was pegged back middle stump anyway. And 2 wickets for him. And, well, Gloucestershire got off to a really trouble-free start at 68 without loss. and with Ollie Price in, who he does quite like facing spin usually, but not this time. He's had it fired straight through him, and Miles Hammond has come out to the middle. So the first left-hander for Gloucestershire. And what so often happens in this instance is that very quickly the left arm spinner is taken out of the attack because, oh, we can't possibly have the ball turning into a left-hander. Oh no.
Get the off spinner on.
Yeah.
What's Morley doing there? Look, it's just, well, he's marking a run up to come over the wicket. Clearly, that's what he's doing. But if you watched him, he sort of stood next to the stumps and then did little feet right the way across the crease to get the angle that he wants to come in at. That was interesting. 2 wickets for Jack Morley, 2 wickets for me. Because after all, we know who it's about. Yeah, he's a good signing, Jack Morley. Was with Derbyshire on loan at the end of last season. Clearly not going to get an awful lot of game time with Hartley and all the rest of them at Lancashire. Really good pickup by Mickey Arthur. And he comes in now to bowl to Charlesworth, who gets a full toss. So it doesn't matter which way he's turning it. And that one goes out into the offside. Hammond, not Charlesworth, I beg your pardon. And he is off the mark. 83 for 2. Bancroft's on 45 off 98 deliveries. Hasn't looked particularly troubled as that one is turned into the leg side, fielded by Anderson.
I think he played his second, maybe in List A game actually on this ground, Jack Morley for Lancashire. Just watching a young spinner, you think, something there.
Into Bancroft, that was a bit quicker. He goes back and turns it out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Around comes Zach Chappell to do the fielding. They go through for a single off the final ball of the over. Bancroft moves to 46. Hammond has 1. Gloucestershire 84 for 2. Morley's figures now 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 22. Very impressive indeed. The Derbyshire left arm off spinner.
The only thing, despite a lot seemingly being in the batter's favour here, with the pitch essentially looking pretty docile and it being a Kookaburra ball and it being day 1, but there is always that talk of the transition between T20 and first-class batting, and for some people, like Joe Phillips, for example, I think it's going to make a huge amount of difference as much because he's not been involved in the T20s, but there is always that adjustment that has to be made as Dahl bowls now to Bancroft, who plays it down the ground towards mid-on, who's very deep. It's almost as though they were actually
give him a single,
allowing Bancroft a single there to bowl at Hammond, even though it's only 2 wickets down. Almost everybody was spread back. Mid-off and mid-on were allowing it. There were 4 fielders on the boundary. It certainly won't be 4 on the boundary for Hammond. But I mean, I don't think they've given up getting Bancroft out. But it's odd because we're in the 31st over and they seem to be quite happy just to get him off strike.
And now they're closing in.
On to 47, and yeah, now there's only going to be, in fact, 1 fielder on the boundary down at fine leg. Still only a slip, but extra cover and mid-wicket in really close now. It's going to take some reactions to take a catch there. Dahl bowls, Hammond drives, and drives right back to Dahl, who tumbles to the floor stylishly.
Yeah, he's as good off his own bowling as he is off everybody else's. Thank you, Mark Beecroft Stretton, for being the first person today to email me at derbyshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Says, hearty congratulations on your elevation to corporate recognition. It's hope the adequate standards for which you are almost renowned are maintained.
Dahl in on leg stump. Hammond works it to the right-hand side of short mid-wicket, but there's so much protection in front of the bat, and mid-on receives the single.
I particularly enjoyed the email because the it's not called headline, is it? What's the title of it? What's that called?
The subject.
That's it.
Yeah.
The subject, is "Ooh, get you."
Dahl into Hammond, who plays with the inner portion of the bat into the onside field at mid-wicket. Yeah, adequate is one of your favourites.
I've striven for adequacy throughout my entire life. Yeah, look where it's got me.
Sitting next to me.
After a 4-mile hike the night before from a pub in the middle of nowhere. I'm living the dream.
Dahl bowls to Hammond, who's playing straight and defensively. Dahl scoops up with his left hand. And all of a sudden, really, I say all of a sudden, it doesn't feel as if it's happened suddenly, to be honest, because the wickets were 6 overs apart. But, you know, Gloucestershire have decided to bat first here. They will want to really make this first innings count, cash in, get a weight of runs on the board. They could do with a partnership to build its way up as Dahl is in to Hammond, and this is defended straight again. So 1 run from the over. Gloucestershire 85 for 2 as Derbyshire continue to change the field pretty much every ball.
Yes.
To try and mess with the batters. And
get into their minds. What?
Blair Tickner's coming back on.
Oh, excellent. Caleb Jewell has gone off. Way to our right. That's not a like-for-like substitution necessarily. Always dries his hands when he gets on the field. It is like a bit sweaty out there still. It's a little bit sweaty in here as well, but not quite as sweaty as I was at lunchtime. As Jack Morley continues bowling to Bancroft, pushes this one out into the offside where Kane feels at extra cover.
They're not allowing Bancroft the single off Morley. I mean, understandably so, given that he's got 2 for 22.
He doesn't want to bowl to a left-hander, does he?
Oh no, the matchup isn't in his favour.
No, well, Bancroft is going to get a single here because he's gone back and forced that one out to extra cover where it's fielded by Thompson, who we might see at some points in a lower. You know when Alex Thompson's coming on to bowl about half an hour before he does, because he warms up more than any spinner I've ever seen. Whereas at the moment it looks like Zach Chappell is next cab off the rank to me. He's out at backward point. There's a short leg. There is a man on that 45 backward square on the leg side as Morley bowls. This is in the air and caught. And well, Hammond went for it. It's another catch for Aitchison. This one is much more straightforward at mid-off. Went for the expansive shot. Didn't quite get there. And it's 3 down now, Gloucestershire for 86. Derbyshire are, well, they'll be more than happy with this.
Well, I did wonder, as you always do when Hammond is out there, whether he's going to decide that this is one of those days where he tends to stand still and play a few slog sweeps, that sort of thing, or whether he is going to have a charge down the pitch. We've seen 2 batters attempt to try and smash Morley straight, and to be honest, neither of them have got up very high at all, and admittedly it took a good catch to get rid of Phillips, but that was just straight to mid-off. And well, Hammond can be very destructive when he gets going. I can remember in innings where he hit Dan Moriarty for I think about something like 9 sixes into that Howard stand at Headingley, which is not a long hit, and neither is it a long hit towards the flats. But he's not thinking, I'm going to miscue it that badly that I'm going to bring mid-off into position, but that's exactly what's happened, and it's put Gloucestershire in a position of a little bit of peril now, because 68 without loss has become 86 for 3 in this reshuffled middle order without Cameron Green, who was in there, and
he scored a few, didn't he?
Well, he did. He scored 300s for Gloucestershire in their the 5-match stint
before picking up that losers medal in the World Test Championship final.
Well, batting 3 positions higher than he did for...
Yes, I'm not sure.
Sorry, 2 positions higher than he did for Gloucestershire.
He's not a 3.
A bit of an ask. But Graham van Buren is the number 5 now for Gloucestershire.
And Jack Morley bowls to Van Buren, who goes back and rather fiddles at that one. It goes past the edge of the bat and through to the wicket-keeper.
It was very tentative, but again, it did spin.
Right. This is a 2-day pitch then, with all this turn. Get it reported. I think this is much more exciting than a lot of things I've seen at Bristol. And at many grounds, in fairness, over the past few years. My first game was here. That was pushed backward a square on the offside. I was warned, and it was flat. Derbyshire had Luke Fletcher on loan from Nottinghamshire, who didn't pick up a wicket in the entire match. Bless him. He was just coming back from some sort of injury.
I just couldn't be bared to be parted from the Nottinghamshire shirt.
Well, he might have had one underneath his Derbyshire top now then. Van Buren has decided he's not going to be tentative anymore, and he's smashed that out towards Cow Corner for 4 runs. Dropped it a little bit short, Jack Morley, but Van Buren was onto it very quickly. Indeed, he's off the mark, and Gloucestershire are 90 for 3 at the end of the over, and Morley now has 3 for 27 from his 10 overs, despite that pummeling that he got from the last ball of the over. He did drop it a bit short though, didn't he, really?
Yeah. Well, I think that's... It's very different from the 2 dismissals trying to hit straight down the ground. I mean, if you contrive to get out to that, and you do see it one way or another, but nobody can at least blame you for having gone after it. Whereas I'm sure there will be many people who are remonstrating with their devices after especially Hammond's recent dismissal, given that he was on 1 and they just lost a wicket in the previous Morley over. Zach Chappell returns from the pavilion end, so they're resisting the temptation to go with double spin at this point, and it's Bancroft to face, and they don't seem to want to give Bancroft a single with Chappell starting a new spell, and he won't get one because he's coming forward and trying to steer the ball out defensively but into space on the offside, but there's not a huge amount of it now that they've put that cover back in place. So still just the 4 bowlers used by Derbyshire, but it's only been the 1 bowler that they've really needed to get themselves into actually a pretty decent spot now at 90 for 3 Gloucestershire. Fielder in fairly close at square leg again as Chappell bowls. Bancroft drives. Oh, he didn't middle it.
I think he might. It was close though, wasn't it?
It still went up towards mid-off. Nowhere in any position of danger. The ball was in the air for maybe 0.01 of a second.
I just want to point out that Derbyshire have got 2 substitute fielders on now. Pat Brown is on, I think, Aitchison and Jewell. No, Jewell's back there, so Aitchison is definitely one who's... No, not Aitchison, Dal. Good grief.
Where are we now?
It's almost the entire team.
Chappell bowls a full ball, it's pushed away into mid-off.
Dal's definitely not on. I'll try and work out the other one.
Lloyd, Madsen, Guest, Anderson, Thompson, Morley, Chappell, Aitchison.
Yeah. It's one of them. There are 2 subs out there, though. This is bizarre. Snuck an extra fielder on, I think.
Chappell turns long strides as he bowls a short ball, which does balloon somewhat, although I think it's still within the boundaries of not being a wide. It's signalled as first 1 for the over.
Lloyd.
It is Lloyd.
Yep. Probably.
Who's standing at slip?
Madsen.
That's Madsen. Yeah. There's nobody else that looks even
Well, Lloyd had
close
the
to a Lloyd shape out there.
He had the fielding pads on, didn't he? And
yeah. He's gone to get rid of them. Chappell bowls, and there's some good carry there, but from very wide of the off stump. Bancroft has watchful with those sorts of deliveries, hasn't aimed much in terms of a cut or a drive.
You know,
wide of the off stump.
we're only 70 minutes away from tea now.
Just round the corner. Still 57 overs remaining in the day.
Here before you know it.
So it'll be probably around about a 40 over evening session. Chappell into Bancroft. Oh, he was in a little bit of strife there for a moment as the ball seemed to be coming back in towards him, and Bancroft had already moved across a bit and then had to drag the bat across his body to angle it defensively into the leg side. And at the end of the over it is 90 for 3, and in the space of half an hour, 40 minutes or so, Gloucestershire have gone from cruising to now. I said they wanted a partnership with Hammond and Bancroft, but quite desperate for one. But Van Buren could do with keeping his captain company for a bit. Former captain and current captain out there.
Former Derbyshire captain David Lloyd is back out there now under the helmet at.
Almost everyone's a former
yeah.
captain, I suppose, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's starting to shift about a bit, although I suppose Gloucestershire hasn't too much.
As Morley begins a new over, bowls to Van Buren, who turns that into the leg side, and they're saying, well, why didn't we have a short leg rather than the leg slip? Well, he probably wouldn't have played the shot had the short leg been there, but immediately Brooke Guest started pointing to the short leg region at 91 for 3.
I wanted to field there. You told me I couldn't.
Bancroft on strike now, defends the next one on from Morley back down the pitch towards the bowler. 91 for 3. Been a good half hour or so for Derbyshire. As he's in, that one's turned by Bancroft up towards the man at mid-wicket, Martin Anderson. Has a long-range chat with Caleb Jewell. Harry Kane was doing the time-out signal at extra cover as Morley's in again, and it's Harry Kane who fields it. The ball is pushed towards him by Cameron Bancroft. Can't believe it's still raining in Blackpool. Seems very unlikely. Holding up Kent and Lancashire in their basement battle. As Morley is in a little quicker, and that's turned into the leg side by Bancroft. It'll be fielded by Martin Anderson, and they will go through for a single as Bancroft moves on to 49 now, inching towards another half century. 92 for 3. Middlesex are still only 6 down. Good effort. 187 for 6. At Wantage Road, having chosen to bat. Good reading of the pitch there. As Morley bowls to Van Buren, who pushes it in towards mid-off. Morley fields off his own bowling, and the over comes to an end. 92 for 3 Gloucestershire, with Bancroft on 49 and Van Buren on 5. And Glamorgan at 161 for 2 against Leicestershire, in a game that's at the opposite end of the table to the one between Kent and Lancashire.
Yeah, both these sides would be quite happy to see Leicestershire win that one again, I would imagine. Given
Do you think no, Derbyshire could catch Leicestershire? They've still got to play them at home.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it would make life easier below.
Yeah, Glamorgan are coming up with a wet sail, aren't they, at the moment?
What are they, 11 points behind Derbyshire?
They were hopeless at the start of the season, then suddenly clicked into action, started winning games.
I say clung on here, it wasn't quite that. Chappell into Bancroft, who drives fluently wide of mid-off, and that is a save your legs job on this outfield. And that is a 50 for Bancroft, and a important one, not just as far as the team are concerned, given that wickets have started to fall around him, but also as far as he's concerned. He's already spent 2 hours and 10 minutes at the middle, and will need, again from both points of view, to stay there for a while longer, but it's a fine way to get to a half-century. And it's come from 114 deliveries. That was his 8th for. 96 for 3. Chappell in and bowls to Bancroft, who has a think about a flick down the leg side and then rehearses just leaving the ball alone. There is no leg slip, so he's got a bit more license to flirt down there, but still feel that on the whole there's more trouble than profit from doing that, especially with a fine leg and a square leg hunting as well. Maximum you're likely to get really is a single, and you just get such a fine touch that you're bringing the keeper into play. Chappell bowls, Bancroft leaves alone. Gloucestershire were 20 points behind at the start of this game, 20 points behind Derbyshire that is, but they're now 21. It's 1-0 to the Derbyshire with that wicket of Miles Hammond.
Yeah. Creeping up on Leicestershire. They had about 30-point lead, didn't they?
Yeah, 31 ahead of Derbyshire, although I don't know whether, I suppose Leicestershire won't have picked up any points, so it's reduced.
No.
Chappell bowls, Bancroft struck on the pad, but going well down the leg side. Yeah, it's a curious looking table really, with Glamorgan having won 3 games but being in 3rd, and Gloucestershire in 4th, 9 points behind them, having won 1 match, and then Kent, who've won 2 games, below Lancashire at the bottom, who've not won a game at all.
No, don't lose.
No.
Too many points for a draw, that's what that tells you, doesn't it?
Chappell bowls to Bancroft down the leg side. He does have a flirt with that one again and misses it. Again, I think it's one of those situations where you're more glad that he's missed it from a Gloucestershire point of view than he's got something on it, because, as I say, there's plenty that could happen there. And in fact, do you know what's going to happen to this next delivery?
It's going to go through the slips.
But either that, or it's just going to be outside the off stump and Bancroft will leave it, because there's no slip, conventional slip, and there's a fine, quite short leg slip now. Last ball of the over, Chappell bowls to Bancroft. Lo and behold, it's outside the off stump, and if that had been nicked, there would have been absolutely nobody there to catch it other than the keeper. 96 for 3 after 35 overs. Gloucestershire have done well this season with their bonus points. They've got 19 bowling points and then 21 batting points, which is only 1 behind Leicestershire, who, no surprise at all, are leading in both categories. So that is the other reason why Gloucestershire are higher up the table than they might be. They've got 9 more batting points than Northamptonshire below them, which is the majority of the gap that's between those two sides.
The exciting second half to the season awaits. Potentially. Jack Morley, understandably, is going to continue. 3 for 26 from his 11 overs so far. Bowls wide of the off stump, and Van Buren allows it to go through to Brooke Guest. But Tickner now does have the Dayglow vest on of a substitute fielder who's just carrying some drinks, which is exactly what he's doing around the boundary below us. As Morley comes in once more, balls to Van Buren, who pushes it straight back to him. Goose, who I thought was here earlier, and it turned out wasn't, is now here. He's sitting with David Griffin. That's good news. As in comes Morley again, pushed into the offside.
Should we point out to people that Goose is a person?
Goose is definitely, well, sort of 50-50 really. No, he is a person, Goose. He's one of our regular travelling companions. Who's enjoying the cricket, I'm sure. As Morley bowls to Van Buren, who plays it straight back to him. Whether anybody can understand a word he's saying down there, I've no idea, but either way.
I wasn't sure whether Gloucestershire fans might be starting to think it might be similar to the frozen chicken being brought to finals.
Yes. This one is driven into the offside, into the ground and into the offside by Van Buren. Harry Kane stops it with his knee. Yes, the frozen chicken. Oof. $96 for 3.
Actually, goose is expensive.
Is it?
It's serious. Well, I think so, yeah, unless you shoot it yourself, I suppose.
But are you allowed to? Morley bowls too. Van Buren, who turns it into the leg side. It's another maiden over for Jack Morley, his third. It was fielded there by Anderson. And the score remains 96 for 3.
No, don't worry, I'm not condoning bringing
you're advocating
your rifle to the local park.
The shooting of geese here is what you're doing.
Oh. I'm just saying that it's cheaper than probably buying it from a butcher's or something.
Just be careful, accidental partridge got me on a subject like that once. Never again. Well, talking for 8 hours a day, you're almost certainly going to say something ridiculous. Not you, one.
Quite. Guess what? The field's been changed again.
Let's look at that leg slip, though.
Yes, the deep backward point now for Bancroft. Chappell bowls to him, he drives, beats extra cover, and might just take some stopping from mid-off, running back as well. Jewell does well. There seems to be a bit of hesitation about coming back for the second run there as well from Van Buren, who's now holding up a hand of apology to Bancroft, because I thought they were going to make a simplest of twos, because the ball went...
Well, they hesitated for the first one, didn't they, again? And then, Bancroft was...
Bancroft wasn't convinced that Van Buren was going to come back.
No.
Anyway, they made it. Bancroft to 55. Not much of a gap there, but he found it. Still the leg slip. Chappell bowls, back of a length. Bancroft has to stand relatively tall to knock that one down into the ground. Play it safely enough out into the offside for no run.
Stop raining in Blackpool. I'm delighted to say.
Test match wise, oh dear, Harry Brook out for 99 on his home ground. Yorkshire. Chappell bowls and forward goes. Bancroft and defends up to mid-on.
You're a brave man.
That's all right. I'll give it as good as they take, if not more so. Anyway, he's done a good job. Pope 106, Brook 99. In fact, everybody's made double figures apart from Crawley, who got... I mean, I know people tend to like to get at Zach Crawley, and I don't know, maybe he walked back thinking I could have done something different, but I think he'd still have been edging it into the slips, even if he hadn't been trying to play it into the leg side. It is just ridiculous what Bumrah's doing with a cricket ball. Short leg in places now as Bancroft drives in the air. That was a slightly loose shot from Bancroft. He brought up his 50 with a drive through that area and then picked up 2 earlier on in the over and was looking, I think, probably for that same gap, even though there is a even bigger gap between deep backward point and a straight extra cover, but that was in the air for a fair bit of time into the hands of Harry Kane. Chappell bowls now. Oh, inside edge from Bancroft, who gets lucky. If there'd been a leg gully rather than a leg slip, then he might have been a goner. I don't know how much control he could have had over that one. It looked as if he was playing with a vertical bat, and it just happened to go off the inside edge. He's quite good at doing that, but then it's a far more dangerous thing to do if you're trying to do it deliberately with a leg slip in play. Yeah, he was definitely looking to hit that straight, and it just caught quite high up on the bat as well as the inside edge.
Leg slips become slip again, look.
Van Buren on strike now. 99 for 3. Second 50 has been miles harder work than the first for Gloucestershire. Still the short leg, a shortish mid-wicket. Chappell bowls to Van Buren, who defends into the covers, and that is the 37th over of the innings done. 99 for 3, and Van Buren, who forced his way into the T20 side and has done a good job for Gloucestershire with ball and, to a certain extent, with bat, albeit in a position where he was never going to be able to affect the game, particularly against Glamorgan. Came out and hit a couple of big shots, but would certainly love some championship runs. He's in a position at 5 rather than at 7, so the reshuffle and maybe the switch of formats might have come at a good time for Van Buren. Gloucestershire will hope so, because they do need a partnership. And yes, we thought this pitch might turn. Yes, Morley's got 3 for 29, all 3 wickets to fall, but none of the wickets have been taken by balls that have turned. There were 2 clothed attempts to go over the top, and then one that skidded right through Ollie Price.
We're going to see some off spin. Alex Thompson replaces Jack Morley, bowling for the first time today. Morley 12 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 29 in that spell since lunch.
Well, I'm glad to see that the haircut is no less impressive than it was in the fixture last year. He had that beret, I think, didn't he, last year?
A beret?
Well, I mean, it looked like a beret because there was a little patch of his hair which was sticking up over looked exactly like a beret on the top of his head.
He's going to get around the wicket to Bancroft and bowls him a very full delivery that's just guided out towards the point boundary, and that's 100 runs up for Gloucestershire in the 38th over, 143 minutes in total. Not a huge amount to get excited about there. Jack Morley was hoping to do a bit of grazing out on the cover boundary or the point boundary. Had to do the fielding. 100 for 3 as Van Buren thought about playing a couple of shots before eventually pushing it out into the offside.
Does like a cut shot, does Van Buren, off quite a full delivery, and it doesn't have to be that short for him to go for it. It brings him a lot of runs, but it could get him in trouble from what we've seen so far. That's a
full toss, and Van Buren pushes it up to mid-off. Still no full toss has been dispatched.
I think it's strike rate 0 on about 6 or 7 full tosses now.
Yep. Been a good ball, the full toss today. As Thompson, very upright, is in, and back goes Van Buren, pushes the ball out into the offside. Dalfields.
Did seem to be a little bit of bounce there, maybe. I mean, Thompson is taller than Morley.
I mean, his height will help him, won't it? He's 6'5", that kind of height. Alex Thompson, perfect for England. As this next delivery is pushed into the offside by Van Buren. They're going to get a single. Morley's going to come a long way off the boundary. Oh, and then runs past the ball. No damage done.
Of course, that is one of the exciting things to watch out for over the next month. Where will Shoaib Bashir end up? He's definitely leaving Somerset.
Yeah. I'm not sure I'd have him. Saw him in the One Day Cup last season. That's the only time I've seen him live. At Taunton. Thompson in and bowls. That's whipped into the leg side by Bancroft for another single. He'll move on to 58, 102 for 3. Pinches the strike as well, because it was the final ball of the over. Van Buren has 6.
Surprised you saw him at all.
Well, it was the One Day Cup. I think there were shorter players.
Made a point of not playing him even when they've had the opportunity to do so. Somerset, why he's leaving.
They didn't bring him on to bowl particularly early in the game, and Derbyshire won, which was very exciting. Harry Moore hitting the winning runs, which sadly we haven't seen so far this season. But yeah, it's ludicrous, isn't it? But it's just the way cricket is these days. It's how they play.
They select.
Hmm?
It's how they select.
It's how they select, indeed.
Leg slip, short leg, short mid-wicket. Chappell bowls a short ball. It's looped up in the air. He's caught behind. And Bancroft is not happy with that decision at all. He's looking down at the floor, aghast that the finger was raised by Mark Newell. But it has been. And that is a huge blow for Gloucestershire. The short ball has worked. And Bancroft goes for 58. And I must say, my first reaction was, if that has come off the glove, that has come off it very, very weirdly.
It was a strange old dismissal, if it was a dismissal. I mean, it's turned out to be a dismissal, but you know what I mean. Just waiting to see the replay here as to if it came off his arm or not. That's the thing, isn't it? As he banged it in short. Well,
can't see the ball.
No. No.
But it just...
We need an HD screen.
I don't know. When it loops up off the glove, see whether the reverse angle, yeah, it's come off the arm, hasn't it? I think from that reverse angle. I mean, I don't.
He wasn't happy at all, and this will be the one. Well, this is the HD camera. Look, slowed down. Excellent. It's not much good for people at home. No idea.
No, I thought the reverse angle was the one that maybe showed it best, but it just, you know how it looks when it goes off the glove. It doesn't balloon quite that much usually. I know you can't always go on that, but the way that it went so softly, it just did not look right on first look. But do you know what? I just had this feeling that he was going to be given out anyway. You just get that feeling.
You think the umpire doesn't like him?
Well, I just think...
I don't know. I don't know. You know, it could almost be that it's hit both gloves. Ba-bump, and then looped. I can't tell from... Oh, here we go.
It just looks higher to me than the glove, but...
We're going forearm to the left.
I was going to say, I think it looks even higher than... Yeah, that's what I thought. I think it looks even higher than just the wrist. Anyway, we can discuss it all we like, but it is Bancroft gone, and that is just an enormous wicket at 102 for 4, and now 2 pretty new batters in. Round the wicket goes Chappell bowling to brace the edge wide of second, slipping for 4. It would have been catchable, but they've gone with 2 slips and a gully rather than 3 slips, and it's just amazing how often you leave that gap and the ball goes straight through it. 106 for 4.
Don't leave a gap. They always leave a gap. Don't leave one.
I saw Bumrah yesterday, 2 edges in his first 3 overs, I think, went right in the gap.
That's where it goes.
It does. It happens. Bracey was prodding forward at that one. I don't think the ball did a huge amount, but I say it was prodding forward. It was more of a full-blooded drive, but it was quite late on it. Chappell bowls to Bracey. It's edged again, although this time I have to say it was a little more controlled. But of course, they haven't closed the gap, and it's gone right between second and fourth slip for 4 more.
There's a gap.
There is a gap, yeah.
Goodness sake. There won't be a gap for the next delivery, look, because Martin Anderson's already moved closer to Wayne Madsen. So it's Anderson, Madsen and Aitchison. You have to have a name that ends son to field in the slips for Derbyshire.
It sounds like a nonsense rhyme, that.
Yeah.
110 for 4. Chappell to Bracey, who gets the middle of the bat on it, and as a consequence doesn't pick up any runs at all. It's gone out to short extra cover, who is Lloyd, who's decided that he's had enough of taking the helmet off every other delivery.
Yeah, just keep it on. Just keep it on.
Because he's going to want to field at short leg again when Van Buren gets on strike, and because he's kept it on, it'll almost certainly mean that Bracey is on strike for the rest of this over.
Yes.
3 slips as Chappell bowls to Bracey, who leaves, almost an exaggerated leave really, after being drawn into a couple of shots outside his off stump. Bracey having been left out eventually of the T20 side, with Bancroft taking the gloves and eventually dropping to 3. So Bracey's had a rare break, because he certainly didn't get any sort of a break last season, because I think he played in every single game. Chappell goes in, bowls, Bracey forward solidly to defend, and it's 110 for 4. But it was a terrific start to the season from James Bracey, having last season hit back-to-back double hundreds. He went something like 320 odd runs this season. In fact, no, it's more than that, I think. I did add it up at the time, but I can't add it up again in the moment, I'm afraid. But it's an awful lot of runs.
See if you can
that
add
he scored.
If you can add it up during Alex Thompson's
he was out
over.
for 24, then he scored 151 not out, 30 not out, 93 not out, and then was out for 5 in the second innings of the game against Leicestershire.
225 plus whatever he got in the first one. As Thompson bowls to Van Buren, who drives it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Something like that, anyway.
289.
Yeah, there we go.
I think it was.
Yeah, sounds about right. 110 for 4 as Thompson in around the wicket, bowls to Van Buren, who just guides this into the onside, where it's fielded by Harry Kane at close-ish mid-wicket. They're due to start at Blackpool any minute now, where the sun will be cracking the flags. The smell of donuts will be in the air. That one is turned into the leg side by Van Buren on the bounce to David Lloyd at short leg. Perhaps even a bit of candy floss.
Stick of rock.
Yes, I think so. Oh, stick of rock. Mint, though, for me. As he turns the next delivery, Van Buren into the leg side. Gets a touch on it as David Lloyd, but doesn't field it cleanly.
Just what I like, toothpaste in solid form. Who could say no to that?
Yeah. Toothpaste that destroys your teeth. Thompson is in again, and Van Buren once again plays it into the onside. Black-backed gull being chased by 2 crows there. Very exciting.
Raiding the nest.
Swooping now as Thompson bowls. That's way down the leg side. That's horrible. And he apologises. It's a maiden over from Alex Thompson. It wasn't the most threatening over that Alex Thompson's bowled in his career, but he's bowled 2 overs for 3 now. And Gloucestershire remain 110 for 4.
And I will continue to find it baffling
Good.
that the left-arm spinner would have been wider if he'd done that, and the off-spinner is absolutely fine to bowl negatively down the leg side. Not that that's what he was doing, but that's the reason why the wide, you know, why that regulation is in
wasn't it?
place.
But yeah, you're absolutely right.
That would automatically be widened. It continues to be a regulation that irritates me, possibly stronger. In comes Chappell, bowls to Bracey and beats him. He's got a good spell going here as Chappell. I don't know whether the ball is reversing at all, or whether it's just a case that Gloucestershire are in a position where they're under pressure, having looked as though they were really in a position of real strength. He maybe just straightened a bit on him.
He's bowling a little bit quicker in this spell than he did in his earlier spell. He looks quicker to me with the naked eye.
He's angling it in, and maybe it did just hold its line on Bracey. Chappell bowls. That's certainly not a comfortable defence from Bracey there either, although he gets plenty of bat on it through the offside, but it's certainly one that has given him a bit of a hurry up. And I mean, again, you would think that there ought to be some, even with the Kookaburra ball, you'd have thought there ought to be some assistance if they can get it reversing in this sort of spell here. Plenty of hard pitches, abrasive pitches for it to be scuffed up on one side if they can look after it as Bracey defends into the covers. You still have to say there's really not been many that have moved, but Chappell has bounced out Bancroft, and those are the sorts of, well, I suppose this game so far has shown why the ECB are still determined to use these Kookaburra balls, because we've seen bowlers having to resort, fast bowlers that is, having to resort to different ways of taking wickets as Bracey opens the face and glides this one towards backward point. He picks up, and there is no run.
Yeah, so when Zach Chappell plays in the Ashes in the winter, he'll be used to bowling with the ball.
Well, you never know. He's very tall.
He is tall. You're right. Yeah, I think I know though. I think the bloke who's just polished the ball, Caleb Jewell's got more chance of playing in the Ashes than anybody else in this Derbyshire side.
Well,
he hasn't got much chance.
Looked at Jewell as far as their opening conundrum.
Not yet.
On leg stump, turned into the onside by Bracey and picks out short mid wicket. You know, he's probably got a chance if he plays the right way. Even the Australians seem to be subscribing to some of that philosophy.
When Mickey Arthur signed him, he went basically to Australia and said, look, I want an opening bat who probably isn't going to be in the side, but is very close to, or is under consideration. So you do wonder.
Chappell in and bowls, and Bracey watches that one go harmlessly by. 110 for 4 at the end of that over. Yeah, I suppose it's always the balance, isn't it? Because you want to bring somebody over who's going to improve your side, but you also don't want to do what Hampshire have done, admittedly because of a last-minute test series being arranged, but neither Devalt Brevis nor Luandro Pretorius were involved in the World Test Championship final squad, but South Africa have gone, well, it's a good opportunity to get you some red ball practice. In you go. And all of a sudden Hampshire are without their 2 young overseas burgeoning South African stars for the rest of the blast. Very sad, I'm sure.
Don't ask me to start feeling sorry for Hampshire.
No.
Here is Alex Thompson continuing from the Ashley Down Road end, bowling to Graham Van Buren, who pushes it out into the offside. There's no run. Pat Brown back on. Down to our left. Looks like Pat Brown anyway. As Thompson is in again. That one is hitting the pad. He's always given him. It was a half-hearted appeal from everybody bar Alex Thompson. Graham Van Buren can't quite believe it, and the finger goes up. LBW. Graham Van Buren goes for 6, and it's 110 for 5 now. And Derbyshire are very much on top, one way or another.
Yeah, this is turning into a collapse, really, from Gloucestershire. Thompson bowling off spin round the wicket with not a great deal of turn. Has to bowl it perfectly, but I don't know. It didn't look like an obvious shocker, I've got to say, from the first look. He's turned it. Actually, it's straightened. So I think it struck Van Buren in line. He's on the front foot. I don't think it's turned too much. I think height's the only thing that can save Van Buren, but he's not a tall man. I mean, you do have to say it's a brave umpire when there is turn and bounce to give a batter out with a stride in. And I don't know. I almost can't see why Derbyshire were quite so muted in their appeal.
It was very muted, wasn't it?
He's not. I don't think he's hit that.
Yeah, no, it has come back quite a way. Thompson was reasonably convinced. It was just an arm up in the air from Brooke Guest and nothing from anybody else. So, but Derbyshire will take it, blimey. This game moving on apace. Yeah. And you don't say that very often when you come here.
And that's really the first
commentator.
First wicket where you'd have to say, it's the spin that's done him, because he wouldn't have been budgeting for that turning back as much as it did, which is why it went past the inside edge. And Ben Charlesworth batting at 7, so more like the sort of position that he made his first-class debut, batting in. Might have been 8 even there, but he was down the order and was bowling more, although I'm sure he'd like to do some bowling in this game, although Gloucestershire will hope that he doesn't have much bowling to do. But he's certainly got some batting to do, because Gloucestershire have gone from 68 for none to 110 for 5.
Here comes Thompson, bowls to Charlesworth, who pushes that one out into the offside, and there is no run. He was opening, wasn't he? Got 110 in the second innings. I knew he'd scored some runs. I was just double checking on that up at Derby earlier this season. As Thompson's in again, and Charlesworth pushes this one up to mid-on. And there is no run. I think the player off the field is Jack Morley at the moment. With Derbyshire with Pat Brown on out on the cover boundary. So it looks like Blair Tickner at mid-off, so perhaps there are 2 off as Thompson is in. That's full, and Charlesworth pushes it back towards him. He's got 1 more ball to go for the first wicket maiden of the match. It's a very exciting moment.
I've had quite a lot of maidens.
Haven't had any wicket maidens, have we? Or have we? As Thompson is in, and that one is pushed into the offside, a little edgishly. And it is a wicket maiden. And Alex Thompson has now bowled 3 overs, 1 for 3. So spin, certainly from the Ashley Down Road end, has proved very profitable for Derbyshire. 4 of the wickets to fall have gone to the spinners. 3 to Morley, 1 to Thompson, with Zach Chappell getting the other one with or without a stroke of luck. Ben Aitchison's back.
Yeah, still really feel, despite the fact that spin has taken 4 wickets on day 1, I still feel that 110 for 5, Gloucestershire are well short, and that Derbyshire will be delighted to have reduced Gloucestershire to this sort of position. And Zaman Akhtar due in next, who can certainly bat, but you're starting to get into the bowlers really. Todd Murphy after that, then Ajit Singh Dale and Archie Bailey, so it's not the strongest tail for Gloucestershire. As Aitchison round the wicket into Bracey, he tries that Yorker. Whether that's just the way it came out or whether he was attempting the Yorker first ball, only he will know, but Bracey squeezed it out into the offside. The pace that it was bowled with suggested to me that possibly it wasn't a deliberate Yorker, but you never know.
Like a bit of a loosener.
Aitchison bowls, edged, but it's gone up and over and wide of third slip. It would have taken some serious catching because it was short and wide.
Well,
I don't blame him.
He actually tried to protect himself there, Martin Anderson. He didn't duck at all.
I don't think anybody's catching that.
No. Not when you sort of creep forward and forward, and they have been creeping forward. We've seen one slip fielder with his helmet on him because he's been so close earlier on today. I think that was before lunch. And then all of a sudden one does fly like that, you've got no chance. I mean, absolutely no chance.
It's always the concern, isn't it? You've got to stand so close to give yourself a chance. But yeah, any time that the batter's flashing like that, second slip flinched. And, yeah.
Whoa.
The duck and the protection of the head at third slip, and then second slip flinched as well. It was short and wide, and Bracey had a guard and got 4. Aitchison bowls. There's a tight leave from Bracey, but a well judged one. And James Bracey has 3 scoring shots. They've all been edges, and they've all been at some point pretty close to a fielder. 2 in the gap and 1 wide and over the top. That, as I say, Gully would have had no chance of catching. Aitchison bowls and can't tempt Bracey with that one. So 58 to Bancroft, 27 to Phillips, and then the run of low scores from Gloucestershire's middle order. 10 from Ollie Price, 1 from Hammond, 6 from Van Buren. Now Bracey and Charlesworth, Gloucestershire's last pair of specialist batters. Aitchison bowls. There's an even tighter leave from Bracey, and that one certainly didn't miss by much. He's almost, you feel, tried to set Bracey up for that one as Aitchison. Every delivery this over has just got closer and closer to off stump.
He seems to have bowled slightly wider and wider to angle it in, hasn't he? He's got a big smile on his face, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, it's good bowling. Whether that was the plan at the start of the over, but so often, as Aitchison bowls the last ball of this over, and this is drawing Bracey into a shot and defended back to the bowler, and it's not a bad over from Aitchison, despite the fact that it's gone for 4 runs. But so often you can use that actually short wide one and just try to create something from that. wasn't too far off nipping the top of Bracey's off stump. Gloucestershire 114 for 5. And Thompson with 2 left-handers to bowl at.
Yes, it's all working out quite nicely at the moment for Derbyshire, isn't it? Just waiting to see the field set. Looks like they're going to have 2 slips and a silly mid-off.
Yes, this is what it's all about. 3 round the bat.
Yeah. Can he get the ball to turn away from Charlesworth? He's in, he's Thompson, and edged and caught by Ben Aitchison, and he did get it to turn away from him a little bit. Thompson takes another, and all of a sudden Gloucestershire are 114 for 6 now as Charlesworth goes for a duck.
Yeah, the trap was set. They were clearly not particularly interested in bowling massively straight to Charlesworth, because no leg slip, no short leg. They put all their eggs in the offside basket with 2 slips in the silly point, and Thompson, nice piece of bowling. He floated it up there and just allowed it to turn a bit, which it did, but Charlesworth drawn into that drive, and I do feel a bit for Charlesworth, because I think he's been, unfortunately, he's almost been played out of form because of the fact that the T20 top order has not particularly worked, and so he's had a run of very low scores in the T20, but most of the time he's either had to come in and try and hit a 6 from his very first ball, or it's been a situation where he can't win the game. So what on earth is he, you're walking out with that mindset of what have I got to gain? And all of a sudden you've gone, a month without a sizable score.
That was the kind of ball you leave, really, isn't it? Because it was, if it's going to turn away from him, it's not really going to be that dangerous. So have to be wary of the one that goes on with the arm, but if he's turning it away, then leave it alone, let Brooke Guest take it and move on. But it's very easy gambling. I've never been out here, of course. I've left a few. I don't think I ever left a ball in my entire village cricket career. I think you'd have been lambasted for doing so. 114 for 6. Actor is the new batter, and he turns this one away down to fine leg, and he's going to get 4 runs for it. And it did come off his bat. Pat Brown couldn't cut it off, and Zaman Akhtar is up and running already as Gloucestershire moved to 118 for 6. I almost got distracted by Blackrod, who are playing today in the North West Cricket League. Only briefly distracted though. They're doing all right.
It was a little paddle sweep from.
Was it? Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad you said that, because I didn't even see it. This time he turns it into the leg side. Could you tell? And he picks up another single as it's fielded there by Martin Anderson. Actor on to 5, 119 for 6. Back into the slips comes Ben Aitchison for the left-handed Bracey. Silly mid-off is there as well. Bracey trying to get his feet moving. Does a bit of shadow defensive work.
Yeah, it's the James Bracey patented move there.
And see, that's what should have happened with the Charlesworth one. It was quite close to the stumps, but he left it alone and it went through to Brooke Guest. Yeah,
it just wasn't quite as tempting for the drive either. A little bit closer to him and a bit further back of a length.
Thompson's in again, and this time he cuts out towards backward point. Pat Brown races around, picks up and keeps him down to a single. That's excellent fielding from the substitute Pat Brown. And the over comes to an end as Bracey moves on to 13. No, it isn't the end of the over. It's left hand and right hand, and completely fooled me. There's 1 ball to go. Long session this, and 120 for 6.
And of course the scoreboard clock's 2 minutes fast as well.
Yes.
Forgotten about that.
Yeah, that one just seemed to keep a bit low, and it's turned by Actor into the leg side. That is the end of the over. So Alex Thompson now with 2 for 9 from his 4 overs. Gloucestershire 120 for 6 with Bracey on 13 and Actor on 5. And this is turning into a very good session for Derbyshire, possibly one of their best of the season, and certainly a lot better than anything we've seen in T20. So, as somebody who's covered Derbyshire for 10 years, I was surprised when I found myself longing for the return of red ball cricket, because they have been fairly dreadful in red ball cricket for the entirety of my time covering them. But T20's been so bad. So bad.
Aitchison to continue from the pavilion end, and he's still trying to bring one in towards that off stump of Bracey, who's not for budging with that one other than to shoulder arms. Yeah, well, Gloucestershire with 5 defeats to start the T20 campaign, albeit they've won their last 2. May also have been looking forward to the return of the championship as Bracey drives into the ground, and it's fielded at extra cover, and with the promotion spots certainly within reach, and with Derbyshire being the visitors, I think they'd have looked at this and thought,
well, it's a 48 pointer, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's a 48 pointer.
It's a vital game. And then they've got Glamorgan next. Bracey drives again, and he'll pick up 4 this time. Between cover and backward point and out to the boundary. It was a controlled drive from Bracey, who has 17 now, 124 for 6. And wasn't really a half volley from Aitchison, but I suppose you're down to the bowlers now, and Bracey may as well try and cash in on whatever scoring opportunity he feels that he's got. Gloucestershire have got to try and muster some sort of a score here, and if you'd told me from what I'd heard about the preparation that had been done on the pitch, as Aitchison is in and Bracey defends watchfully to mid-on, you told me Gloucestershire would beat 124 for 6 on the first day, I don't think I'd have been massively shocked, given that there was the potential for it to really do quite a lot.
You got plans for Wednesday?
However, I don't think that the surface has played like a 124 for 6.
No, I don't think no
at all. I
no.
think there's been something there definitely for the spinners. As Aitchison bowls, Bracey drives in a part of the bat. Aitchison can't quite scoop it up in his follow-through, but it doesn't matter because it's not been timed, and mid-on can get there.
He almost got to that ball then, Ben Aitchison. He's a terrific fielder, as we know, as we've seen. Good slipper, good fielder elsewhere as well. But this is a man who's got plates on either side of his spine and his back, which is remarkable, isn't it?
Aitchison bowls, brings that one back towards Bracey, who's just keeping that one out to end the over at 124 for 6.
Kept together by metal.
Was that an operation that he had when he was young?
No,
no.
This is well in 2023. I want to say towards the end of 2022. He stood on a ball at Durham when he was a 12-man or a non-playing member of the squad up at Durham on a pitch that they were told not to use because it was damp. But they said, "Oh, we're going to use this." He didn't stand on a ball at all. His ankle went from underneath him, and that did his ligaments. And then he came back and shortened his run-up, and his back then started to be the issue. And he tried to come back from that, and his back was still an issue. And he's got a plate in either side. He was telling me, plate in either side of his back. He played T20 cricket this year for the first time since 2022, and first-class cricket for the first time since 2023. It's and I say every match he plays in, it's just good to see him back out there, because he did say in an interview that we did with him that he did think at some point that he may never get back. As Alex Thompson begins a new over, the reverse sweep comes out, and that has been absolutely belted by Zaman Akhtar for 4 out to what started off as the point boundary and ended up being the square leg boundary. Predetermined but very well executed. and he moves on to 9.
It is a shot that he likes, and I mention it every time, so even Derbyshire listeners might remember, but he was a terrific hockey player.
Yes. I don't remember you saying it, but that's very... I mean, Wayne Madson's the same. He moves to 9, as I say, 128 for 6. As Thompson's in again, and this time he drives very pleasantly up towards the wide mid-off, and it's beaten the fielder there, who is Ben Aitchison, and it's 4 more. Nice counter-attack from Zaman Akhtar, who moves to 13, 132 for 6.
And he's probably bought that delivery by hitting the reverse sweep the previous ball, because I suppose he could have played more of a help round the corner with a reverse sweep there, but it would have been a much harder shot to hit, so he's forced Thompson to do something that probably wasn't immediately in his mind at the start of the over, and then got the wide half volley, and I suppose also because he is the right-hander, he got the one slip in anyway, so he's got a bit more licence.
Short leg is there, and this one is turned in between the short leg and the diving wicket keeper down towards fine leg where Morley fields, and he picks up another single, does Akhtar, to move on to 14, 133 for 6. Just the one slip for James. Oh no, here comes Ben Aitchison. I think he'd forgotten.
He's got a lot on his plate with being mid-spell as well.
Bowling, fetching the ball from the boundary, and by the way, you've got to come out of there, as that one is very full from Alex Thompson and pushed straight back to him by Bracey. No run, 133 for 6 it remains. Still 44 overs to go today, so an awful lot of cricket to be played. Tea in about 20 minutes time or so. As Thompson tries to give that one a bit more air, possibly does, but bowls it too full. Bracey plays it back to him. Final ball of Thompson's 5th over. Despite those 2 boundaries, his figure's still perfectly respectable at 2 for 18. And he bowls to Bracey, who pushes that one possibly with the outside half of the bat into the offside. And the over comes to an end at 133 for 6. Gloucestershire, who won the toss this morning, well, Cameron Bancroft did, and decided that his side would have a bat first. It looked pretty good decision at 68 without loss early in the afternoon session after the early lunch. Since then, Derbyshire have picked up wickets on a reasonably regular basis.
Yeah, and the scoring rate has never exceeded 3 for too long. I think it just about crept above it briefly, but not for that long, and as a consequence, Gloucestershire have not really gone anywhere, even though it hasn't been as though wickets have been always dropping every other over, but they've only been adding 10, 12 runs in 5 overs or so, so it's felt as though they've not really been going anywhere. Aitchison to Zaman Akhtar, it's on leg stump and turned away neatly by Akhtar. There is a backward square in position, but he was able to deflect it in such a manner that was never going to be a problem. Down to long leg it goes. He's got 15 off 7 deliveries at 134 for 6. And maybe just I don't know, where's the cut-off line between bowling all-rounder and bowler who bats a bit? I think Akhtar's going to be testing that for a while. 134 for 6, as this is worked into the onside by Bracey. There's probably going to be 2 on offer here. They turn and go. There's a little bit of hesitation there, but there was a lot of ground having to be made up by Harry Kane from deep square, so they're back for that 2, 136.
It's a good question, that. It's a good question.
I've never known the answer to it, really. So I'll tell you, Akhtar's first-class average is 22.6.
With the bat?
With the bat, yeah.
Right.
Aitchison bowls and dangles that one outside the off stump, but no shot.
Bowling?
A bowling average, he's taken 60 wickets at 41.8.
He's not an all-rounder. Those numbers do not suggest all-rounder. if you're an all-rounder, your batting average has to be better than your bowling average, doesn't it, to be a genuine all-rounder? That was the old definition.
Aitchison bowls and Bracey taps it into the offside, out to cover, and there is no run.
The same could be said of Anuj Dal. I could get his figures up, but Anuj Dal is people say he's an all-rounder, but yes, he bowls and he bats, but his first-class batting average is 31 and his bowling average is 34.
Aitchison bowling now, and Bracey head over the ball, and this one is just nudged into the offside.
Which is actually better than I thought it was from a sort of memory point of view. So he's close to being a genuine all-rounder, but 20 and 40 seem a long way apart.
No, well, I think he's still younger in his first-class career, and he's a fast bowler, Zaman Akhtar. And actually, if you looked at his England Lions numbers versus his Gloucestershire numbers, as Aitchison bowls and a wide delivery is let go, he'd probably be, I reckon Akhtar would probably be averaging at least in the mid-20s, if not low 20s, when he plays for the Lions, because he always seems to take wickets when he plays for them. He got a fiver for them last year, and I think he ended up with, in a ridiculously high-scoring game at Canterbury against India A earlier this year, ended up with something like 3 for 80 odd, when everybody else was going about the place. I'm sure I can bring up the exact numbers.
Lewis Rees, who generally regarded as an opening bat, who does bowl and bowls exceptionally well, has got a batting average in first-class cricket of 35 and a bowling average of 29.5, which is decent, isn't it? It's decent. It doesn't put you in the elite bracket in batting, doesn't put you in the elite bracket in bowling, but because you're a multifaceted cricketer, then that makes you very, very useful indeed.
3 for 73 it was at Canterbury in that Lions game this year for Akhtar. No, it's more, I suppose it's more the batting average that I'm just looking at. How much do you have to average with the bat as a bowler before you can say I'm starting to become a bowling all-rounder? Is it 25? Is it 27?
Yes.
It can't be 30 because that's too high.
30 is incredibly high. Jack Morley's back in and bowls to Akhtar, who turns this one into the leg side for a single and moves on to 16, 137 for 6.
Even 25, I mean, it feels like 25 isn't, it's got to be, it's almost got to be either side of 25 for me.
25,
making the case
25 is your cut-off, is it?
I don't know, it could be.
Yeah, Ben Charlesworth, 28.5 with the bat and 33.6 with the ball.
And again, the raw numbers probably tell a bit of a lie there.
This one is turned into the leg side by the left-handed Bracey, and there's no run. But it's funny, because you get, and Anuj Dal is one of these players, and you'll have many of them, I'm sure, at Gloucestershire as well, but they will have a match in which they'll take 5 wickets and get a century, and then he might not do anything in the next match or the match after that. But as the ball strikes the pad, Morley likes it and it goes back for a second appeal there, but nothing doing from the umpire. But he's not somebody you'd ever leave out of your side if he didn't make runs or take wickets in a couple of consecutive matches, because he might do it in the third.
Yeah, and that's the thing with all-rounders, isn't it? When you think of Ben Stokes. I mean, it's not as though Stokes is scoring 100 every match, but he's got that Headingley 2019 feat in him.
As this one is swept by Bracey out towards the square leg boundary. It goes through for a single. So it's a tricky one, isn't it? The old-fashioned, you're an all-rounder if your batting average is higher than your bowling average. Whether it still stands, I'm not sure.
LBW was a little bit closer than I must say I thought it was. It was still outside the line, but it was a bit closer to being
we went
in
back
line
for a
than I
second.
thought.
Went back for a second shout, which I particularly liked, from Morley, who bowls to Akhtar. Plays this a little edgishly, perhaps deliberately, down to third man. Anuj Dal does the fielding, and They get through for a couple of runs, and Actor moves on to 18 now, 140 for 6. Sun shining brightly in Bristol. A bit like yesterday when it was ridiculously warm.
At least there was a breeze.
Yes. Blew us home. This one is defended by Actor, and Jack Morley's over comes to an end. He's got 3 for 33 from 13 overs. That was his first over of his second spell of the match. His first spell was 12 overs long straight after lunch, in which he picked up those 3 wickets. Gloucestershire 140 for 6 with Bracey on 20 and Actor on 8.
Well, they do seem to have ensured, Gloucestershire, that Todd Murphy will both bat and bowl on his first day in Gloucestershire colours. Murphy,
you're excited by that.
Next.
You're excited by that, and I can see
well,
it in your face.
I'm excited to see Murphy
I can see it in your
bowl.
face.
Well, I've liked the look of Todd Murphy ever since the first time I saw him as an off spinner. So it's exciting when you see a player that
you've seen on the telly.
You've seen off the
telly.
Seen on the
telly. Yeah. No, I think he's
read his name in wisdom.
I think he's a very fine operator.
But yeah,
perhaps get some intel from the rest of the Derbyshire players. Get some intel from Caleb Jewell.
Yeah, I'm sure they would have faced each other plenty. Thompson, so we are going to have spin from both ends for the first time. 2 slips in place for Bracey. That's a little short and a little wide, and Bracey can't manoeuvre it past backward point. Flops onto the ball and there's no run. Didn't want to have a flashing cut at that. You could tell Bracey was having to be careful with those 2 slips in place. So even though it was a little shorter probably than Thompson would have wanted, it wasn't the worst delivery. There's definite turn there, as there often is from wide outside the off stump, even at this stage, with bowlers having landed in that area. You can't really see foot marks, but you'd expect it to turn from wide of the off stump. Thompson bowls reaching for that one. Bracey, he does meet it pretty solidly enough and will take one through to the sweeper out at deep point, but he was playing quite a way away from his body, which is what interested Derbyshire. Gloucestershire to 141 for 6. Bracey on 21. And it's going to have to be James Bracey and the lower order, stroke tail. And Archie Bailey might get a bat.
I think he almost certainly will.
Thompson bowls, Actor's bringing out the reverse sweep again, but the ball's way outside the off stump, so even though he's missed it and struck on the pad, it wouldn't have been hitting another set. But yeah, Archie Bailey has played 3 first-class matches before this and hasn't faced a ball yet.
Really?
As Thompson bowls, and it was a very slow delivery. He's taken all the pace off that one, just drops in front of Actor, who has to keep it out defensively.
The longest time from making your first appearance to having your first bat would be. I bet there's a stat for that.
They've declared on him twice. Thompson bowls, quicker delivery, angled across, and Actor drives at it and misses it. Well bowled from Thompson, especially after the previous delivery or the one before that? I'm losing track, which was very slow.
Delivery.
The pace difference was actually from Morley what got rid of Ollie Price, and wasn't too far from finding the edge from Actor there, but the overs completed 141 for 6. So yeah, they declared on him twice. There wasn't a second innings they didn't get to him in the second innings a couple of times, and then he went out to bat at Cardiff. It was the end of an over, and then Singh Dale was out at the other end, so he didn't get to face.
Hasn't faced a ball. That's impressive. At least he has put his pads on and walked out to the middle, though.
Yes.
Hasn't wasted his money and can take them back anymore, can he? At the end of the season, that's for a bigger pair. Jack Morley begins new over from the Ashley Down road end, and Bracey just guides it out to the backward point region where it's fielded by Martin Anderson. 142 for 6. Bracey moves on to 22 off 40. Zaman Actor 18 off 13. It's the modern way. Short leg just moves slightly in front of square as Morley bowls and Actor drives into the offside. Fielded by Jewell. And there's no run. Jewell fielding at extra cover. Morley pops out from behind the umpire again. This one is driven along the ground out to the extra cover boundary, where it's fielded by Thompson, and Actor picks up another single to move to 19, 143 for 6.
Todd Murphy at number 9, first class average of 15 and a half, give or take.
What's his bowling average? In comes Morley. Oh, that one keeps low, and he keeps it out somehow with something. But that didn't bounce at all.
Well, yeah, and turned as well. I don't know how he kept that out. I thought that was straight onto his, well, almost not even his shin.
It just, yeah.
Got some bat on it.
On the reverse comes out again, and he's going to pick up a single. There's Bracey out towards Anderson again. Down at deep backward point. Bracey moves to 23, 144 for 6. Blue sky, well, there is some blue sky up above. It wouldn't be anywhere else, of course. As Morley comes in to complete the over, Actor pushes it straight back to him. 1 dot, 1 dot, 1 dot.
I can tell you're excited by that.
That over went. There was one ball that kept exceptionally low, and Bracey did brilliantly to keep it out. And I think that bowlers are happy for batters, especially in first-class cricket, to play reverses and that kind of thing. There's just that little extra margin of error, isn't there? A little bit more in it for the bowler, possibly. I felt a bit sorry for Aitchison in the T20, because he had 2 first ball ducks in his first 2 innings. One where he had to come out and you come in at 9 or 10, go out there and swing. He went out and swung once, got out, went out and swung again.
Thompson round the wicket into Bracey and tries to drift that one in towards the pads. Bracey brings the bat down and stops that from happening.
He did get some runs on Friday, though, so the lad can bat.
Thompson into Bracey, a very wide ball. It's off the gloves of Guest, almost as though he were trying to palm a catch to Ben Aitchison, but I don't think he was. It's gone away towards short third, but no run. Short leg has moved into Silly Point. So again, 3 close catches on the offside as Bracey comes forward and smothers that one into the ground. You know, we are starting to see signs of some misbehaving.
Early for that, isn't it?
Thompson bowls, turn and bounce, but wide of the off stump. But I think again this will just add even further to Gloucestershire's frustrations in terms of the wickets that they've lost, because they've had such a prime opportunity here to put a decent score on the board. As Bracey's forward running this one out past Silly Point, and for a single to deep cover, 145 for 6, and even if the tail does wag and if Actor can keep Bracey company for a while, it doesn't look as though it's going to be an imposing first innings score for Gloucestershire, even best case scenario from here. So it does feel like an opportunity missed at this point, as Thompson bowls, that turns and maybe does a little bit too much. It's squeezed between bat and pad, and I thought to start with that had gone right through Actor, but it obviously caught a bit of pad. Maybe just turning a bit too much and going down the leg side. Not out, says umpire Newell, and it's 145 for 6 at the end of that over, meaning Bracey will be on strike for the next.
He's bowling nicely, Thompson. Had that remarkable day at the first game of last season at Cardiff. We picked up something like 6 or 7 wickets on day one.
Was with the Kookaburra?
No, I don't. I think it was with the normal ball. I think this one is driven by, you know what I mean, by Bracey out towards the cover boundary for a couple of runs. First ball from a new over from Jack Morley. 147 for 6. But he turned one square just before lunch on day 1 at Cardiff. Everybody suddenly sat up. What's going on here? And then it flattened out completely. Game ended in a draw. As Morley bowls up, turned into the leg side, not too far away from the short leg. David Lloyd by by James Bracey, because they ran 2. That's how it works. 147 for 6 it remains. And one's left-handed and one's right-handed. As Morley's it. Again, turned into the leg side by Bracey, fielded by Jewell, who has been as far away from the bat more often than not as he has been in any game this season, really. Now that Ben Aitchison is back in the slip cordon, he's lost his place in there. That one is a little bit quicker from Morley. Again, turned into the leg side. Again, it's Jewell who does the fielding. Applause, hands above his head from Wayne Madsen. The skipper standing at slip. This could be the last over before lunch, although that clock is fast.
Depends which one they're going
I know.
from, I suppose, isn't it?
Who can tell? There's the big one downstairs, isn't there, on the pavilion? That one is pushed up towards mid-wicket.
Nobody's missing that clock.
It's still there, is it?
You can't
I
possibly.
didn't see it this morning, but
no,
it's an interesting clock, isn't it? Yeah, big red numbers. About 4 foot tall.
This church is very enamoured of it. Has his picture taken underneath
Does
it
he
every
like it?
time? Has anyone seen the time? Pointing his hand up at it.
Morley bowls. Oh, that's gone through an inside edge, I think, down to what would be fine leg. No, missed everything, turned and missed everything, and we are going off the clock on the scoreboard because the players have decided that that is indeed tea on day 1 of this game here at Bristol, and it's been a really good session for Derbyshire. They started on 35 without loss. Gloucestershire went on to 68 without loss before the wickets started tumbling. 3 for Jack Morley, 1 for Zach Chappell and 2 for Alex Thompson. Leave Gloucestershire in a little spot of bother at 151 for 6 with 38 overs in the evening session.
Yeah, and as I say, it does feel like a real missed opportunity from 68 without loss. A couple of wickets really gifted to Derbyshire. Yes, we've seen balls turn, we've seen the odd one keep low as well. There's clearly something there for the spinners already, as we expected there to be. However, I don't think that manifested itself until long after Gloucestershire already started to collapse. Cameron Bancroft, I'm sure, will be counting himself. Certainly from his body language, anyway, we'll leave it at that. Extremely unfortunate to be given out on 58, given that he was the mainstay of that Gloucestershire innings. But it's going to have to be Bracey, Actor, and then Murphy, Singdale and Bailey to take Gloucestershire forwards from 151 for 6.
I'm told these things even themselves out. I'm never sure that they do, you know.
No, I don't think they do either.
No.
Anyway, we will grab ourselves a donut. Thank you very much to Kelly Barlow for providing those, and we'll be back in just under 20 minutes' time for the evening session.
At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 190 for 3 against Yorkshire. At Edgbaston, Somerset 187 for 2 against Warwickshire. And at New Road, Gloucestershire 149 for 7 against Surrey. Elsewhere in the second division at Blackpool, Kent 180 for 2 against Lancashire. At Grace Road, Glamorgan 197 for 3 against Leicestershire. And at Northampton, Middlesex 250 for 6 against Northants. And in the Vitality Plus Women's Division 2 match at Radlett, Middlesex made 201 for 1 in their 20 overs against Gloucestershire. And I should say, with the ground staff out on the outfield today, it's Lee's birthday, so Lee, happy birthday from Chris and the rest of the ground staff.
down and back up again.
So you did it in
Then you did it in the grease room.
okay. Damn. I'll get one every year. But,
Do you?
yeah. You can get a nice photo from up here. They're on the benches out there.
It would be nice out there.
Try and squeeze them
start of this post-tee session, please welcome back our umpires Mark Newell and Simon Widdop. A reminder, the scheduled close of play is now 6:30 after the delayed start post-lunch. Resuming in the field, the Derbyshire side captained by number 77 Wayne Madsen, and the Gloucestershire batters are the second wicket pair of number 25 James Bracey and number 17 Zaman Akhtar. To bowl the first over from the Bristol Pavilion end, number 32, Zach Chappell.
Welcome back to the final session of day one. Gloucestershire taking on Derbyshire, and Gloucestershire having decided to bat first on this pitch, which clearly has been prepared with spin in mind. They have lost 5 wickets to spin, albeit has to be said that with the exception of Graham van Buren, really, it wasn't really the spin what done it. 151 for 6 is the score. Bancroft top scoring with 58. Joe Phillips made 27 at the top of the order, and then as it stands, James Bracey's 26 not out is the only other score above 20, but Bracey on 26 and Zaman Akhtar facing, who's got off to a bright start on 19, is playing that ball in the air. Would have been a catch for the umpire, but for nobody else. I thought for a moment that Mark Newell was sticking his hand up in the air and was actually going to take that catch, but it was just the motion that he made in terms of his evasive action. Zach Chappell bowling a full ball to start us off from the pavilion end in bright sunshine. And Akhtar, well, he played it very straight, but it was almost a chip, and he aimed it right at the umpire's head. But Mark Newell got out of the way. So at least he had some time there.
Well, the strange thing about cricket is that you get a lot of former cricketers umpiring.
155 for 6. Chappell bowls, and Akhtar thrashes that one away through the covers dismissively for 4 more. Well, this is more than handy as far as Gloucestershire are concerned. And with that boundary, Akhtar has become the joint second top scorer of this innings, 27 from 19.
It must go against all their urges, umpires,
Yes.
not to catch. Whether you're at square leg or you're indeed a standing umpire, the ball comes back to you, your reaction, been drummed into you over years and years and years, is to, I'll have that one. It would be funny to see it happen.
Chappell had 1 for 25 from his 11 overs before this one, and there'll be another single there because they've dropped backward point back to the boundary now and allowing Akhtar quite a lot of room both on the offside and the leg side to pick up comfortable singles. So that's just what he's done. It's 160 for 6. I was wondering what Derbyshire would do. They've tended to like to go seam and spin. We had a little bit of time with Morley and Thompson bowling in tandem, but was that probably about 4 overs each, 3 overs each, something like that. They've wanted to keep a seam bowler going, and Chappell did prize out the wicket of Cameron Bancroft for 58, and then was, well, I say was unfortunate not to have the wicket of James Bracey, but the gap was left there in the slips for Bracey to edge the one in particular that was catchable right through it. He's on 26. Chappell bowls on drive from Bracey. That's hit pretty well, but not quite well enough to get past Jewell running to his right from mid-on. There's no run. Desperate work continues on the ball from Derbyshire, who I'm sure would have been a happy bunch at tea.
Yes, yeah, the little buns that you get at tea time, they'd have loved them, wouldn't they? I'd have thought.
Chappell is into Bracey, and that's actually really well played, because although it's off the edge and it's gone for 4, Bracey, I think, knew exactly what he was doing there, and 2 slips, okay, maybe you're taking a little bit of a risk doing that, but probably really less so, especially when you're going to play it as softly as that, guide it past the cordon down to the boundary for 4, and bring up the 50 partnership, by the way, from only 58 balls. But at this stage, I think Bracey's got to be thinking about scoring, and he is scoring pretty well, 30 from 55, and not to say he's got to have a thrash, because someone actor can certainly bat. As Chappell bowls, Bracey drives through the offside. It's a good looking shot, will probably only bring him a couple of runs. Again, there's real hesitation in the running between the wickets, and it's just surprising, because I know, again, it's so easy to say from up here, but there was always 2 on offer there. The boundary is big out there towards square of the wicket, particularly towards the mound stand, and the fielder hadn't even picked it up yet, but there was at least a second or so's hesitation from both batters about coming back for that second run. They make it eventually, 166 for 6, but I don't know, it's a little bit odd. We've seen it from, it's not just from Bracey and Actor there, we've seen it from multiple batters where there's been that hesitation. I think Bancroft and Van Buren did it a couple of times. A bit hard to explain, really. 166 for 6.
And the square boundaries are all the way out, both sides. They've used all of the rope available.
Yeah, biggest boundaries for a championship match here. Maybe not just this season, but maybe even since Mark Lane took over. The boundaries have been brought in a bit to try and up the scoring rate a bit and increase the number of batting points. And you have to say it's worked, judging by the increase in runs for Gloucestershire.
Jack Morley into bowl to Actor, who turns this one into the leg side. They're only going to get 1 this time, so it's fielded by Anderson.
Although not in this innings,
no,
as yet.
No.
Takes quite some effort to get up to a sort of total that they would have been happy with at the start, I should imagine.
Derbyshire's followers will be interested to know that Sam Connors is playing for Durham, having moved there in the winter and picked up various injuries. He's playing against Sussex, and he's got a couple of wickets, including John Simpson, the skipper. And both of them caught behind as Morley bowls, and it's clipped into the leg side by Bracey. They are going to come back for the second again, and Thompson throws in. Thumbs up from Actor at the non-strikers to say yes, well done. There was 2 there. So well done to Sam Connors for persevering, well done to Durham for persevering with him. As Morley is in, that one is swept but not timed by Bracey. Straight to Anuj Dal, backward of square on the leg side. That was some move to go from Derbyshire to Durham in the first division, but as Bracey turns the next delivery from Morley into the leg side, and to get injured as well, never a good thing.
The press box at Hove, I'm sure, will be packed today.
Yes, with Joffre. As this one is swept, and that's going to be 4. That's a beautiful shot from Bracey, sweeping a long way backward of square, picks up a boundary. That's 7 runs off this Jack Morley over. This is certainly more runs than he's conceded, I would imagine, in a single over prior to this. Don't hold me to that. But his 15 overs prior to this had only conceded 30 8 runs, as this one again is just drifting onto the leg stump and clipped into the leg side by Bracey. They're going to come back for the second. Thompson picks up, but they're going to get back comfortably for 2 more. 9 off the over. 175 for 6. Morley 3 for 47 from his 16 overs now. Doesn't look massively happy as he goes through his bowling action. Bracey has 40 and Actor has 29.
Well, the journalists who've turned out, no doubt in pretty decent numbers,
They're not
to
going to
cover
see him, are they?
Jofra Archer. Well, they might be writing an entire page on Jofra Archer batting. He hasn't batted yet, and he still might not, so it might not even have that to work with.
All the journalists who turned up at Old Trafford to see Jimmy Anderson when they played Derbyshire, he didn't feature in day one at all.
It's
funny.
this great way that it just always seems to happen.
I think it's brilliant.
That way, that you can just imagine the seething and the spitting in the press box as soon as the coin comes
all
down.
this way.
Yes. Here comes Chappell, bowls a bumper, always a bit of a flirt with that as Actor, who he backed away a bit. Chappell, I think, tried to follow him, and then Actor had to think about trying a little uppercut, which, I mean, okay, there wasn't a fielder even back at a particularly fine position on the offside. There is now, but there wasn't before that one, so I mean, he would have had to have got a tiny amount of bat on that to get it through to the keeper, and he might have got 4 or 6 towards that short boundary at the flats. Chappell bowls another back of a length delivery, and that's really beautifully played by Actor. It's almost going to go for 4, but not quite. That fielder, who had moved fine, of course, the ball has just gone to exactly where that Morley out there had moved from, and Actor will take 2 onto 31, 177 for 6, but he timed that one really beautifully off what was nothing more than just a push from back of a length. Well, not even a push, actually, just a run off the outer part of the bat.
It was nicely played. Now it's causing Wayne Madsen to move more fielders.
Oh dear.
Many on the leg side.
Always going round the wicket, Chappell, as well. There's almost no point describing the field because it will change for the next ball, but there are only 3 fielders on the offside, I'll tell you that much. Chappell bowls across his stumps, Actor rearing back and having that one go over the top of him, and he's played that actually quite well, having got himself into a pretty dangerous position given that he was almost moving into the line of the ball, but he's played it almost Atherton versus Donald style in the end, just rearing the head back, just about dropping the gloves and the bat in time. But it's exciting stuff to watch, and I'm sure Actor will be thinking about the possibility of returning the favour later on. Chappell bowls again, it's back of a length. That one loops somewhat through to the wicket-keeper, and he just dropped the hands on that one, albeit still, as you'd imagine, not looking the most comfortable. But you always know, I suppose, there's a chance to score with this type of bowling and with this field if Chappell just doesn't get it short enough and goes too far outside the off stump. There's a mid-off and a backward point and nobody between them. Chappell bowls, that one has not got up a huge amount, and it's on leg stump from round the wicket, and it's defended by Actor into the onside. He rehearses a shot that I think it's probably better that he doesn't play. A sort of short arm shovel, and considering there is, and I'm going to describe it now, a mid-on, a square leg, a sort of, what on earth is that? It's wide of a leg gully. It's like a short backward square leg, mid-wicket, deep square and fine leg. I'm not sure that's a shot that's going to bring Actor a huge amount of joy. Last ball of the over, Chappell bowls, and that's played well down into the ground, and he's manoeuvred it between short leg and that fielder in fairly close backward of square on the leg side as well, and he will keep the strike at the end of the over. So this is more than handy from Actor, despite the fact that Derbyshire will still be delighted with 178 for 6. If Actor can keep going in this sort of manner, he will at least frustrate Derbyshire that they're not able to get through, and from 114 for 6, and I'm sure you'd have been thinking, well, have him out for under 200, even just at least to get over the 200 mark would be something from that position, but it requires, I would imagine, Bracey as much as Actor to be there. This partnership has got to take Gloucestershire a good deal further.
Morley comes in to bowl to Actor, who leaves this one alone. Morley can't believe that he hasn't bowled him.
Turned. I think he's thinking, well, if he'd left that, and well, he did leave it, but if
it hadn't turned.
If it hadn't turned, yes. That was the conditional part of it, not the leaving part of it, because he did that.
As, he goes for the big drive and misses. Bale's removed by Brooke Guest.
He's getting turn at a good pace as well. I mean, so often these pitches at Bristol, you see the turn has to happen when you bowl it very slowly, but he's not. He's able to bowl it quite quickly.
He's in again, and this one has bowled him. And he breaks through again, does Jack Morley. Actor went back to that one, straight through, bails off. And the first breakthrough of the evening session arrives, and Gloucestershire are 178 for 7 now, and that partnership, which was worth 64, has finally been broken by Jack Morley as Actor goes for 32.
That's a great ball from Morley. It's top of off stump, although it would have been probably top of middle and leg if it hadn't turned, but it did turn. Actor backed away, that front leg went away to give himself some room, but in a similar fashion to Ollie Price, really, the pace that Morley's bowled it at, and then the fact that he's got that turn at that pace has done him, and Actor a really vital contribution there of 32 just to help give Gloucestershire something in this first innings. But Todd Murphy makes his way out to the middle, and he will be required by his new side here for 4 championship matches. Todd Murphy will be required by his new county to produce something with the bat and keep James Bracey company. I said first class average of 15.5, that includes a test average of 13.5. His highest score actually is both his best bowling in an innings and his highest score have come in test cricket.
Better suited to the higher form of the game.
He's only played 25 first class matches that haven't been test matches.
As Morley comes in to bowl to the new batter, Murphy pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run. Left-hander, wearing the familiar number 3 on the back of his shirt, as lower order batters do. As Morley bowls to him, that one is when he's appealed for something. He's turned it backward square on the leg side as Murphy. There'll be a story behind the number 3, I'm sure. We'll get to the bottom of it. But he'll have to do it quickly if he's only here for 4 matches. Jack Morley, 4 for 47 in his 17th over, and now MATCHDAY is going into leg slip. Surprised he hasn't been told by the umpires to put a helmet on. As Morley is in, that one's turned into the leg side, and there's his first runs as a Gloucestershire player. Murphy, well run, singular, and he pinches the strike. Another successful over though for Jack Morley. As I say, now has a 4 for 48. Gloucestershire 179 for 7. Still 34 overs left today. So an awful lot of cricket to be played between now and 6:45, I would have thought. That kind of area.
Not going to be too badly off with
no
new spin bowl at least. Yeah, that highest score for Todd Murphy in first class cricket was a 41 that he made in the 4th test of the last Border Gavaskar series in India. It was on, it has to be said, a featherbed of a pitch at Ahmedabad, because India were 2-1 up in the series, and of course having prepared spinning pitches for the first 3 matches of the series,
get them flattened out.
Up 2-1 Let's make sure that that trophy is in the cabinet, please, Mr. Groundsman. And so it was. 480 played, 571 and 175 for 2 declared Australia in their second innings. But I'm sure the 110,000 seat stadium was still fairly packed, given that Virat Kohli scored 186. In comes Zach Chappell bowling a short ball. Murphy's tried to take it on and help it down to that fine leg boundary, misses it, and it goes through to the keeper. Zach Chappell, I was going to say, I don't think he's actually having a few words with the batter. I think he's just having a few words with his captain.
Yes, no.
Ask where the field should be placed, and the decision is that they're going to have 3 back on the boundary on the leg side. Short leg, a mid-on, and then a fine leg, long leg, and deep forward square. Chappell in and bowls to Murphy, who thunderously pulls that one, but it's gone high up in the air. Deep square, underneath it, takes the catch. And Murphy goes for 1, and it's Ben Aitchison again. The ball has followed him today. Todd Murphy deciding to take on that short ball, but it's a long square boundary, as we've mentioned, and although he hit it pretty well, just not well enough. Chappell's got 2 wickets, and Gloucestershire may yet even fall short of 200. They are 179 for 8.
4 catches for Ben Aitchison. David Griffin will be scrambling through the record
Well,
books.
this 2 days after Miles Hammond took 5 catches in the
5?
Pink for Sid game. Yeah, apparently it was. He's not in exclusive company, but
Decent,
given the
though, isn't it?
number of matches that have been played worldwide, I think it was only 14 players who'd taken 5 catches in a T20 innings, and nobody's taken 6.
That makes it special.
So yeah,
No,
that's a
that makes
world
it,
record.
that makes it special. We almost had a record at Derby on Friday night because Caleb Jewell was the last man out in a completed innings, and he would have become the first batter in the UK to carry his bat in a completed T20 innings. I think it's only 7 or 9 have done it anywhere in the world, because it's just so rare for sides to be bowled out, of course. But he was bowled by Liam Livingstone, which ruined all that.
Terrible. So out comes Ajit Singh Dale at number 10. And Singh Dale, he does have a first-class 50 to his name, but it's another thing to do it in this sort of situation. Having said that, actually, I think it was quite a similar situation that he got his first and only first-class 50 against Leicestershire a couple of seasons back when Gloucestershire were looking well short in the first innings. However, he's going to have short stuff to contend with. Chappell bowls, well, it's not short, it was the bluff, and it's been driven back to him, and not for the first time. A Derbyshire bowler's boot has saved potentially 4.
It's usually Zach Chappell, actually, isn't it? You're right. The other one might have done it, but it always seems to be Zach Chappell who stops it with his feet.
Yeah, it was Aitchison earlier, wasn't it?
Did H ever go?
Yeah, that first one. But yes, you're right, Chappell. Now you say that.
Chappell seems to do it a lot.
Yeah, now that you say that, of course, Chappell was on loan for Gloucestershire for a couple of seasons back, as Chappell is in bowls, and Singh Dale plays that one well into the ground, working it wristily into the onside, but there's no run.
Aitchison directed a ball back onto the stumps off his own bowling on Friday night in the T20 for the first wicket. Unfortunately, Lancashire were 110 for no wicket at the time in the 10th over.
Is that Wells and Jennings?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. They're useful.
They are, and they often seem to spare the blushes of those below them in T20 cricket. Chappell bowls, digs it in short, particular, which Singh Dale actually again does play pretty well. I was going to say jabs it down, but it wasn't quite. There was a lot of movement there, but actually he got on top of it and played it well down into the ground.
Absorbing the pace almost, wasn't he? Yeah. No, it was good.
So he's got 1 ball left of this Chappell over to negotiate, and then Bracey may have to make the decision, even though he might not want to take on the spinner. Last ball of this over, Chappell in. Oh, he's been caught on the arm, I think. There is Singdale. It's looped up short of the keeper anyway, so it wouldn't have been a catch, but off come the gloves. And was it elbow maybe? It's ringing out his hand, but I think it's the shock down the arm.
Elbow that he's clutching at the moment. That was a sharp delivery from Zach Chappell. So a little bit of concern here for Ajit Singdale. Let's see if he needs the assistance from the physio with his freezing spray. It's usually what they put on it, isn't it? Stop the pain.
That seems to have come back into fashion. That was a wicket maiden, by the way, from Chappell. 6 maidens, 14 overs, 2 for 43 his overall figures, and it's been a potent combination. And actually, this is exactly what was talked about before the start of these Kookaburra rounds, that you need that extra pace and you need spin, and we've seen both. We've seen Chappell take wickets with the shorter stuff, and then it's been the spinners, and that's the 8 wickets. Chappell with a ball that ballooned up to Brooke Guest off Bancroft for 58, and then Todd Murphy also bounced out, caught in the deep. And you know, you can blame Todd Murphy for going after it. He's at number 9. He was batting at 11 for Australia in the Ashes. Singdale's batted at 11 and Bailey to come.
Here comes Morley to bowl to Bracey, who's not worried about exposing Singdale because he takes the single out to backward square leg.
Be happy for him to face the spinner, but maybe we'll see what happens when he's got the chance to protect the strike against Chappell.
Yeah, no, that seems fair. 180 for 8. Derbyshire one away from the easiest of the bonus point maximums, the bowling one. Singdale is now ready. Morley in around the wicket. Slip in place, bowls to him, and he pushes it back towards the bowler. And there's no run. So the first 2 overs after tea were very expensive. And then they've come back Derbyshire with 2 wickets in 2 overs since then, as that one squirts into the offside off Singdale's bat. Picks up his first run, because that was on the scoreboard really quickly. 181 for 8. They're speeding up as the day goes on the scoreboard, which is always very, very entertaining.
It's probably the Wi-Fi connection as much as anything.
181 for 8. I'd have to look through 2 panes of glass to see the scoreboard though, so it's all right. Reverse sweep comes out from Bracey, and he's going to get 4 runs for it. Nicely done. Anderson couldn't get round in time. And Bracey moves on to 45 now. 185 for 8.
I think I'd be bringing, I know it's easy to say, but I think I'd be bringing mid-off and mid-on up fully up for Bracey, because I think you actually want Bracey, especially after seeing 2 batters out caught going straight down the ground. Bracey's actually a better sweeper and reverse sweeper. I want him to be hitting down the ground.
They're giving him that at the moment. That comes off the edge of his bat into the offside. Single taken. 186 for 8.
You must just, you're basically allowing Bracey the mental freedom almost as much as anything else to play those sweeps and reverses, because he's got to score. Just don't know how much longer he's going to have company for.
2 slips for Singdale as Morley comes in and bowls, and that one's bowled him. He's got his 5 foot, Jack Morley. Bowls Ajit Singdale for 1, and Gloucestershire a 186 for 9 now. Terrific effort from Jack Morley. Turns it past the edge of the bat. And a 5 wicket haul for Jack Morley. 18 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 55. And who saw that coming before the rain came? And Gloucestershire were 35 for no wicket.
It's just beautiful bowling again. It's this isn't disrespectful, but it's too good for a lower order player. It's pitched on middle and it's hit the top of off. I mean, he's done that twice now. He's done that to Actor and he's done that to Singdale, and even a top order bat would take something to try and get some bat on that. It's fine bowling, and the one thing that has always impressed me about Morley is his pace. I think I've watched him bowl, I mean, it must only be about 4 or 5 times, but it feels to me as though he's able to bowl this sort of pace where he knows he can actually push it through quite quickly, but he still gets drift and he still gets turn at that pace. And then on another surface, he might actually feel he's got to lob it up a bit more, which he can do. Well, I obviously, I don't tend to sit here just delivering empty praise. I think he's a fantastic bowler, and I don't know why he's not getting more recognition, to be honest, Jack Morley.
Just keep it quiet for the time being. He's doing all right. Too short to play for England, Jack. Diminutive probably is a better way of describing him.
Archie Bailey's out to the middle.
Will he face?
Not on strike, because James Bracey is facing this over. So there's still a chance that he might not get to face.
Oh, this is exciting.
Everybody out to the boundary. We've got a deep extra cover under a helmet, which is always entertaining. As in comes Chappell and bowls, and Bracey gets, I'm not sure whether that was outside edge or actually maybe thigh pad, but that ball has deviated.
He said that Zach Chappell was talking to his fielders before. There isn't a fielder to talk to in the direction he was talking on that occasion. I think he asked Bracey a little question there.
Well, he squared him up completely there, and that must have jagged away from him, hit him on the thigh pad and rolled down to deep third for no run. 186 for 9, Chappell bowls a slower ball, which Bracey defends into the offside. Might be the odd 2 available if he can just weight the shot perfectly, but otherwise, Derbyshire making life pretty tricky as far as hitting a boundary. He's got to go very straight. Long off and long on aren't absolutely dead straight, but it's just a uniform ring of fielders back on the boundary, and Bracey will not show any signs of wanting to take the single until at least the 4th ball of the over. Chappell bowls a good Yorker. It's pushed away into the offside, and that's the sort of conundrum really, is you're able to find one of those gaps between mid-off and extra cover. Do you take the risk of going for the first and then not being able to get back? And I think really most of the time in this situation you're better off just staying put and waiting potentially until the last couple of balls of the over to have a bit of a dive. That's what you're looking to do. Chappell bowls, it's worked into the onside, and Bracey is happy to take the single there off the 4th ball rather than leave it to the 5th or the 6th. So Archie Bailey, unless he's stumped off a wide, which would be quite some effort, will get to face his first ball. Here we go, everybody. In first class cricket.
If he's stumped off a wide ball by Zach Chappell, that would be fantastic, wouldn't it?
Well, he's gonna have pulled off something remarkable to have done that. So the field closes in. Got a short leg, we've got a leg gully, 2 slips, mid-off and mid-on in close. Chappell in now, bowling to Bailey, and Bailey's struck on the pad, but it's going well down the leg side. Tried to flick it away, although I suspect actually if he'd made contact with it, Gloucestershire wouldn't have taken the single, so he'd have been denied his first class run.
That's the other thing that happens, isn't it, to a number 11 in this situation. Go on, just give me the first class run. No, sorry mate, you stay down there.
Yep, highest first class score on this system, 0 not out.
Yeah.
It did count as an innings, he just didn't face a ball. End of last year against Glamorgan at Cardiff. Making Bailey wait a bit here. He's got 1 ball left in this over to survive. Chappell bowls to him, he lets it go, and it just bounces past and maybe even over the top of off stump as well. It was a leave that exposed probably all 3 stumps, but Chappell not quite able to hit the sticks. So it's 187 for 9, and Bracey will see if he can try and take on Jack Morley, who can see that the previous first-class best innings figures for
5
Jack
for
Morley,
69 against
569,
Somerset in July 2022 at Southport. I'll just look that up.
Oh, you could have. You could have.
That's what I was doing in that over. That's what I was doing in that over. So he's got 14 runs to play with, or pick up another wicket and put it beyond doubt. 5 for 55. Now, I'd always cough to it. You can't keep that kind of information in your head, can you? I can't. Perhaps you can. It's very impressive if you could.
Not always.
That's what computers are for, though, isn't it? Websites. Morley in and bowls to Bracey, who guides this out into the offside. The phony war is on, and they're not going to take the single that was on offer as it's fielded out there in the far distance by Harry Kane. There isn't anybody within, apart from the wicketkeeper and the bowler, within 40 yards of the batter, as this one's gone a long way up in the air, and that's going to be caught on the boundary, and it's caught on the boundary. Bracey goes for 47, and Gloucestershire are all out for 187. It's a 6 wicket for Jack Morley, his best figures in first-class cricket as well. 6 for 55, and well done to him. Gets the congratulations of his teammates. And in 10 minutes' time, Derbyshire will come out and try and put some inroads into that 187, and they'll still have plenty of time to go. By my reckoning, a good 28 overs worth of action still to be played here at Bristol this evening. 70 balls for his 47 for James Bracey, caught by Caleb Jewell out on the boundary, right on the boundary as well in front of the flats. And as I say, Gloucestershire all out for 187.
Yeah, he gave it a good biff to Bracey, but I think he was looking to go straighter. And yet again, albeit you can't blame Bracey at all for that. He's batting with the number 11, and he's got to try and find a boundary. He's got a tempting straight boundary as Jack Morley leads Derbyshire off, holding up the ball. David Griffin flashing that camera in front of him. And Derbyshire's fielders just dropping back to applaud their left arm spinner off. But pretty much every time somebody tried to take Morley down, he got a wicket, and it happened again, albeit in different circumstances. But Bracey would have been looking straighter because the boundary is much shorter there, just dragged it a bit wider. It was still a pretty decent hit, but
went a long way up, didn't it?
Yeah,
went a long way up.
Get underneath it a bit. But would certainly have had the distance if he'd hit it a fraction straighter. Anyway, he didn't, and Bracey's 47 sort of cut short really from what he might have been able to make. Bancroft 58, Actor 32, Phillips 27, Ollie Price just about made double figures, but I'd have to say from 68 without loss, and through those first 24 overs or so, we said it, it was about 2-3 plays and misses. There was just nothing happening, and it's the Kookaburra ball. You're thinking they've got through the trickiest part of it, and sure, Morley has bowled terrifically. I thought Thompson also varied his pace very nicely, and there is some turnout there, but Gloucestershire won the toss. They elected to bat first, and it feels as though they have surrendered the advantage that the toss should have been able to give them. So they're going to have some serious work to do with the ball. As Fletch mentioned, 28 overs remaining in the
It's a lot, isn't it?
Evening
It's a lot of cricket. Yeah, 2 for 44 for Zach Chappell, 2 for 20 for Alex Thompson, 6 for 55, career best figures for Jack Morley. Ben Aitchison 13 overs for 47. Anuj Dalbol just 6 overs, conceding 17 runs. And the scourge of cricket around the world, the heavy roller, is trundling up and down the pitch. Nobody wants to see that. It's even got its reverse lights on. Look at that.
Yes,
it's very impressive. And they've gone off as he goes forward again.
Yeah, I love that.
So it'll be interesting to see how Derbyshire go about this. They've got 2 reasonably attacking batters at the top of the order in David Lloyd and Caleb Jewell. Harry Kane is much more of a traditional, I would say, red ball player than Wayne Madsen and Brooke Guest. Without Lewis Rees, they're probably a batter light. Alex Thompson isn't quite the batter that Lewis Rees is. Martin Anderson has had a terrific season. Anuj got a century recently for the twos. And then Jack Morley, Ben Aitchison, Zach Chapelcombe Biffid, of course. I'd be surprised if Aitchison came in below Morley, but you never know. Jack Morley may well just have earned the right to come in at 10 rather than 11 after his improving his best score in first-class cricket twice this season already. He'll certainly be full of confidence.
Yeah, would he have a first-class average of something like 3.4,
Yes.
if I
Yeah,
remember rightly?
no,
at the
you're
start of the
absolutely
season,
right.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. His average this season, I mean, it's not world class. I don't think it puts him in the all-rounder category. But he's got a batting average of 28 with a high score of 41.
Wow, if he averaged 28, then for me he would be a bowling all-rounder.
This season he might well be because, because his wickets have cost him quite a lot. Cost him 37, I think, this season. But he's now Derbyshire's leading wicket taker. No, he isn't. Second leading wicket taker behind Lewis Rees with 20 for the campaign.
It's a high-scoring game at Radlett, by the way, between Middlesex's women and Gloucestershire's women. Middlesex made 201 for 1 from their 20 overs. Gloucestershire are 103 for 3 after 11.2 overs in response. They need 99 to win from 8.4 overs. It seems unlikely, but you never know. Melissa Story is 45 not out from 30 balls with 5 fours and a 6. And Pratana Reddy's with her at the crease on 20 not out. Georgina Camp made 29. So I think you'd have to say, whilst Gloucestershire have yet to win a game, there has been a lot to enjoy from their T20 campaign so far. They've got closer to sides than they were at the back end of the 50 over competition, and they are certainly up against it, against what is a very stacked Middlesex side. They have recruited from other counties. There are plenty of players for Middlesex with regional experience in the previous era, so yeah, we're always going to be up against it.
It'll take a while to settle down, won't it? I think in the new era of women's cricket, it will take a little while to settle down. I'm not sure whether already telling Yorkshire that they're going to be in the top division next year.
Well, the whole thing is...
It skewed the second division in the north because they just basically handed professional contracts to the players that they wanted to keep to prevent them from going to Durham and all that kind of thing. So it's just a bit weird. Once it settles down, I think we'll get a better idea.
And the whole thing is going to change again with Glamorgan's introduction the year after that. Everything's, the format of everything. I'd have thought the number of games that are going to have to be played may even have to change. Whoever's going to work that out, I don't know. But it's been an odd process.
I hope for the women it's not the same people who work out the men's schedules anyway, because otherwise they're going to have no chance.
It certainly upset a lot of people. I suppose the only good thing as far as League Two is concerned is that the games have to take place at weekends because
they're amateur.
Players aren't professionals.
No.
Yeah, they've all got
Derbyshire have been to Kent. I think they've been here, haven't they?
Yes, that was the first game.
Yeah. So I mean, it's a big commitment as well, isn't it, for second division women to actually go, right, well, I'm going to write off Saturday, potentially write off Sunday as well, and then go back to work Monday. Perhaps squeeze in a couple of evenings training somewhere.
Oh gosh, yeah, more than a couple of evenings, and
so
gym work needing to be done basically every day, if not at the gym at home. So yeah, it's extraordinary. I don't know how anybody's doing it.
No,
so
I don't. No, it's a terrific effort.
As far as the county championship's concerned, scores from elsewhere: Kent 213 for 3 against Lancashire. Ben Compton still there on 86 not out. Tawanda Moyeye made 63, 2 wickets to George Balderson. Glamorgan 246 for 4 against Leicestershire. Asa Tribe, who bludgeoned Gloucestershire to all parts at the back end of the T20 fixture here last Sunday. He made 107 opening the batting. Everybody else has contributed, and for once Leicestershire's bowlers aren't running through a side quite in the same way as they have been. Middlesex 315 for 7 against Northamptonshire, so an excellent effort from their lower order. Liz Deploy made 66, but Joe Cracknell is unbeaten on 80, finally given a chance by Middlesex, batting down the order, and he, as I say, 80 not out. Luke Holman made 51. Liam Guthrie has taken 5 for 66, the left armour for Northamptonshire. I'll get to the Division 1 scores in a moment, because Ajit Singh Dale is going to open the bowling for Gloucestershire from the pavilion end, as David Lloyd and Caleb Jewell have come out to the middle, and it's fair to say if these two bat for even 3/4 of an hour.
If they bat for 3/4 of an hour together, Derbyshire, you would expect, will have a fairly decent number on the board.
Lloyd to face the first ball, 2 slips for Gloucestershire as Singdale charges in and bowls a short ball. It's pulled high up in the air, but it's going to fall safely over the top of mid-wicket running back. Charlesworth will cut it off before it gets to the boundary. He'll take 2, and, well, just like the start of most first-class innings, really, the first ball's banged in short, and the batter has a huge
Just have a little
smash at it, and 2 runs. Why not? Keep the game moving.
Yeah, keep it moving.
Derbyshire 2 without loss. I didn't expect Singdale to start off with a short one. I really didn't. There's no deep square back. There's really a very conventional field from Gloucestershire. Singdale in and bowls, and Lloyd tries to whip that one away off his hip, but it makes contact with that hip, and there is no run. Worcestershire 203 for 9 at New Road. Mitch Santner was finally allowed a bowl, 7th into the attack. Matthew Waite made 68, and 3 wickets for Matthew Fisher for Surrey. Singdale in and bowls to Lloyd, a full ball which is blocked out towards mid-on. Singdale looking to get his pace up here and back into 4-day rhythms. He was rested from the game on Friday, but had an excellent time of it in the previous 2 games. Back-to-back 3-wicket hauls for him. First time he'd taken 3 wickets in a T20, and then he did it again in the next game. And he's Gloucestershire's leading wicket taker in first-class cricket this season, as he's in and bowls wide of the off stump. It flies through behind the stumps to James Bracey. Somerset 214 for 2 against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Tom Kohler-Cadmore made 104 from 138 balls. That would probably have been worth watching. And Josh Davey is still opening the batting, and he made 64, so everything seems to be working, whoever Somerset put in the top order at the moment. Singdale in now, bowls. Lloyd comes down on that one and plays it off some part of the bat and into his pad, and it rolls out in front of him for no run. Nottinghamshire 236 for 4 against Yorkshire. Ben Slater 4 shy of 100. Some more runs for Hasib Hamid. He made 52.
Good old Ben. He's a former Derbyshire player.
So he is.
He was at one of the T20 against Nottinghamshire, whom he now plays, but he doesn't play T20 cricket, so he was at the county ground the other week.
Last ball of the opening over. Singdale bowls a fuller ball, which is driven into the ground by Lloyd and plucked out of the air by the still pink-haired Miles Hammond after the Pink for Sid game the other day. Dan Moriarty has 2 wickets, by the way, for Yorkshire. Essex 231 for 6 against Hampshire. Whoever loses that game is in some strife, I think, given that both of those are heading towards the lower part of the Division 1 table. Critchley made 71. Charlie Allison is 72 not out. Kyle Abbott figures 14 overs, 9 maidens, 3 for 13.
Nice. Good old Critch, though.
Just how long is Kyle Abbott still going to be doing it? It's just extraordinary. Of course, there we go.
Another former
And
Derbyshire
I'm going
player.
to give you a great opportunity
Excellent,
here as
go on.
well. Sussex 255 for 7.
Good old Finn.
Including Finn Hudson-Prentice, who made 5, which I wouldn't normally highlight, but why not? And James Coles is still there on 89.
He's just played 4 T20s for Derbyshire in the current campaign. Here is Actor bowling from the Ashley Down Road end, and he rather hurries Caleb Jewell there. Zaman Akhtar pushes it out into the offside. There's no run. I've got to say, get it out there nice and early. Caleb Jewell coming in to this game off the back of a 232 against Kent in the only innings that Derbyshire had batting. So they completed an innings victory. The final game before the T20 started, as Actor is in again, and again he's a bit too quick for Caleb Jewell as he tries to turn it into the leg side. A bit more bounce than he was expecting, perhaps. I think it might have hit him on the gloves or the bat handle. Ball dribbles into the leg side. David Lloyd did two things, or did the same thing twice, that I don't like seeing. He picked the ball up and passed it to a fielder after he'd played his shot and defended it. Let him bend down. Let him rick the back. Anything could happen if they bend down, couldn't it? Here is Actor in and bowls, and Jewell covers up on that one, pushes it straight back to the bowler. It's raining in Blackpool.
Again.
Again. Two teams were desperate for a game to finish positively in their favour, Lancashire and Kent, aren't they? But it's raining in Blackpool. Which is why, as a resident of the northwest of England, I'm quite glad I'm in Bristol, as Actor is in short, and he's taken that one on. Is he going to get caught? Oh, it's a brilliant, brilliant piece of fielding down there by Todd Murphy. Absolutely stunning. Did he go over the boundary? I'm not sure. He got his hand to it and clutched it back in. He got it on the full.
Certainly the first pat back in was absolutely fine. He then, I think he had two goes at it almost.
He went over the boundary. The ball never did. And as a result, Caleb Jewell picks up a single.
I remember that's how they got him at Derby as well. Marchant de Lange banged in a short ball, and Jewell had one that he hooked round the corner. It fell short of short fine leg, and then he had another go and was caught down there. But Murphy, if he'd just been a fraction finer, then he wouldn't have had to run around and might have been able to take it.
Actor bowls left alone outside the off stump by David Lloyd to go through to the keeper, and there is no run.
He is it was one of the things I was going to say about Todd Murphy, actually, that he is a very good fielder. Okay, he's not going to bat higher than 9, I wouldn't imagine, in his Gloucestershire stint, but you do get an excellent fielder. He's quick across the ground, and he's got a good pair of hands, as you saw there. A fantastic effort just to get hands on it.
Here comes Actor and bowls, and Lloyd goes for the expansive drive, and the ball lands about 3 foot in front of him. Actor comes down, picks the ball up. The end of the second over, Derbyshire 3 without loss in reply to Gloucestershire's 187. Lloyd has 2 of those, and Jewell has 1. But no, that was a terrific piece of fielding. Down below us to our right, not ideal from where I'm sitting, but do a bit of head bobbing and weaving.
I mean, he had it in his hands,
I thought,
and then he palmed it back, and I think he realised that he might not have done it strongly enough. Had a second go at it. Yeah. Which,
that's excellent.
I mean, you'd have needed to have slowed it down to see it exactly, but it never looked as if he was quite going to be able to take the catch.
No.
The momentum was always going over the boundary. It was an exceptional effort to get as close as that. They do have 2 fielders back deep on the onside for Singh Dale, who's in over the wicket, bowls a full ball which Jewell drives out towards mid-off. How many did, you'll have it closer at hand probably than me, how many did Jewell make in that first innings? It was something like a 70 or an 80 odd, I think, in the first innings at Derby this season, something like
61.
61 actually. It felt a bit more than that, but it felt a bit more than that because I don't think I've seen anybody strike the ball as authoritatively as Jewell did before he got out.
His driving's glorious.
It's just, Singh Dale is in and bowls, squares Jewell up a bit there, but he's able to keep it down well enough into the offside, fielded by Murphy at mid-off. But
what was surprising, it was 61 off 48
Yeah.
in the first innings with 12 fours, and then in the second innings when Derbyshire were chasing less than 100, he made 51 off 48 with 6 fours.
I mean, Gloucestershire didn't bowl very well.
No, they didn't.
However, just even the good deliveries, it felt as though he was just punching them through the covers with just absurd power. Singdale into Jewel. Again, it's a little bit hurried up by that one as he plays it towards mid-on. And then DeLange came on and bowled what I thought was just one of his real test quality spells that he does send down, and prized Jewel out with a couple of perfectly placed bumpers, and Actor got it right on that occasion as well, but just enough bat on it from Jewel to not be caught. Singdale in now, and Jewel sort of hopping backwards a little bit as he plays that one towards cover, but not in exaggerated fashion.
Those 2 half-centuries, he made 5 half-centuries in his first 5 innings for Derbyshire, which always helps, doesn't it, when you're a batter. He's currently got 694 runs for the season in the Championship, so we're looking for the 1,000.
Singdale in bowls, wide ball, that is definitely not where to bowl to Caleb Jewell. Gloucestershire will know that, and he just lays back and cuts it away through cover point for 4.
I think that's on the tip sheet.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Singdale has certainly not meant to bowl that
Short
ball
and
there.
wide, don't do it there,
No.
because he will punish you. It was a curious innings he played on Friday night in the T20. Obviously opened the batting, but there were wickets falling at the other end, and at one point he was pushing the ball into the leg side for a single and letting either Zach Chappell, who teed off, or Mohammed Ghazanfar, who teed off, and just let them get on with it. He looked like he was, we've lost this game, boys.
7 for no wicket. Singdale bowls to Jewell, who works this one towards wide mid-on. Van Buren a few steps to his left to pick up, so he can take a single, and that ends over number 3. So with just 187 to play with, Gloucestershire having made the right call to bat first, but a wrong execution, now have to try and make up for that with the ball, and they know that anything fractionally off to either Lloyd or Jewell is going to be punished. So it's one of those things. They're going to be bowling with a quick attack with Singdale and Actor and Bailey. 3 frontline seamers are all on the quicker end of things. Charlesworth might bowl a bit as well, but if they're off, they'll get punished.
There's Actor in to bowl to Jewell, who drives out into the offside towards the extra cover boundary. 2 fielders giving chase. They come back for 2, and the ball wins the race. Miles Hammond was the closest of the 2 fielders to it. Graham Van Buren accompanied him, but the ball just had the legs to get to the rope first, and Caleb Jewell is into double figures. He moves on to 10 off 11, 12 without loss. Gloucestershire, I'm not in the business of looking for positives, well, for anybody really, but for Gloucestershire followers. But just remember, it was the 24th over before a wicket fell in an innings that only lasted 59 overs and 1 ball. So don't despair. As Actor is in again, and it's defended off the back foot this time by Jewell. Is that enough hope?
Yeah, well, I think the other thing is that they will, I mean, even if they could just take one with the new ball, just to open it up a little bit, and then Murphy is still going to be the prime threat. We know there is some turn out there.
As Actor is in, bowls to Jewell, who turns this one into the leg side. And there is no run. Joe Phillips, the fielder at mid-wicket.
But yeah, it feels to me substantially.
I think it's a little light.
Par. I think
yeah,
I think
it's a little light.
I mean, you saw the way that it turned later on in Gloucestershire's innings, and all of a sudden you thought, well, okay.
As Actor bowls, and rather squares Jewel up, and he manages to get some bat on it down towards third man. They go through for a single. There's a gazebo down below us bearing the Gloucestershire County Cricket Club crest that looks like it's about to take off.
One of the legs doesn't quite hit the ground, which is the problem with that. It might be all right.
It's not fully anchored. We'll keep an eye on that. I think the gentleman who's sitting just to the left of it, looking out on the cricket, he's just had a little anxious glance at it. The wind has certainly got up. Just for the time being, as Actor is in to bowl to Lloyd. Lloyd turns that one into the leg side, and they'll pick up another single. Charlesworth moves around to do the fielding. 13 without loss. It was just a sudden gust that roared down a concourse below us.
Yeah, the legs are just all over the place on that marquee. It's doomed.
I know how.
Well, it's not quite doomed, but
I know how it feels.
It also seems to want to leave the ground as well.
6 off the over so far. Final ball coming up from Actor, who's in and bowls to Jewel, who again gets squared up. Comes off a leading edge into the ground, up towards mid-off, and the over comes to an end. 14 without loss after 4. That, of course, yes, there it is there, look, 3.6. I thought it said 36.
3.6 overs would be an interesting way of describing it.
But it is 3.6.
It does say 3.6
yes,
on the board.
I know. But Ajit Singh Dale was out on ball number 57.6 for record-keeping purposes, because if you put 58, it's wrong, isn't it? Does it say 3.6?
It does, yeah. And now that the
changed.
new over begins, it
Perfect.
changes.
Thank you very much.
In comes Singh Dale, bowls down the leg side. It's flicked off thigh pad, I think, and balloons up in the air short of mid-wicket. But, of course, Gloucestershire are probably going to be appealing for everything.
Yeah, I would.
Well, probably from both ends, but they're going to be appealing for everything, particularly from the pavilion end.
Yes, I would.
I suspect.
No reason, obviously, but yeah,
No.
I think I would.
No, of course not. Lloyd 3 from 10. Becalmed for now. Singh Dale bowls to Lloyd, who is struck high up on the pad. Will have probably created a bit of a mini bruise for Lloyd, despite the thigh pad, who felt that through it, but too high. Even having said they'll be appealing for everything.
They didn't appeal for that. There is a limit.
Limit even to that, really. A lot of funky fields from Derbyshire, but nothing from Gloucestershire. They haven't changed the field much, really, other than to put a second fielder back on the leg side on occasion. Singh Dale in bowls full ball, which is challenging Lloyd on the front foot, but he meets that challenge in defence. And it's fielded by Murphy at mid-on, who does like to keep a towel tucked into his trousers.
Can't be too careful.
No, well, it's funny the number of Aussies that like to do that. I suppose it's more for the sweat on the fingers than
I imagine it must be, because
drying
I think
the
it
ball,
rains more
surely.
here than there.
Yeah, and Riley Meredith bowls with one tucked into his trousers, even in a T20. Kane Richardson has that massive, almost like bath towel sticking out. Getting it even in T20 cricket. Singh Dale in bowls. Lloyd is behind that one, playing to cover where Hammond fields. I'm sure there'd be more looking further back, but it was particularly given that they do it even in T20 cricket that does just get me. But the breeze continues to. Well, it's a gusty wind, really. It's not a breeze. In comes Singh Dale, bowls a fuller ball, whipped away into the leg side, and for 4. It's right between deep square and long leg. Not a massive gap out there, and because it's such a long boundary, they've got a bit of time to try and cut the angle off, but neither fielder could get particularly close to it, and It is 18 without loss.
It was you couldn't say that he placed it there because he I mean, if he did, he's got some skills about him because it was a sharp delivery and it has been placed perfectly between those two fielders on the leg side. Raced away.
Singdale to complete his third over, and Lloyd turns this one more gently this time, and again into space wide of Murphy at mid-on, and 5 runs from that over. Derbyshire 19 without loss, 8 to Lloyd and 11 to Jewell, and whilst they've not exactly tucked into the Gloucestershire bowling yet, that slim deficit really just continues to be eaten away in a 50-run opening partnership. I know that Gloucestershire lost their wickets after a 68-run opening partnership, but
come on, don't be defeatist like that. It's not like you. It's not like you.
to expect the same pattern to happen twice, I don't know.
There's a man Actor in to bowl to Lloyd, who just plays the ball into the ground and straight back towards the bowler. Actor gets a right hand on it.
Will go against all wisdom, the Kookaburra ball, for it to happen twice.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? But then it has to happen twice almost for Derbyshire to win this game, so...
yeah, although if they build up a mighty total here...
They get back for 2 days now, can't they? Yeah. If they are capable of batting for 2 days, which they've shown that they are. As Actor is in, Lloyd turns that one into the leg side, and he'll pick up another single. Lloyd moves on to 9. Derbyshire to 20 without loss here in the... I shouldn't have started that. 6th over.
So I had one of those moments where I just slightly zoned out, and all of a sudden you were fumbling for something, and I panicked as well.
No. I'm often fumbling for something. At the cricket or otherwise. Here is Actor bowling to Caleb Jewell. Going to go through for a quick single. The ball isn't actually picked up. Well, it isn't picked up cleanly initially by Joe Phillips, and then it was also missed by Archie Bailey, which was slightly embarrassing because it looked like quite a sharp single, and it turned into a very comfortable one in the end. But I don't think that Jewell was to know that as he moves on to 12, 21 without loss.
Yeah, I mean, I suspect even if Phillips had picked up, but he did rather deflect it out of the path of Bailey.
He wrong-footed Bailey completely as Actor bowls to Lloyd, who chops this away for 4 out to the cover boundary. Again, it's that short wide one, and both of these opening bats will punish short wide deliveries unless they find the fielder, which David Lloyd has had a nasty habit of doing over the last few months. And interesting, the umpires just looked at where Actor is following through, and at the end of the previous over, the umpire looked at where Ajit Singh Dale was following through. Yeah, there's a little mark. I don't think
it's outside the danger area.
I don't think Derbyshire will mind anyway, will they?
Well, not if they can score big here.
As Actor is in, that was left alone by Lloyd outside the off stump to go through to Bracey. I think you should be allowed to do what you want. Do a little dance.
Well, I've been on with Bumble this season as well, and that is a topic that we tend to get onto. Just the bowlers should be allowed to run wherever they like.
Yeah. Batters sort of can. They rarely get warned.
The punishment is so much less for them, isn't it? Because they get 5 penalty runs for doing it. You'd sacrifice a few 5 penalty runs to try and dig the
bowler gets taken off.
Yeah.
His Actor into bowl to Lloyd, who defends this one up to mid-off on this occasion, and the over comes to an end. 6 gone, then 25 without loss. Derbyshire. Lloyd has 13 and Jewell has 12. What did the this is that I can't remember. 4 buys were the only extras in that. They were the ones that came down to below us, weren't they? Yeah, I wasn't sure. I hadn't remembered them initially, but just 4 extras in that innings of 187. Which isn't many.
Nope. No, and no leg buys tends to suggest that the bowling was pretty straight as well, which it certainly was. I mean, they particularly up front, I think they made the decision that they were going to bowl very straight. But they seldom strayed right onto the pads. As Singdale bowls to Jewell, who drives gorgeously wide of mid-off. That is 4 runs. Not much wrong with that delivery from Singdale, but Jewell is so strong, both off front and back foot, seemingly through in front of square, sort of wide of mid-off and forward of point, particularly. And 29 for no wicket.
Well, this is his 12th innings and he's averaging 63. Caleb Jewell. I think he's been not out once. And that was the first game of the season, wasn't it?
Singdale approaches, bowls. That's probably, even though he's not actually timed that for once, as he forces it off the back foot and picks out cover and then goes off for a wander. I was thinking, as that left Singdale's hand almost, that's for Jewell, that's possibly short and wide enough that he could crack it away, but not this time quite. So he picks out the fielder.
Todd Murphy's already jumping up and down.
Yeah, not surprised. I think it'd be long. 29 without loss, so already only 158 back. Singdale bowls, that's a sharp bumper, and Jewell, I mean, he wasn't particularly close to it and it sailed through to Bracey, but just when a fast bowler sees a batter play the short ball in that way, that does just get the juices flowing a little bit, I think, because
I think he bailed out eventually, didn't he? But
yeah,
he was interested for a
you
lot
could
longer
see
than he
saw
really
it
should have been.
a bit later than some, and
Top,
it was
top edge
more
on
of a
that goes
flinching-
over the flats.
Well, it's true. More of a flinching duck, really. Singdale bowls. There's another short one. It's pulled away by Jewell. He's controlled that well. Out to Charlesworth at deep backward square, and it is 1 run, 30 without loss. And I think both sets of bowlers really gave up immediately on trying to get any swing.
Yes.
We've seen basically no swing, and effectively the Kookaburra, you sort of seen both sides do it. Actually, you can bang the Kookaburra in short early because you need to make use of when it's at its hardest and it's going to fly through at its quickest. Singdale into Lloyd, a full delivery, which is met well, a straight bat by Lloyd up to mid-on.
The fielding pads and helmet have been brought to the side of the pitch on the boundary
yeah,
down
there we go.
below
He's
us.
just bowled a ball to Graham van Buren as well as Todd Murphy.
Todd, how much are we paying you? Go on, son. Come on, you bowl from that end.
Bowl the rest of the day, yeah.
We'll work around you.
You've got 10 overs. There you go. Still the 2 slips as deep square drops back. Singdale into Lloyd, but it's a full ball, as it so often is, and it's prodded away with almost nonchalance from David Lloyd into the covers. And the score remains 30 without loss after 7 overs, and really pretty similar to the start of Gloucestershire's innings. Really, there's not been any playing and missing, although Gloucestershire did come close with that top-edged pull hook shot from Jewell down to Todd Murphy. They did incredibly well, firstly to save, but get hands on it at all. Is that who's just popped off there? Is that Joe Phillips who's gone off? Oh no, yes, sorry, that's the substitute fielder going off that I didn't see, because presumably somebody's stuck some shin pads on.
Joe Phillips is putting the shin, completely putting the shin pads
Tommy
on.
Borman it was who was going off.
The one thing they always say at this juncture is that opening bats tend not to see a lot of spin, certainly in the 8th over of an innings, unless you're playing on the subcontinent generally. So it'll be interesting to see how these two go about it. It'll be Australian to Australian to begin with. Caleb Jewell on strike as Todd Murphy bowls his first ball for Gloucestershire, I think it was fairly full. Pushed out into the offside. That's the footmarks. I thought it might be the footmarks. Still the effects of the heavy roller, of course, at the moment. How much turn will he impart? And he comes around the wicket, bowls to Jewell, who just helps that one into the leg side. There is no run. It wasn't fielded particularly cleanly by Joe Phillips, who has got the fielding pads on, which restrict his movement. There's a slip. Miles Hammond. Too many other attacking fielders as we speak, as that one is pushed back to Murphy by Jewell. Just letting his compatriot get a nice little maiden in. Calm his nerves. Tell you what, Todd, I'll do.
I'm sure that's exactly how Australians think.
I tell you what, Todd, I'll do you a favour, mate. That's what he said. As Murphy's in, and that one, no, he tries to dig it out. He has to dig it out and push it out into the offside. Fielded by another Australian, Cameron Bancroft. Can't move for them at the moment. Murphy's in, pushed into the offside by Jewell. Two back, they're just playing the game by themselves, these boys. Bancroft again does the fielding.
The Aussies taking over county cricket, how dare they?
Here you go, but I tell you what, lads, you bowl it, I'll hit it to him. We'll really hack everyone off. Here's Murphy in and bowls, and again defended and again fielded by Cameron Bancroft, and Todd Murphy does begin with a maiden over, and Derbyshire therefore remain on 30 without loss after 8.
And he is bowling very full, Todd Murphy. Whether he continues to bowl quite that full, he might just drag it back a centimetre or two, but so far he does seem to be bowling as full as the shaved parts of the pitch would lead you to believe he might want to. But starting, you want to get that first over out of the way, don't you?
They asked him.
I don't know.
I mean, I've got no problem with that. I mean, you make a pitch to suit your strengths, for me.
Yep.
And then you still have to make the most of it, don't you? That's the key. Because if the opposition have a couple of front line spinners in as well, it might make a difference, which it appears to have done so far.
He was born in a place called Echuca. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Bless you.
Dale, and this is worked away by Lloyd wide of mid-on. Good piece of fielding actually by Archie Bailey. Went into the slide and picked it up, and they didn't take two that I thought was going to be on off the bat. It's 31 without loss.
I've no idea. I've never heard of it.
It is
New South Wales
I've looked
country.
It up. It is Victoria.
Oh, okay.
It's inland Victoria, a long way from Melbourne, on the Murray River. The looks of things. So, I think you sort of look at Victoria, and then you tend to think, oh, which Melbourne suburb is it from? No.
Yeah.
No.
And Caleb's from Hobart.
Fielder back at deep backward square again for Jewell, as Singdale is in and bowls to him. Full delivery, which is pushed out into the offside for no run. Got 7 wickets on Test debut. Todd Murphy on one of the pitches that did turn in the Border Gavaskar series. Made his debut at Nagpur and out-bowled Nathan Lyon, who only took 1 wicket in that innings. So certainly a start with a bang in terms of his Test career as Singdale bowls, and there's a drop and run towards mid-off. They're taking on Bailey. There'll be a shot at the stumps across his body and can't get much power behind it, so they're through for that one. And it's 32 without loss, Jewell to 18.
You always think that. So Murphy from Victoria, Caleb Jewell from Tasmania, Cameron Bancroft from Western Australia. They probably knew each other growing up, didn't they? They're all Australians.
Yes.
There's not many of them. A million miles apart. Entire continents away.
Todd Murphy is 's only 24.
Caleb Jewell's only 28.
28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. 28. Singdale bowls, and this is firmly hit in front of square on the leg side with the the front leg raised by David Lloyd, as he likes to do, and he'll pick up 2 for this, wide of Bailey patrolling that leg side boundary. 34 without loss.
Yeah, Bancroft's a veteran, isn't he? 32. Getting on a bit.
It's a good age to be in about a month's time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Excellent. Don't forget to tell everybody the date. That's a little tip from me there.
Nope.
We'll find it.
It's quite a deep short leg now as Singdale bowls. Again, it's full to Lloyd, and this is just blocked up to mid-off. Hasn't actually tested Lloyd out with a huge amount of really short stuff. I think the previous ball that went for 2 was maybe the attempted shorter one that just didn't get up quite so much.
There's another look.
Yes, another stalk of the.
It's like a just I'm looking, son. I'm looking, isn't it, from an umpire? That.
Yeah, they'll give you a few of those.
Yeah.
Before then, there's the friendly chat. And
Yeah,
then
and then he calls
move things along.
Call the captain over.
Last ball of the 9th over. No strike yet for Gloucestershire. There is the short ball. Ow, he's whacked that straight into the back of Joe Phillips, who is fielding a little bit deeper at short leg than some, but.
And goes to check out if he's okay.
Yeah, that seems to be all right, but I couldn't pay me any money to field there.
No.
34 without loss after 9 overs, and fortunately it wasn't a particularly lengthy coming together of fielders. Just don't pat him on the back, because that's what cricketers do, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just give him a massive clap on the back.
With a smile. They've called it off for the day at Blackpool. There's 57 overs and 4 balls possible.
I mean, it's not really much good, is it? Because you can't exactly go and enjoy the seaside in the pouring rain.
It'll still be warm though. Yeah, you can. Loads of indoor.
Warm
There's
rain.
a lot of indoor amusements there. Top Murphy, Ashley Down Road end bowls to Jeweller. Just waits for the turn and then pushes it out into the offside towards Cameron Bancroft, of course. And they go through for a single. Jewel moves to 1935 without loss. Deficit 152. The longer these two are out there, the happier everybody in the Derbyshire camp will be. Middlesex have got up to 353, which is some going.
Yeah.
They're in all sorts of trouble early on.
Cracknell 96 not out.
Ooh. It's done well since he gave up rowing. As Murphy is in, that's turned around the corner, or pulled around the corner by David Lloyd for a single.
After you've just been smashed in the back as a short leg, what you really do not want to see is
Just
the
hop out
off
the
spinner
way.
just drag it in short and leg side.
I'm just hopping here. Lloyd moves to 17. As Murphy's in once more. Another full delivery, big half appeal for leg before wicket.
Just didn't straighten, I don't think.
They got excited momentarily there, Gloucestershire.
Far off being, I mean, it was the type of length and flight I think that Murphy's after. He just needs that to turn a fraction.
He's in again, and that one is left alone by Jewel to go through to the keeper.
They do have pretty similar actions in mirror, Morley and Murphy. They're both quite upright at the crease. I mean, Murphy is. It was the first thing. It's the first thing most people, I think, say when they see Todd Murphy. Oh, it looks like Graham Swan when he bowls.
He said, I bet as an Australian he hates that. Turned to short fine leg by Jewel, no run, 36 without loss.
But it did.
He doesn't
even before I checked the Wikipedia page, it struck me, But he
doesn't do the marvellous arms outstretched
No.
that Jack Morley does, which is fantastic. As Manchester Murrow Lutheran, as that one is pushed out into that. I've just thought of one. Out into the offside by left Jewel for a single. He's on to 20. He's pinched the strike as well. Lloyd has 17. Derbyshire 37 without loss after 10.
Well, you did remind me of a thought I had last night, which I
Really?
meant to do some.
That is a major concern.
especially when I can actually, with another thought, then remember the thought that I had. That means I've had 2 thoughts in the last 24 hours. But I didn't check this because there was quite a lot of research needed to be done last night. But I was trying to think. Gloucestershire had an overseas off spinner since Murray.
Well, I couldn't.
I don't know. I'm probably missing somebody really obvious, but I was attempting to rack the brains and coming up short as usual.
Well, thanks for that.
Too much thinking. Well, I'm throwing it out there.
Oh, I see.
As I do, just in case somebody would like to
Derbyshire Cricket
contact
at
us.
not Gmail at BBC.
Put me right.
Okay, that UK. You know the one. You know the one.
Fired on the spot. In comes Actor and bowls to Jewel, and this is played into the leg side past a reaching mid-wicket. Hammond can't get there, and Charlesworth mops up on the boundary, and they will cross back for a second run, 39 without loss.
I did read the email. I can't work out now if I'm allowed to read out messages that come from other people, come from people on other forms, or I'm just not allowed to say them. It just baffles me.
Yeah. Well, if you don't know, I certainly don't. Actor switching ends, he's in and bowls a short ball. It's pulled up in the air and pulled far enough for 6. It's just cleared that backward square leg boundary, wide enough of Charlesworth. He is certainly flirting with the 2 fielders. Actor is staring off out at where that ball went, as though he thinks, well, that's exactly where I told you to stand.
Well, yes, but I
suppose he would.
12 foot over his head. I must admit, I was worried for a moment.
Well, I mean,
it's a long way out there.
Did it clear the boundary by a couple of feet? Saw where it landed. Charlesworth, I think if he had been right on the boundary, fielding at deep backward square rather than almost more of a long leg, then I think he would have been tall enough to catch that, but it wasn't. 45 without loss. Actor bowls to Jewel, who drives into the ground, a sort of thudding drive off the bottom part of the bat. There's no run, and well, this is pretty much what Gloucestershire feared. They've been batting together for about 45 minutes or so. Gloucestershire haven't got a wicket, and the deficit is already down below 150.
First 6 of the match as well.
Yeah, a few attempted, and none successfully. Actor bowls a full ball, spearing in on leg stump. Jewel works it towards Singdale at mid-on, and no run. How long a spell Actor will be given, having switched ends? Seems as though they want to keep these spells short and sharp. Archie Bailey will, I'm sure, be into the attack before the end of the day. We've still got 17 overs remaining after this one. Actor bowls short, wide, and hit away for 4. As you would expect, it's gone backward of point this time. Phillips didn't move at all at backward point. And as we mentioned, you just are not going to get away with those. Jewel has 32 from 38. And he stays so leg side of the ball, you know, as he's playing that shot, and then just reaches after it and still middles it, even though you'd think, well, if he's got both feet outside leg stump, which he does, how's he going to reach that? But of course he does. Actor in, bowls edged and caught low down at first slip by Bancroft, and that is the first wicket. Jewel actually, well, the problem with doing that is he started to walk off. Then he looked around as if to say, did you catch it? And then he kept walking. So the umpires are never going to say, well, that didn't carry, when your first move was towards the pavilion. But it looked as if it was just scooped off the floor. He is very good in the slips, is Bancroft, with those ones low down. He just seems to have very soft hands that just absorb the ball. And I think whilst he was close to getting out to a couple of shorter balls, you've got a batter who isn't, he's not, it isn't like a tail ender, but he's not getting in line, because he's trying to play every delivery from outside leg stump. You can see all 3 stumps. And Actor bowled really the perfect delivery to a batter who's looking to do that. And actually, unlike a tail ender, who's not good enough to get an edge on that,
He can get on it.
He's good enough to get the edge on it, and did, and departs for 32 from 39 balls. Actor gets the first wicket, and Derbyshire 49 for 1.
138 behind as Harry Kame comes out to bat. He won't be facing immediately because it was the final ball of the over. 11 overs gone now, 17 to go. Derbyshire would expect to be somewhere around 100, 110 if they possibly can be. Come the close of play. David Lloyd on strike as Murphy begins a new over. That's turned to backward square leg where Singdale does the fielding. And there's no run. Yeah, it's always disappointing when, not necessarily for Gloucestershire, of course, but when Caleb Jewell gets out. As Murphy bowls, this one is a jab. Blimey, he's hit that an absolute mile, David Lloyd. It's gone all the way for 6, and it was very much in the T20 mode where you see almost players like hammer throwers with very straight arms, and he's just flicked it away out into the car park towards the ice cream van for 6. Wow.
It's a long boundary, and he's cleared it very
yeah,
comfortably.
Those cars were in danger.
There's a gentleman who's sitting in a chair on the concrete. So if you know Bristol, if you're listening online, if you know Bristol, you'll know that there's an area of grass beyond the boundary where people tend to like to sit, and then the car park starts. So there's a gentleman who was sitting at the start of the car park who I think was very close to taking that catch and just watched it go over his head.
Murphy in to bowl to Lloyd, who pulls this into the leg side along the ground this time. He pick up a single. Again, Joe Phillips in the firing line. And Lloyd moves on to 24. Derbyshire up to 56 for 1. He's batting almost as if to say, well, there's a ball with my name on it somewhere. Which, unfortunately, this season there has been on many occasions. Came into the game averaging just below 30. Harry Kame facing for the first time. Murphy bowls to him, turns it into the leg side. There is no run as Cameron Bancroft does the fielding at mid-wicket.
Well, I mean, it was 3 balls in a row that he didn't touch before, so it's got to be in the action.
Yeah. Murphy in again, turned into the leg side by Kame. They're going to get through for a single this time to get Kame off the mark. 57 for 1. Brings the big 6 hitting David Lloyd onto strike. But even when top order batters, when they get 6s, it's still not as good as when the lower order gets 6s. Mohammed Ghazanfar hit 2 absolute monsters the other night. I mean, Derbyshire had lost the game, but they were huge. As Murphy around the wicket bowls to Lloyd, who goes back and pushes it into the offside. And there's no run. It was the final ball of the 12th over. Murphy's bowled, oh God, that's tricky to see, 3 overs for 11. Derbyshire 57 for 1 with Lloyd on 24 and Kame on him on 1. There was something reflecting off something right where Murphy's bowling figures are. Anyway, it's of no concern to anybody but me. Derbyshire won't want to lose more than a couple of wickets, 3 maximum I would suggest tonight, but 2 would be 1 too many probably.
Yeah, I think, well, I mean, let's say if they scored at, 4 and over, there'd be 110, 120 on the board. I mean, yeah, I think Gloucestershire need 2, and
Yes, I think so.
And really, to feel as though they're getting themselves back in the game, they need 3, which is going to be an effort in 16 overs, but that's the position they've put themselves in by coming up short in their first innings, as Actor is in for his 5th over of the innings. Bowls, and that one has hurried up, came inside edge onto thigh pad, I think, as it goes down safely in the end into the offside for no run. I don't know, be interested to get the players' thoughts on this, but I think this pitch has got quicker since first thing this morning. Because those edges, and I know that edge from Jewell barely carried to Bancroft.
It was a long way back there, wasn't it?
It was, and the edges weren't carrying at
No.
all up front. Actor bowls to Kame, who pushes this one towards mid-off. There's no run. And whilst Gloucestershire's attack is quick, whether it's that much quicker than Derbyshire's, that's the only difference, I'm not sure.
I think the only comparable bowler will be Zach Chappell, who bowled quite quickly this afternoon. I don't think Ben Aitchison is the same pace as either of these two, either Actor or Singhdale.
Slipping a wide gully now, as there's a bumper from Actor, which Kame just drops the hands on underneath.
No.
And, well, that's a little surprising that that's been wided, given... Well, I'm not going to point to exact examples, but it looked to me as though there wasn't much different.
That wasn't a wide.
To a couple in the first innings.
He's just swayed out the way of a bouncer. Let's move on.
So 58 for 1, so that is the first wide of the match. Still haven't had a no ball. Actor in and short and wide, helped away, and that's 4 runs. Harry Kame able to free the arms, and as long as you are even slightly careful really with where you hit those, there's not much danger there. 62 for 1.
Yeah, came in. Came.
It's just one of those things, isn't it? It's hard. Like a Darcy Short, for example.
Yeah. Came into the game with an average not too far below 40. 4 half centuries this season.
Actually, I've looked at the replay and I think it was a wide.
Okay.
Here comes Actor and bowls wide of the off stump, and that's left alone. I'm happy to admit when I'm wrong.
No one saw am I, but of course it's never happened.
I think it was way over his head. it looked different from this angle, but I still think that there wasn't much that looked different. I mean, he's not very tall.
No, he's not.
The problem.
No, he's diminutive.
Actor had there, I
diminutive.
think. Might have got away with it with a different batter on strike, but actually, yeah, fair enough. I think that probably was a wide. Actor goes in, bowls, and that's cracked away by Kame, just playing that from the crease, and that will have enough on it to go to the cover boundary for 4. Made a good sound off the bat, and he wasn't really exactly throwing his hands through it, but put bat to ball and picked the gap between cover and backward point. And the thing that Derbyshire are doing here is that one was just short enough, just wide enough to allow Kame to rock onto the back foot. Didn't come on amazingly quickly. I seemed to sort of sit up for him a little bit, but Derbyshire scoring at 5 and over, and they controlled the board when they were bowling. That's back of a length. That's nasty looking delivery from Actor, which Kame has made to look pretty simple to keep out, but he had to get up quickly into position there and stop the ball from thudding into his chest. There's no run to end the over, but 9 runs from it. And Derbyshire have already knocked off basically a third of Gloucestershire's first innings score of 187. Bancroft made 58. James Bracey was out for 47, looking for quick runs at the end of the innings. And a decent partnership with Zaman Actor, at least even to get Gloucestershire to that sort of score, because they were 114 for 6 when Ben Charlesworth was dismissed. But despite the fact that we've seen some turn at times, Gloucestershire, too many of their batters got themselves out, but Jack Morley bowled fantastically.
Todd Murphy in and bowls to David Lloyd, who's lunging forward. You might have heard an appeal in the background. Fruitless. Indebted as I often am to David Griffin, that Ben Aitchison's 4 outfield catches today was 1 short of the Derbyshire record. So this next delivery is turned into the leg side by Lloyd, who sort of stumbles forward as though he's going to take a run. I think Harry Kame advised him otherwise. And it remains 66 for 1. Harry Kane with a strike rate of 112. Lloyd's a more sedentary 75. Turns this one into the leg side. He's going to get another run here as Singdale moves to his left to pick the ball up at square leg. 25 to Lloyd now, 67 for 1. 120 the deficit. On balance, Derbyshire's day so far, do you think? I don't answer that. I'm just so unused to saying it, as Murphy bowls to Kane, who uses his feet and then clips the ball to Singdale at backward square leg. Misses that and braces in the game. Just got to be careful. Two balls left of the 14th over of Derbyshire's innings. Kane defends the first of those two. Bowled by Todd Murphy. Back down the track towards him. They've put that gazebo down now. The one with the Gloucestershire.
Naughty gazebo.
Yeah. That's when I said they put it down. They folded it up. They haven't got a big needle. I haven't got a big needle to it or anything like that. As Kane turns the final ball of the over into the leg side, they go through for a very comfortable single indeed. 2 off that over, 0 for 13 for Todd Murphy. Lloyd has 25, Kane has 10. Derbyshire 68 for 1, trailing by 119.
Hasn't really turned one yet, has Todd Murphy, and in the Gloucestershire innings it seemed to take a little bit of time for one to go, but I can't imagine for the life of me why that would be the case. But anyway, I can tell you that Gloucestershire's women were bowled out for 161 at Radlett, so a win for Middlesex by 40 runs. As Middlesex made 201 for 1 in their innings there, and
there's a niche one from Griff as well. Okay. In addition to the falling one short of the record number of catches, Jack Morley's the first slow left arm bowler to take 5 wickets in an innings for Derbyshire against Gloucestershire in first class cricket. Nicely done.
Very good.
Nicely done by the big man. Well, take one. Well, they're not mine to give, but
I think they're the commentary boxes. Here's Actor in now, and Kame will push this one towards mid-off as Actor pitches that one right up there. Kame's annoyed that he's missed out there. He's punching his bat, not hard, but frustrated that he couldn't get that away.
Just needed something to tide himself over ahead of the trip to the best kebab shop in the country, as he describes it. Is it Bristol City Centre? I won't be saying, I can't even tell you the name from here.
No, I suspect that might even be its name. Here goes Actor bowls now, and Kame takes a hand off the bat and rolls the remaining wrist on it pretty much and plays it to one of the 2 fielders in close on the onside, one of which is Todd Murphy. Murphy and Ollie Price. 2 short mid-wickets. Sun's disappeared. There was rain in the initial completely wrong forecast at about 6-7 o'clock, but it looks now as if it's more like 7-8 o'clock. Quite
good.
A bit of rain overnight, but tomorrow looks okay.
Tomorrow looks fine, doesn't it?
Actor in, and this has been edged by Kame down to the boundary, and despite Charlesworth's efforts it will get there, as Kame, he kind of knows really there's only the slip in place, and although it may have caught him a bit higher up on the bat than he might have liked, knows that he can just deflect that away. Yeah, again, hand off the bat, but there's not too much bother there with only one slip and the ball not carrying especially well even to that one slip. 72 for 1. So not really blaming Gloucestershire for not having a stacked slip cordon. Actor bowls a full ball worked into the onside. It's stopped by the more wide of the 2 short mid-wickets, Ollie Price, and there's no run.
Well, 2 short mid-wickets is a giveaway that the ball isn't going through, and that's usually the telltale sign that the fielding side doesn't think that having more slips is worth it.
target the stumps or dig it in short and try and prize a wicket out that way. Fine leg and deep backward square back on the boundary as well. Actor in there is the short ball, and came. He does get his bat underneath it. It was as though he was playing a sort of a swat down on the ball, but actually he was swatting away at thin air, knowing that it was going to be well over his ducking head. Actor nearly through 6 overs. He's taken the only wicket so far, but 38 runs from that. Could do with, as we said, really at least another couple of wickets this evening. 13 overs left. Actor bowls. There's a short ball. He's got on top of that beautifully as Harry came. He's hit it well in front of square, and it's 4 runs. That is a really well played pull shot. And he might have a little bit more time on this surface than some, but he doesn't have a great deal of time with the pace of Zaman Actor. But that is just an exemplary pull shot. Just everything the coaches tell you to do. High to low with the hands, rolling the wrists on it, and able to place it as well. 76 for 1, and Derbyshire's deficit 1-1-1.
Oh. Joe Cracknell's got his century.
Well done him.
106 he's on now with Middlesex.
How many did he have 100 before?
No, well, he might have done, but this is his highest score, certainly. It's only his 5th match.
I had a feeling he might not have had 100 in first class cricket, but he's barely been allowed to play it.
No, it's his highest score in first class cricket. It's Todd Murphy from the Ashley Down Road end bowls to David Lloyd, who turns it into the leg side. And I know we don't do football, but I have a lot of Burton Albion listeners as well in our area who follow the cricket. Might be amused to hear the latest rumour, not concerning the club itself directly, as Lloyd does something strange.
Inside edge onto pad.
Okay, thank you.
I had to look at the monitor.
Yes, he just sort of hung his bat outside the off stump, and then the ball just ended up flat on the floor.
Keeper and batter in the way, so it wasn't easiest to see.
That's a poor excuse, but I'm going to use it. As Murphy is in again and bowls to Lloyd, who drives this one a long way in front of square, out to the cover boundary for 4 runs. Just over pitching slightly, and Lloyd tucking in. He moves on to 29 now. Derbyshire up to 80 for 1. Burton fans might remember Martin Patterson as a former manager of little success. It looks like he's going to be the next manager of Notts County. Here comes Todd Murphy in again and bowls to Lloyd, who plays that. It's almost a flamingo style shot, but we don't like to talk about that because of who thought he brought it into vogue. Gets no run as he pushes it into or pulls it into the leg side. Murphy in again. Lloyd just tickles that round the corner down towards fine leg. It's been chased down by Graham Van Buren, and they come back for 2. And Lloyd moves on to 31, 82 for 1 deficit, just 105 now. So stand by your beds on that one. Cryptic message from Henry as next delivery is he squeezes it down towards third man. Whether he meant to do that or not, I'm not entirely certain, but he did manage to squeeze it down to third man, and Miles Hammond fields. Come back for 2 more, and David Lloyd looks like he's absolutely shattered. He's leaning on his bat, stretching out his left hamstring. 33 for him, 18 for Kame, 84 for 1.
He's walking a little gingerly as he goes to have a word with Harry Kame, and we are going to see a change of bowling as Archie Bailey will come into the attack for the first time. So Actor 6 overs, 1 for 42. And Ian Randall's about to announce exactly what I've just said. 19 years of age still, Archie Bailey. His birthday is in just under a week. And impressed once again in his third first-class appearance at Northampton. 3 for 76 and 3 for 55. And bowled quickly. Here he comes now and bowls a full ball which is on-driven, and that sent David Lloyd scrambling back into his ground, and he's looking around as if to say, great, thanks, that's exactly what I needed.
Just been stretching out my hammies.
Yeah. Bailey got a hand on it and just couldn't quite deflect it onto the stumps. He was back quickly with Lloyd, but he's having a word with Harry Kane there. Surely you can't be saying, do not hit it anywhere in the vicinity of the stumps at the non-striker's end. Bailey's a really determined start to his approach as he bowls, and Kane keeps that one out as that one was speared in towards the top of off. But yeah, back-to-back three-fers in the town of his birth, as Radders was very keen to point out.
To come through the system there or here?
Here.
Well, he's got no claim to him at all.
Town of birth. Made his debut at Lord's at the end of last year. Bailey bowls, that zips through to the gloves of Bracey behind the stumps as that's let go. He's got a quick action, does Archie Bailey. It's not quite as slingy as Singdale's in terms of, I always say it's not slingy, it's like sort of slingshot almost. He slings it down with a straight arm. If you say slingy, people think he's bowling like Malinga,
Yes,
but
yeah,
he's not.
No, he's not.
But Bailey's a bit more upright, but he's still there's
a lot of pace
falls
generated
over a bit,
in the shoulder,
yeah,
isn't there?
yeah. Bailey bowls a short ball miscued by Harry Kane towards mid-on. Just about probably kept that down enough that it was hard to see it really going in the air to a fielder, but it wasn't out of the middle of the bat. And certainly, again, Bailey is a bowler that is going to give you the hurry up.
I think the middle of the bat's very overrated.
Bailey passes the umpire, he bowls, and there's width on offer there, and that's punished again. Harry Kane with just a lay of the bat onto the ball. Back foot square drive out to the boundary for 4 more. 88 for 1, and that brings the deficit down below 100.
Yeah, it's not the delivery to bowl, really, is it? The short ball's got to be very straight. Once it's not very straight, you're in trouble.
I mean, you just don't have enough runs to play with. That's the big problem that Gloucestershire have got. Bailey to Kane, full ball. It's played in the air for a little bit. Ends up bouncing, I think, just a second time before it's stopped by Ollie Price at mid-wicket. Shouts of catch initially, but again, sort of the problem, really. That's been a good over from Bailey, apart from one delivery, and at the pace that Gloucestershire are sending it down at, one bad delivery, and Derbyshire's innings run rate over 5. 88 for 1, 33 to Lloyd, 22 to Kane, and 99 runs the deficit. And Derbyshire doing exactly, as I said at the start of the innings, what Gloucestershire feared they would have done.
What you were worried about, yeah. Graham Van Buren.
Well, I suppose two right-handers. Murphy 5 overs for 21, possibly still just settling in a bit. He was actually due to have a county stint, I think, a couple of years ago before I think it was before the last Ashes, and then Cricket Australia pulled the plug.
As they so often do. Here he is then, Van Buren in and bowls to Lloyd. There's a big appeal for leg before wicket. Look, the distance the ball went from the bat gave me the impression it might have got a little something on it. But
the fact Van Buren didn't turn round to the umpire, he's a vociferous appealer.
Bowls to Lloyd, who cracks this away out to the cover boundary, and they go through for a single to move on to 89 for 1. It's already on there. 34 to Lloyd now. Before the game is over, I just wanted to mention the Derbyshire under-18s, who made 196 for 9 in 20 overs against Yorkshire at Clifton Alliance Cricket Club in York. Yes, Van Buren is in. That one's down the leg side and tickled away by Harry Kane for 4, down to a very fine leg. He moves to 26, 93 for 1. Yorkshire are currently, just gone. Yorkshire are currently 69 for 8. They need 128 off 55 balls. They're not going to get it in Yorkshire. Derbyshire are going to beat Yorkshire, which is always pleasing. I'm happy for anybody to beat Yorkshire, in all honesty. But when it's Derbyshire, that's doubly pleasing, as Van Buren bowls to Harry Kane, who fiddles and guides this down to the third man region. Singdale does the fielding and keeps them down to a single. Loses his sun specs.
Past the halfway point.
Yes, 94 for 1, deficit 93. As Van Buren is in again, and Lloyd just pushes this out into the offside. It's fielded by Ollie Price, and there's no run. This has been the most peculiar red ball season for Derbyshire in so many good ways. As Lloyd goes back and cuts this one out to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. Zaman Akhtar picks up another single. Moves on to 35, but he's also pinched the strike, which is why his name is still in yellow on the scoreboard. Came has 27. Derbyshire 95 for 1. They trail by just 92 runs now. Stumps at Wantage Road, Middlesex, 397 for 8 against Northamptonshire, having won the toss. Looks like a very good toss to win. What a good decision to bat. Didn't look like it early, but now it looks like it might be. Glamorgan have gone past 300 as well. 305 for 5 at Grace Road.
In fact, Joe Cracknell didn't even have a first-class 50.
Did he not?
Never mind a first-class 100, because it's only his, I think,
fifth
his
game.
5th game.
Yeah, 5th game.
Archie Bailey in now, and this is grief. What a shot that is from Lloyd for no run. It's gone straight to mid-wicket. It's almost like he just sort of leant inside it, and then cheekily, little flick off, not even his pad, because he'd leant inside it. As I say, it was almost a flick off thin air. It's gone straight to mid-wicket, and the timing on that would have sped away to the boundary, but straight to the fielder. And I did bring up Cracknell's career: 56 T20 matches, 23 List A matches. He's 25 years old, and that's his 5th first-class match. Short ball cut in the air and caught at backward point. And David Lloyd is gone. I'm not quite sure how he's got out to that, but he has. And Archie Bailey has his first wicket, as Gloucestershire have their second. 95 for 2. It was quite short, it was quite wide, and I don't know whether Lloyd was slightly in two minds about whether to cut or drive it. No, he cut at it, but just looped it out to Charlesworth at backward point, and Gloucestershire have a real bonus wicket there, and they desperately needed that, with Derbyshire halfway to their first innings score and only 1 wicket down. All that does is bring Wayne Madsen to the crease. However, you've got to get him out there to put him back in the pavilion. 95 for 2.
That is, it sort of sums up David Lloyd's season in a nutshell. Looks really good, nice and attractive, playing some good shots, and then he'll just suddenly find a fielder out of absolutely nowhere, and it's happened to him time and again this season. Clearly a massive frustration for him, and I imagine for Mickey Arthur as well. But he's got his side off to a really good start. It's almost like saying all the openers have done really well in a T20 match, isn't it? They have got them off to a good start. They're going along at 5 and over. That might just slow, it might not slow down, but it might just slow down a bit now. But they have got off to this flying start, trailed by just 92.
Yeah, I mean, in this situation, whilst you'd want more, a 35 from David Lloyd has done a good job. I would have liked him to do a really good job, but
Another batter gets himself out, though.
Archie Bailey into Madsen, who's covering up and playing this one very straight, holding the maker's name for Bailey to to see.
In the scheme of the match, I was talking there, because a number of batters have got themselves out
Yeah.
over the course of today, haven't they? And that's just another example.
Yeah, it's a strange one, and I think, again, you have to say some of that is what you do tend to see when you have that transition between the white and the red ball. You see more batters getting themselves out than you might at another time in the season. Bailey into Madsen, who plays that one tight to his pads, but no run as it's out towards backward point.
Lloyd didn't play the last 3 T20s. He was left out of the side.
Yeah.
Harry Kane hasn't played a single T20.
He's looked in good touch.
Yeah.
I suppose James Bracey hadn't been playing T20s of late, and actually, despite the fact that he didn't top score, he'd run out of partners and was probably looking the most assured
looking
of
to kick on, wasn't he?
Yeah, most assured of Gloucestershire's batters. I mean, Bancroft was able to spend some time out of the middle, 58 off 127 balls. Bailey into Madsen, who plays forward again, and right back to the bowler. There's no run. And Bailey, one more dot shy of a W in the scorebook. A big W, rather than a small W. He's already got one of those in the over. That's how it works.
He doesn't want a tiny one, though.
No.
They're bad.
Well, yeah, but it's you write the cross, don't you?
But he wouldn't get the big one then.
Bailey bowls driving and not quite able to beat a diving Charlesworth at backward point, so he's taken a catch in the over and then stopped the last ball of it from being Madsen's first runs, which, you know, almost, well, not quite trivialities aside, being the wicket maiden for Archie Bailey, because he deserves the wicket maiden, but you want to keep Madsen on naught, you want to keep any batter on naught, so a piece of fielding like that, you just never know how important it could be. 9 overs remain in the day. A Derbyshire, a team who are completely against night watchmen, or
No.
use them
Jack Morley.
extensively? Oh,
Jack Morley.
of course.
Yeah, he scored his high score against.
It'd be a great opportunity. I always like it. It's a great opportunity to ruin somebody's day. He's just taken 6 wickets, and then you can ruin it by sending him out there.
Jack,
And then
get your pads
if
on.
he goes in and gets out.
There's Van Buren in to bowl to Harry Kane, who turns that one into mid-wicket. And there's no run. These two put on 177 in the first innings at Derby in the game between the two sides. As Van Buren is in to Kane, who goes for the expansive-looking cut shot and misses.
It's been a dangerous shot today. As that one actually, unlike a couple which skidded through that were missed in the first innings, that turned and it did also bounce.
Van Buren bowls and they've beaten the edge. He's got the edge, has he now? Van Buren hasn't even lifted his arms. James Bracey was quite keen.
If Van Buren doesn't appeal again,
No, it's clearly not going to be out, is it?
the bended knee imploring in front of the umpire appeal from Van Buren hasn't come out yet.
He's in and bowls to Kane, who goes back and forces the ball up towards mid-off.
But again, this over, we've seen the ball turn, and
Yeah.
twice in a row, and that just makes the straight-on delivery suddenly a really dangerous one.
As he bowls to Kane, who just pushes that into the onside this time. There's no run. Zach Chappell's just been around the boundary to collect his sweater, which he'd clearly left somewhere. Making his way back. Looks like he's hobbling. Often does. Next one is a half-hearted appeal from both behind the stumps and, well, barely from Van Buren. Maiden over from him, though. 0 for 7, his figures. And Derbyshire therefore remain on 95 for 2.
He has done a really useful job this season with the ball, as Graham Van Buren. He's bowled a lot more than he's had to bowl in previous seasons, because Gloucestershire losing Zafar Gohar to Middlesex, and then going into the season with Ollie Price and Graham Van Buren as spinners. Van Buren has, I never know with this particular database, whether it's updated. He's bowled in the region of 127 overs.
It updates during the game.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
That's annoying. You
Yeah.
actually would prefer if it didn't.
Yes, then you could add them on yourself. Yeah, yeah.
But anyway, it's in the region of 128 overs, and he's only gone at 2.76 an over. Bailey into Madsen, who drives pleasantly off the back foot, but straight to Hammond at cover, and there is no run. 7 wickets, but it was the 3 for 36 on the final day at Old Trafford that just gave Gloucestershire until Tom Hartley came out and defied them from down the order. Just gave Gloucestershire a sniff of victory that really I don't think anybody had thought was possible at the start of the day. Bailey bowls to Madsen, who strokes it away into the covers. Again, Hammond called into action and keeps Madsen on naught. The skies continue just to fill in a bit. It doesn't look as if it's going to rain, but it doesn't, to be honest, with the Kookaburra ball. If this were the Dukes, you'd be thinking, well, this could help Gloucestershire at the back end of the day, but it's not going to make any difference.
You sort of felt that this afternoon at one point, then you remembered.
Yeah,
no, it's not going to make any difference.
I don't think. Bailey into Madsen, who's trying to work this into the onside, and there's a strangled yelp really from the Gloucestershire fields. This is going way down the leg side, but Madsen missing the ball. He's played quite a lot of shots for his 0 from 7. Bailey so far 1 for 4 from 2.5 overs, and again just the accuracy is what's particularly impressive about him, as Madsen goes back and punches towards cover, and I genuinely thought that was going to be a boundary ball after I just said that, but it wasn't. But you know, I think back even to last year when I was looking at second team scorecards, it's clear how much Bailey has come on over the winter, and admittedly this is only a short career still, but you can see him progressing already, and he's still not 20. Bowls a short ball that takes off, and that's been signalled wide by umpire Newell, who's not even needed to check with the square leg umpire there.
What do you reckon of that one?
I think that was a wide.
Do you?
Yeah.
I'm just glad they're not no balls anymore. That was a load of all nonsense. But
96 for 2 with that run onto the board. Yeah, I think it's tricky, because if you landed that ball almost in exactly the same spot, it might not go over the batter's head. Bailey bowls up to the bat again. Madsen pushes forward. Can't get a run into the covers. Sets off hopefully.
I can't even see the ball on this screen now, so I'm in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, probably was. Yeah.
I can't see that ball.
Yeah. Madsen's a bit taller, so
I probably shouldn't be allowed to drive, really.
We better not say that on air, had you?
Well, I can't see that ball.
96 for 2. 7 left in the day after this delivery. Bailey to Madsen, and there's the delivery to get Madsen off the mark. Short and wide enough, and Madsen doesn't plant it into the hands of backward point. Instead he crashes it through a straight point, and that brings up the 100 for Derbyshire at the end of just the 21st over of the innings.
That run rate's dropped a bit, hasn't it?
It has. It's dropped below, well below 5 runs.
Yeah.
I need some acceleration towards the back end.
First boundary since the 18th over. The two batters have just had a little chat. Presumably it says, look, there are 7 overs remaining. Come back tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. We'll be all right.
There are 7 overs remaining. We can knock off half this deficit.
Well, I'm rather hoping that isn't what they've said, but you never know with this current Derbyshire side. They want to be attacking. And have been, largely. There have been games where it hasn't worked for them, as Van Buren begins a new over, bowling to Harry Kane, who pushes it back to the bowler, and there's no run. A low hum of a light aircraft as Van Buren bowls to Kame. He pushes this out into the offside. It beats the man in the covers, who is Ben Charlesworth, and goes out towards the cover boundary. It's only a single though.
Yeah, that gull up there is making a terrible noise.
Yes, it sounds a bit
What
like a
it's had for
helicopter.
lunch, but yeah.
A green helicopter.
I think that may be the air ambulance that landed on the ground a few years ago.
Wayne Madsen goes back and chops this ball into his foot, and then plays a shot that didn't really approximate to the shot that he'd previously played, as batters often do. Van Buren in, Madsen cuts out to the cover boundary. I assume that's still Zaman Akhtar out there.
Yes.
Akhtar throws it back. They go through for a single. 102 for 2. He's hovering. Well, as helicopters tend to do, as Harry came. Well, not always, though.
No.
No, not
But
always.
They can also fly.
Because they'd never get anywhere, would they? If they just hovered. That was pushed into the offside. Wayne Madsen spotted something he doesn't like on the
world's
pitch.
most expensive blimp.
Yes. It's not moving particularly quickly now as it hovers away to our left. Van Buren bowls. Kame turns that one into the leg side. No, yes, no, no. They decide not to take the single, which is probably wise. Bancroft fields. And the over comes to an end. So 6 to go today. Deficit 85 at 102 for 2. Madsen has 5. Harry Kame has 28. And they will require no further alarms today, Derbyshire. That's what they'll be thinking. I would imagine that Harry, I've done it again, Jack Morley is padded up in the change of grim away to our right hand side for 5 more overs if he isn't required.
It's usually a fairly safe bet though, Harry, isn't it? Harry or Ollie or Tom.
His cousin is called Harry Morley, who my lad used to play sport with and still plays golf with.
I see, that's why.
Which is why I occasionally call him Harry.
I'm gonna have a look
Entirely
at Murphy.
incorrectly. Oh, Murphy from this end?
Yes, Murphy
Excellent.
changing as I did wonder whether they might think of seeing whether he might prefer the pavilion end. So just a 3-over spell for Archie Bailey. Short leg and slip as Murphy tosses that one up and it's flicked into the onside. Should be a couple of runs here for Madsen, and they will turn and go as Akhtar fires in the throw off balance to the strikers end. They get through for 2. 104 for 2. Madsen on to 7. I think whilst the spectators who've turned up here will know that whatever happens here, really, it's Derbyshire's day. As Madsen drives, well stopped by Ollie Price at short extra cover, they might at least think, well, if we could just see Todd Murphy's first Gloucestershire wicket, something to go home with. So left leg kicked as Murphy as he starts his approach, tosses that one up a bit, and Madsen rather squeezes that defensive shot into the surface and out into the onside where Bancroft fields. It's Phillips under the helmet, Hammond slip with a wide stance. Murphy bowls and Madsen's forward, back quite a long way in front of body there, but although even if it's in the air for a bit of time, there's no fielder at silly point or silly mid-off, so as long as he does enough wrist work, it doesn't really matter if it pops up a bit. Murphy in now bowls, and Madsen's forward again, holding the pose. There's no run.
He's playing for tomorrow.
I certainly would have thought he would want to have a look at Todd Murphy before trying to cart him into next week. Murphy bowls and dropping onto the back foot there. Madsen nudging it towards square leg and taking a single to keep the strike at the end of that over. 105 for 2. 5 overs left. We will get those in, and then having lost 6 overs today due to the rain this morning. He'll be not back early, but we'll be
Back late
tomorrow to get those in.
Yep, 4 overs until Morley can take his pads off, if indeed he has them on. Brooke Guest due in next. Then one of Martin Anderson or Anuj Dal after that. Martin Anderson could come in next, I suppose. Movable feast. Van Buren into bowl to Madsen, who turns this into the leg side. The fielder, I think that's Bancroft, for a moment just watched it go past him and then sort of panicked slightly that he might have to chase it, but he didn't, because it's picked up on the boundary away to our left-hand side by Archie Bailey, who throws it back in. But Madsen picks up 2 more. He moves on to 10. Very exciting. All Derbyshire batters into double figures as Madsen defends the next delivery from Van Buren straight back to him. Slip and a leg slip for Van Buren, who bowls to Madsen, clips that one into the leg side again. It's Bancroft at mid-wicket doing the fielding. 107 for 2, trailing by 80 Derbyshire. Back goes Madsen and whips this into the leg side. Further chasing for Bailey to do around the boundary. They can pick up a couple more as Madsen moves on to 12, 109 for 2. 2 balls left of the 24th innings of 24th over of the innings.
Doesn't feel like that long.
24th innings. Madsen just guides this down towards third man as a despairing dive from Singhdale. The ball goes past him and all the way to the boundary for 4 more, and Madsen moves on to 16, 113 for 2. And look who gives the ball back to Singhdale. Well, it's Blair Tickner, who can't keep still. You'd think he'd be in the changing room, wouldn't you, really? But he's sitting on the T20 dugout. There is Van Buren in and bowls to Madsen, who goes back, pushes it into the onside. It's fielded by Bancroft and the over comes to an end. So 4 to go, 113 for 2. Derbyshire just 74 behind now. 16 to Madsen, 28 to Kame. We can start writing our copy for the morning, I think, fairly shortly. Do you write copy for the morning?
No.
No, I do.
I don't.
Sadly, I do.
Four overs remaining. I'll be rattled through at a decent pace with Murphy and Van Buren bowling in tandem. He does have a good run-up, though, does Murphy, as this is played into the onside through backward of square. They'll just take the one. 114 for 2. Was listening to a little clip online about Todd Murphy talking about his bowling and his idea of the perfect off break, and he did mention that he does like to have that momentum through the crease, and you know that Van Buren comes off about 2 or 3 paces. Murphy bowls, Madsen plays that delivery with both feet facing the bowler, but doesn't ever look like missing it as he plays it into the onside. And the other thing you mentioned was that he likes to have a very wide grip on the ball.
Okay.
As Murphy bowls, and this is played towards backward square for no runs. Van Buren fields, and again he said, well, it's something you'll talk to a lot of spinners and they'll tell you different things, but he's a wide gripper, and to be honest, so was I, which is probably why I can still stretch my fingers extremely wide. I won't make that gesture to you again. This is played towards backward square leg, and there's no run. But, you know, I suppose when you're younger, your fingers get used to it. So Murphy switches to over the wicket now with 2 balls remaining in this over. Moves in now. He bowls. It's a good-looking delivery, which is well played by Madsen. Nothing he could do to attack that one, but he's not really thinking too much about attack. He's mostly just thinking about survival and making sure he's there for tomorrow and making Gloucestershire sleep that much more uncomfortable, other than the fact that as he goes back and works this one through mid-wicket, he'll take a single and move his score to 17. Other than the fact that Derbyshire are just at this point 72 behind and have only lost the 2 wickets in this innings so far, both to seam, with Jewell caught low down, a good low catch by Bancroft off the bowling of Actor for 32, and then David Lloyd cutting Archie Bailey into the hands of Ben Charlesworth at backward point. Jewell 32, Lloyd 35, so everybody's got a start in this Derbyshire innings, and really the story of the earlier part of the day, Joe Phillips and Cameron Bancroft getting Gloucestershire off to a great start, 68 without loss, and then wickets falling at regular intervals. Jack Morley 6 for 55.
Better write that on my hand, actually, if I'm going to interview him later, as Madsen plays the first ball of Graham Van Buren's latest over, his 5th, up towards mid-on, and there's no run. I'm rather assuming it's going to be Harry Morley. No, it's not. It's going to be Jack Morley. I've done it twice now. I'm getting tired. Madsen pushes this one out. I'll get my second win later. Pushes this one out into the offside. Good grief.
The less talk about your win later, the better.
That is a fair point. 115 for 2. Van Buren in, bowls to Madsen, who drives, but again straight to the man at extra cover, Ben Charlesworth. It's a little gloomy out there. You can see the lights through the temporary stand away to our left. Madsen again pushes it to Charlesworth. At extra cover, 1 or 2 have decided they've seen enough. Try and avoid the rush, if indeed there is one. Madsen back and wristily whips this into the leg side, where it's fielded by Bancroft. 3 more deliveries and no, that's not right. Carry on. 9 more deliveries in it before 6, 7. Oh, I don't know how many deliveries it is. Here comes Van Buren and falls to Madsen, who goes back and tries to force this ball. Well, he does force it up towards mid-off. Maiden over from Graham Van Buren, his second, 5 overs for 17. And at the end of it, Derbyshire 115 for 2, still trailing by 72. 7 balls now before Jack Morley can remove his pads. If
Why is it
indeed,
7?
because as soon as a wicket falls, it's 6, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's,
That's what
yeah, no, it's 6.
It's confusing me now.
Yeah, no, you're right. It is 6. I was thinking the wicket had to fall, but of course it doesn't. It can whip them off, can't it?
Well, I suppose, yeah, I don't know whether you were counting the wicket ball or not. That was the only thing. Never mind. Murphy bowls and Kames forward to defend.
Just something to say out loud,
gosh.
really.
Yeah. Oh, God.
We've seen the time. It's 25 to 7.
Tell me about it.
having
Who's bounding up and down at backward point like they're about to come on a bowl?
I was having breakfast 12 hours ago.
Murphy round the wicket in, and Kame defends into the offside. It looked like Joe Phillips, but I don't know. He's been told he can have 1 over at the end of the day. Would be a slightly odd move, but you never know. Ollie Price hasn't bowled yet. Murphy bowls, quicker, straight delivery, which Kame defends into the onside. He still hasn't really turned a ball, as Todd Murphy. Van Buren got a couple in a row to turn against Harry Kame a bit earlier on in his spell. Murphy in now, and Kame is lunging forward at that one, but making sure that he gets his front pad outside the line of the off stump, so it's going to take some serious rip to cause him any damage there, or he'd have to be caught back pad from quite a distance outside the off stump. 2 balls to go in the day for Todd Murphy as he bowls now, and again it's straight and drawing Kame forward. He's only interested in defending, with potentially even 1 one ball of his day remaining, unless Madsen pulls the veteran move of taking a single off the last ball, first ball of the last over, that way around. Deep backward point drops back as Murphy's switching to around the wicket, and Kane reaches round that front pad, defends into the leg side, and Murphy 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 26. Would have been having seen Gloucestershire win the toss this morning, rather hoping that he wouldn't have to do any bowling today. But he has.
Probably hoped he wouldn't have to do any batting.
Yeah, exactly.
Let alone bowling.
Day putting the feet up, but not to be. Gloucestershire coming up short with the bat, and now potentially paying the price in the field today, but who knows, maybe even more tomorrow with the sun due to come out. Probably another dose of heavy roller at some point.
Good grief. Yes, I'm afraid so. So Graham Van Buren will bowl the final over of the day's play. I've had a run for about an hour and a half, so I can't imagine we're going to get one in this over. It's been a while. Madsen waits. Van Buren bowls, and Madsen tries to put some power behind that. Unfortunately, he went straight to the fielder at extra cover, and there's no run. He's in again, Van Buren, and Madsen again. Straight to extra cover. Jewell for 32 and Lloyd for 35, the men out. Harry came on 29 at the non-striker's end. Van Buren bowls to Madsen, who pushes this up to mid-on this time, just by way of a change. He's on 17, and the deficit just 72 runs at 115 for 2. There's Van Buren bowls, that is back to normal, pushed out to extra cover. 2 to go. Don't go anywhere. You wouldn't want to miss them. As Van Buren is in. Madsen goes back, and there's a run. That's ruined my tweet. 116 for 2 as Madsen moves on to 18. That's very irritating. It's all been ready for about 5 minutes.
I mean, all of 3 presses of the keyboard. Oh no, you've got to change the deficit as well.
Yeah, very irritating. Final ball of the day then. Harry Kane waiting, 2 slips and a leg slip in place. Van Buren bowls to him, and he defends it straight back down the pitch, and that will be that as Derbyshire close the first day of this championship match in Bristol on 116 for 2. Harry Kane has 29, Madsen has 18, and they trail by just 71 runs.
Yeah, thumping day for Derbyshire, with especially Gloucestershire having won what could have proven to be a pretty critical toss if the pitch was really to rag. It hasn't particularly, but it offered enough for Thompson and Morley, and Gloucestershire offered, particularly Morley, a little bit too much. But again, enormous credit to Jack Morley for picking up 6 for 55 on day 1 of a championship match, and bowling Gloucestershire out for just 187, long way short, and walk off a pretty dejected bunch. I think Gloucestershire are going to have to take early wickets tomorrow morning to try and get themselves back in, pretty much resigned to the fact that there's going to be a deficit, but they've got to keep that deficit manageable in the second innings so that they've got a chance to potentially set Derbyshire something tricky in the 4th innings. But that's a long way away as the covers come out. And
which pitch are they going to get? They're sweeping the right pitch anyway.
Almost didn't want to say it, but I think they have got the right one this time.
I think so.
But yeah, just 71 runs is the deficit. We will be back, Dave Fletcher and myself, Ed Seaborn, tomorrow just before 11 o'clock, and I will leave by offering everybody who is either a friend or a family or a supporter, our sincerest condolences as David Lawrence. His passing was announced at 10 o'clock this morning. R.I.P. Sid.